To be able to begin a second target with all of you, begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tilted Trip of ROTHSCHILD, for dedicating all the show and talk shows this year's Zuchus. Soros Tavos for Am Yisrael. Our Torah sponsors for the month called Elul Havan was Rabbi Goldberg, but Aliyah for the Neshamas Achus parents, Avram Ben Asher Pinchas, Fegares and his mother Fegares the Bas Zeli, and hopes that all the tefillos of our King and Rest Hashem, all of Klal Yisrael, will be answered during this month and the months ahead. Shmuel Yehudavis Yiru Nishmas, Rabbi Ari Flum, Rabbi Flum's father, Rabbi Yitzchak Aryeh Ben Achaver, Rabbi Yaakov, Zichron Livracha, and our weekly learning sponsor, David Goodman, Yiru Nishmas. All of the Nishmas that will be the families of the other community of worship and hopefully Israel. His rock and tree refuge in your home, our hostages, Shalom and Karov, and our whose interest to be successful, perform that saving. Also, with that, let us do this. The Mazel Tov, first of all, the second son of Israel, again, Mazel Tov, after the accomplishments, so exciting. Our question, and now you come for the second Sarius. The second Sari is for those all people who are not going to be able to see. There's an interesting as far as we will see. For those of you who haven't seen it, get ready. It's exciting, it's fantastic, it's beautiful, it's incredible. It's structured a little bit differently than some of the other receptors that we have seen. And yes, Hashem will expose us to a lot of really wonderful and incredible areas. Halacha, perhaps. So let us begin Mishnah based on our holy days for our Achas Mitzvahs and Gulas Torah. Also with that as you know, picked up already. But again, it'll flow in our session, which is going to be the essential that we are going to be preoccupied with at least for today and for this tomorrow. Based on Pascha and based on mistake, and as a result of your mistake, something that was also really was broken. That was the mistake that they made. As a result, the individual went ahead and acted with this guidance, and therefore committed an act. The first Rashi ever did. Holu Bezdin, to go to Holu Shechelev or Dam. In simple case, based on asking that Chelev, like forbidden fact, or Dam is mutter or blood is mutter for consent. Bezdin made a mistake. Right? Let's remember again. The notion of human infallibility is not one that exists within Judaism. Have that concept. Judaism does not have that concept, which is why the function in God Torah does not between multiple levels to the peak of the sin of Moshe Rabbeinu and related to himself. No, we're going to see that. One Avera. One Avera. Most of us have done more Averas since we got here this morning. Right? That Moshe Rabbeinu did in his entire life. I mean, the Torah repeats it over and over and over and over. We need to dismiss and to go ahead and reject the notion of human infallibility. No matter how great the person is, they still make mistakes. They still make mistakes. So based on custom, and let's just use Rashi's example, they went ahead and they said that blood is making. Now what happened? What happened? The halacha and the hustle. And the individual called Ruben heard the psak of the days and said, I was married to eat blood. So he goes ahead and he goes out and he has blood. So he says, now what's the halacha? The hustle shagat abdi. So again, so now he's committed now. Also, remember, as far as Judaism is concerned, you're just acting on the advice of the Psak. So now, the Mishnah gives kind of a variation. Whether we're talking about a case where Bezdin also ate blood together with his mistake, also made a mistake. Whether Bezdin did it and Ruben committed the act afterwards. Whether Bezdin is involved in Psak at all, just Ruben went ahead and followed it. Well, halacha, now what's that? Normally, if you eat blood, so if you eat kid, because it was right? If you eat Chelev, show me what's halacha. What's halacha? Carbon Chatos, sin offering. Again, we'll get into a little bit more of the mechanics of the Kabbalah in your session, but you go ahead and you would normally go ahead and bring that's the Kabbalah. In this case of your position and producing us to this pastor, Ruben does not have to bring a Chatos. Why doesn't Ruben have to bring a Chatos? They should tell the reason. Because Ruben did not act of his own volition, not question. He acted of his own volition. He made the choice, but again, he acted based on the stack of taste. And some a person has no reason to believe that the stack of basin is flawed. And therefore, Allah for myself, he's cut from the Chatos. Incredible. Incredible. So I say that basin goes ahead. Basin goes ahead. Basin goes ahead. And if you look at Rashi by the Potter, Rashi says it's the first short lines of Rashi. Melahavi Kispo, Nish is introducing us to this concept that based in the rivers of the Roman's ruling, an individual acts upon that ruling, the individual is protected or absolved from personal liability. Ruben doesn't have to bring a Chatos when he ate the feeling based on the instruction of Beis. Now, Beis Din's liability, different discussion. Right now, we're looking at Ruben. Okay, that's case one. Now, watch this. Total Beis, let's say simply, Beis Din has him that feeling in it. One of the members of the Beis Din realized this. No, this is now, again, I will say, obviously, that individual who realized this was in a minority. Like he was in a minority, so the majority still carried the decision. But one of these dissenting judges realized this is an erroneous psak. Talmud or for that matter, another Talmud not the member of the Beis. Come talking is knowledgeable enough to know that Salon for myself, the psak is wrong. The psak is wrong. That wasn't what happened. But nevertheless, this member of the Beis still followed the psak. Or just like he's like, hey, why not? Right? This is my one shot at fame. My finish life. Right? Daisy went ahead and asked him that it is what I know that psak is wrong. I know the psak is wrong. So remember again, the individual is very important. Remember, Daisy are ranking on top. So when you know this person knows psak is wrong, he figures, why not? Daisy went ahead and said, it's what in that case, Mishnah says, vain. Whether Daisy actually indicates that and this guy went ahead and ate with them, they or Daisy as the thing that we can see that decided to follow the sacrifice. Interestingly enough, this individual is right? Which makes myself, he knows. He knows better, right? He knows that this is an erroneous psak. And therefore, Allah myself, he is going to be cut. And I will say, interestingly enough, the Gemara is going to discuss a strange case. If he knows that the psak is wrong, and he does it anyway, so of course he's going to be liable. There has to be more to the case, which we will discuss in a Next, why the rest of the day shall tell them this is why. Because at the end of the day, when are you sure for a person based on the psak of faith? And if you know that the psak of faith is wrong, and you follow it anyway, at the end of the day, you are not shielded from personal liability. Exactly. Let's say this is the next definition. I told the Biatzmo, I told the Beis Din Potter, if one acts of their own one what's your liability? What's liability? Right? The type of elements, right? Remember, you have to get the can't bring a Chatos because Chatos is only what's the show. Right? So the Beis is no Chatos. Only the show is Chatos. So that's why we have to define these cases over here. Because in order to say Chayiv is not just Chatos, Chatos must mean that there's some element of show. So what the show is So in this case, again, we'll have to see the Gemara. The bottom line, the Mishnah is introducing us to, is that based on the issues in the enormous psak, and when the individual follows that psak, the individual is shielded from personal liability of a hadas because they acted in good faith. If based on the issue of wrongful psak, and the individual knows that it's a wrong psak, let's say by the way, it has to be assumed that the individual knows that it's a wrong psak, right? Not someone who thinks that. Again, we're talking about someone here who is a member of the base himself or a arrangement. That person knows the psak is wrong, but he follows it anyway. He is not a personal liability. Okay, so we'll say that's the Mishnah. Let's delve in. Where's the concentration? First Mishnah Paris. First Mishnah Paris. You've got the Amishwab. The old one. The old one, 8 days, actually, so I says, now, we see my local special, Shmuel and Rabbi, a little bit just about so now, I understand the principle, like the principle I said. So now, the shaila is, what exactly does these have to say when they deliver this erroneous rule? So again, Shmuel, the old one, 8 days, so Shmuel says, you are committed to eat steak. They have to say it like that. Okay? But being in our daughter, Akshiyomer Lahem, Mutarid Atem Lasos. If you notice again, Rabbi adds in one word. What's the one word? Lasos. You are committed to act on this psak. So Rabbi says, saying that it's Mutar is not enough. In order for the individual to be shielded from personal liability because they acted based on the psak, based on also adding the word lasos. You are permitted to go ahead and behave based on this psak. Permitted to act based on this psak. It's very interesting. So you might my time, now what's the reason for that? Why did Rabbi add in that word lasos? Rabbi says, because without lasos, there's a statement of information, there's a statement of fact, but there's no mandate, there's no direction based on it, which are allowed to act based on this. So therefore, Rabbi requires the word lasos in order for this to be like instructions for Bezdin, which would then mean the Bezdin says, right, Caleb is looking at the current act of lasos, permitted to go ahead and really, what's that to the left? It's the left to go ahead. Okay, so the Bezdin is constantly using instruction. If Dimi says, hello for myself, that's where the individual acted on that Bezdin. That's what Bezdin. Ultimately, again, the individual would be patur. But according to Rabbi, the Bezdin would just say, "You're talking about that. It's my turn." That would not create, that would not shield the individual from personal liability. Shmuel says, yes and no. Okay, so let's analyze this. So my time again was Rabbi's logic, conversational Dikmara, and wrong. Because Bezdin's psak is only final. And number one, they tell you status and action. When they tell you it's mutar, and you can in fact behave based on its psak, ultimately, again, that's what Bezdin's psak is. So let's analyze this. Good. So somebody else has got lashes on both sides. So right now, right now, left and right side, Rabbi, Rabbi says, we also now will say, Rabbi is doing alone to support ultimately again what the TV is changed. We also because of the so we're going to get a lot for the rest of it. We'll say this is the case of second market. Second market is an individual who's a member of the look at Rashi. Rashi says, sucking Mamre Biro, Horavasos, the Mashma, this is a so sucking Mamre was used to the judgment. Was essentially the judgment actually to be executed for this transgression, which makes sense because if you refuse to yield to the majority, you're undermining the fundamental fabric of the way the judicial system works. That's how it is the works of the majority. So again, so you might say, Rabbi, I wasn't going to get back to Marcus. Remember Marcus? As well as very responses of the legal matter based on legal experiences. The judges in the minority can't go over to the defendants and say, "No, this is not what you I really do. I want to like do this in my life." You can't do that. You can't do it. One of the days things once the majority decide on something that's from side, everyone is in. So such a memory refuses to yield to the majority. So watch this. How's other you know? The second memory goes back to his town. Shana, he continues to teach the Limei Kedusha, and he continues to advance the Psak that he held before. Potter, ultimately again, he's Potter. So in other words, if he comes back to his town, and he continues to go ahead and discuss the Psak and teach the Psak as he believes, not in line with the base when he's doing it, he's Potter, drawing skill. However, Hora Lasos, but if you ask him, he says, Ebra, act on this Psak, then what is he here? What is he here? That for business to give a binding Psak, it's not just enough to say Mutarin Atem. But rather, what do they have to say? Mutarin Atem Lasos. For business Psak to be a formal Psak, they have to give, first of all, again, Psak Halacha, and then explicitly indicate that you can act based on this Halacha. So it's just remembering why this is coming for us. Our whole discussion is an individual is acting based on the Psak which turns out to be erroneous. Erroneous. So then they say, okay, you acted in good faith, you're shielded from personal liability. What Simi is saying, but it's only works if the Psak was literally articulated in a particular way. It requires the whole articulation of the halacha. That's part one. Mutter. And number two, permission to act based on the Psak. Last, so Rabbi is just moving this point. I'm going to be out. Yeah, I'm saying, I'm going to have to yesterday was totally love based on the Nase, supposed to say, great all so be exciting to us, and really exciting things as we go through that film. But even if we don't remember everything, sometimes we see things, sometimes see someone where so I know you too well to ask you your name again, right? But I don't know you. I don't know you. Like, there's that thing of like, we know each other. What's your name? But I do. So that film is a lot like that. Like, in other words, like, I see stuff, and I'm like, I know you. I don't know your name, right? I don't really remember the details of right? So like beautiful thing like that. So again, you guys are like this one of the basic industrial. We've seen this case. Right, Ruffles married to Ruben. Tristan goes overseas. Abe Ahmed comes along and says Ruben is dead. So then again, when you meet Halachas, when you meet Christian Halacha, we'll bring it back up. That's the only thing to allow him to remember those who see this. This is a kula, this is a heter for what purpose? And again, what is excellent. Shum Una Akilu Barada. So again, what's going to watch this? So hold the basin. Something amazing, got to that house, and they pass again. Okay, you can get me married. Let's watch this. The whole fucking kid below, when she found out that she had a relationship, she didn't get married. She has relations with other men outside of marriage. Okay, now what happens? I must say, I remember, and then what occurred? What occurred? Guess who came back? Reuven. Right? Reuven came home. Right? Reuven came home. So now both sides, now, what's her status? So what's now the hook? Chayeves Mekama. Ultimately, again, she is Chayeves. Now again, Chayeves Mekama. Now, why was it much this? Shalom Tibu La Ela Libuha. Because remember again, what was the sacrifice? The sacrifice was that Allah makes a love without what? You're not to remarry. You're not allowed to read each other. So interestingly enough, and should be married until they get back. Ultimately, again, she was 70% now, she engaged in more of a behavior. There is personal argument. The bottom line, why are you bringing this down? If you notice, what's the psak? How does Basin formulate the psak? Basin says, ultimately again, Basin says, Horla Basin leaking nothing. So notice again, what's the formulation of the psak? Basin doesn't just say, mutter. Basin says, mutter. you are permitted to remarry. So again, remember, all of this is backing up that the way of Psak based is formalized is mutter lasos. You're allowed to, and here's the accompanying Rabbi, I mean, it's not about that. You also know that Holu based in Na'avar La'atis because this is how it was with Torah. So again, this is actually very interesting. Look at Rashi. Holu based in Lavar. It's almost right across from Rashi and right. Holu based in Lavar. Holu based in Lasos. The inner direct. Hora Asim Achiyom Karnak Lasos. So again, we also learn this. What does it mean? Holu based in Lavar. Our Mishnah. So if you notice, it's not showing the Mishnah. Based in Kaskin Lavar. Lavar means what? Based in said something was there. They said you should go ahead and do it as well. So all of this backs up Rabbi's version, or Rabbi's view, so back up Rabbi's version, that when a basin gives a psak, there's two parts of the psak. There's mutter, and you're allowed to ask, or act a certain way based on this. Again, the basin's ruling was erroneous. Basin ruling was erroneous, and the individual acted upon that. Halach l'maisa, they're shielded ultimately from any personal lies. Which the Gemara says, Sunnah, and there's nothing more to talk about. So we just have to start listening and make the equivalent of the next drop. Right? That's it. Right? We're done. We're done here. Nothing more to talk about. I was saying, just leave it out. Take it out. There's an alternate version, an opposite version of this discussion. So Shmuel, in Jason Chayavim, actually, we're like, we taught him on the Shmuel's supposed to say now again. The positions of Shmuel are going to be exactly the same. Shmuel says that the formulation of the basis is all basis is to say is Tarm Atanasos. This is Shmuel. Sorry, I'll reverse attribution. In this version, Shmuel is the one who says that the Lashon of the second is Tarm Atanasos. Shmuel has the one who has the mandate to put it in Lasos. But given our dog of our feeling with current no, even if it just says Mutar Nikmara. That's the thing for Psak. And I love how that's the individual actually based on that they will be shielded from personal life. Rabbi. So what's this in this version, Abaye is asking a series of questions on Rabbi. In the previous version, Abaye was supporting Rabbi. In this version, this question is bringing all of the same truths. Abaye, that's not how we learn. Right? Chazar the Hira, the Shema, the Mitzvah, the Potter, Horodas, Oskayif. Zakimamra. So again, we have to what he teaches them. Rabbi says Zakimamra. Not if he just teaches the halacha, but if he tells the people this is the halacha, you act on it, that's what it's kind of. What do you see from here? That it's not just enough to say mutter, you also need what? Glasses. Next, Rabbi Yahweh, Mahalot says, Rabbi Yahweh says, Masak, Rabbi Mahalot says, Holu, Mahalot says, Holu, but basically, nothing. Hilcham, the Kirkola, Hayat is Karma. So the two of the Ellie Nothing, same case, basically, it's instruction to marry. Their psak is only binding with what they say, mutter and action. So you see from here, basically, psak requires mutter and lasos. Next, Rabbi no. So Holu, give us one second. Holu based on our action, right? Our Mishnah. The verbiage of the Mishnah is basically saying that something is mutter, and they're telling you ultimately again that halacha might act on it, and the rest is so low. So it's interesting enough. Both versions, although again there's reverse attribution, halacha l'maisa really come out the same way. Let's just go with the first version. Halacha l'maisa, the way we pass it, is like Rabbi. And therefore, again, just to understand the way that they would normally go ahead and structure their psak is they would say mutter. Number one, again, they're ruling that it's permitted, and ultimately lasos, and give instructions that this psak behaviorally can be acted upon. And it's only that type of psak that if someone followed, even though it turns out to be an erroneous psak, about the nice of their huge personal life. Incredible. Great. That's our first part of the show. Next. Remember again what happened. So now I have part one. Part one is, let's just plug this in. Two chalib, right? So based in Paskin, chalib is mutter le'achol. Without the chalib. Okay, so now the individual went ahead and ate chaylev. Ate chaylev based on psak basin. So what says? So now it says the individual went ahead and acted inadvertently based on their psak. The Gemara says, why do you use that word shogeg? I was going to say, think about it, interestingly enough, he's not really shogeg. In other words, right? Ruvain is acting intentionally. Why is he acting intentionally? Because as far as Ruvain is concerned, he's got a psak basin that says what he's doing is mutter. It turns out that it was an accident. So why? Because he was bothered by it. Why don't you just say, the individual came along and acted based on their word. Why do you use the word shogeg? Which we were saying, Rabbi, shogeg la'asu l'sitz. This is very interesting. Rabbi says because the word shogeg actually comes to include a different case. This is really quite fascinating. La'asu, watch this. Horu based on shechel l'moter. Get ready. Based on paskin, chelev is moter. Okay, now what happens? Now we'll say, now watch this. So get ready for this. Part one of the story. Basin went ahead and said that Chaylev is moter. Okay, next part two. Ruvain has two pieces of meat that's from today. One is chaylev, one is shuman. Shuman is permitted fat. Ruvain, his intention is to eat the shuman. But what happens? He gets mixed up and he eats the so Ruvain ate chaylev. But Ruvain didn't really eat chaylev because of the psak of the basin. Ruvain ate chaylev because he just got confused. He comes along Rabbi, and Rabbi says, get ready for this, Ruvain is why? Because essentially, since there's a psak basin out there that says that chaylev is mutter, if a Jew ends up eating inadvertently, either because he's following the psak basin, or because it just gets mixed up, he's mutter. We'll say that that's why. That's why. Because remember again, in this case, Ruvain's chaylev consumption has nothing to do with the psak of the basin. It has to do with his own personalistic confusion. But yet, again, figuring the mutter because that psak is out there in the world. Incredible. So you must let's go. I should be less in my whole basin when it said it is probably will chaylev to shuman. When Ruvain mixed up a piece of chaylev and piece of shuman, inadvertently ended up eating shuman, but Potter, ultimately again, is Potter. PM, mamish. So this is very interesting. So essentially, according to Rabbi, there's two different cases in that Mishnah. Right? Because this is Mishnah reads. Shogeg al PM. So there's two different events. There's shogeg and there's al PM. Al PM is the case that we were talking about right? Which is based said that chaylev is mutter la'achol. Ruvain goes and eats chaylev. Ruvain himself and there's no right there. And then the case of shogeg, definitely the case of Rabbi Esther. The case of shogeg is again, he gets mixed up between this thing he didn't mean to. He's still going to be part of ultimately again because such a psak from basin exists. Rabbi says, shogeg al PM with the potter. Not an accidental mission of the idea that happens as a result of the psak or themselves within a person. And halakha l'meisa, Ruvain just gets mixed up with these pieces. Like in halakha l'meisa, he will be live. So the Gemara says, we'll say that shogeg, there's two versions of Rabbi. So the Gemara says, we'll say that shita le Rabbi from Rabbi. So something which was obvious to Rabbi is actually a kasha Rabbi. Was the second one totally based in shechel mutter. So basically asking that chaylev is mutter. There is chaylev lo b'shuman, but then again, Ruvain had two pieces of meat in his house. One was chaylev, one was shuman. His intention was to eat the shuman. He accidentally went and ate the chaylev. What's the halacha? So the word is, I'm sorry. What's the law? Rabbi says, Tashma, also showing up here. If Reuben went ahead and accidentally used inside the basin, he might have showing up here and Lama. So Rabbi says, why do you need that lashon of showing al here? Just say PM, al PM, that's it. Asure, Holus basin shechil and mutter, and his chalif located is showing the al. Ultimately, again, in order to include this case, where again, Reuben got mixed up with the disease, he ended up eating he's still going to be covered. Ultimately, he's still covered, so to speak, under the sacrifice. One second. Yoma showing up here with the potter, and on this other location, the show of the maybe Reuben is only potter, but he managed to act in the direction of the sacrifice. He says that he should he should be dying. He could only alter the version of this on the Rabbi Tashma. Also showed it up here. So Reuben went ahead and acted showing based in sacrifice. My life showing up here. Isn't it only in the case where Reuben managed to act based on the sacrifice that he's going to be separate? How about he mixes up the pieces that the sacrifice he just has a mix up in his own house? Then he should be high. You'll know, showing open up. Maybe not. Maybe Allah say again. That's what the Mishnah is coming to say. There's really one extra case. There is shogeg or alpiyah. Ultimately, alpiyah means he literally acts based on the sacrifice, and shogeg means he has his own mix up. Incredible. So I just want to point out over here. So this is really fascinating, right? Everyone is agreeing, but a basic question it is permitted to eat chaylev, right? Mutter akan la'achol chaylev. All right, mutter and go la'achol chaylev. Everyone agrees you didn't act on that side is going to be covered. So we got the shiny jest is now Reuben has a mix up in his home. Two pieces of chaylev and shuman. He wanted to eat the shuman. He accidentally eats the chaylev. Is he high or potter? So this is the focus. This is the focus. What if the verse says high? His consumption of chaylev has nothing to do with the sack of the basin. Other versions say it was going to be potter. Because once there's a sack of the basin out there, it's developed. Right? The chaylev is mutter, ultimately again, is covered by that. Incredible. Versus the close up, in reality, this is one of the bigger progress. Holy basin should be the mutter to this basin asking, yes, there's one of these only places in the progress. Holy basin should be the mutter. Basin asking, that chaylev is mutter. That's our case. And now, both sides, that's part one. Part two, Reuben is in his house. Reuben has two pieces of meat. One is chaylev and one is shuman. When it's chalifah for the Shimon, the Achov, he mixes up the pieces, and inadvertently ends up consuming the chaylev. Rav Amar Potter, Rabbi Yochanan Amar Chai. Okay, here it is. Here is what it says. So it's Rav says your Potter is covered under the sack of the basin. Rabbi Yochanan says no. It has nothing to do with the sack of the basin, and therefore you need by the way, Chayiv what? Chayiv Achatas. Because remember again, this is still a case of shogeg. This is still a case of shogeg. But so when they say, you might raise the kasha. Me'am haaretz, me'am haaretz ba'asosa. So what says ultimately, this is the nefesh achas tachata b'shkaga. Me'am haaretz ba'asosa achas mitzvos Hashem asher lo ta'aseh ba'Hashem. This is the pasuk of Chatas. Like the person is not there inadvertently. So the Gemara says, "I'm an artist myself." So, front lumumor. This comes to his truth. Or mumor, which is what I remember again. The concept of katas is told in the generation of shogeg. A mumor, which is someone again who said across the hundred days. Mumor is someone who fundamentally rejects Hashem. So ultimately, and sins with intentionality. Ultimately, again, is exempt from the carbon chatas. Doesn't mean that Shem Ben Yossi Omer, Shem B'Shem Inotzar. Right? Omer Asher Lo Te'asena Bishkaga VaHashem Ohoda. So this is very interesting. The Torah speaks about again a carbon chatas. What does it say? Asher Lo Te'asena Bishkaga VaHashem Ohoda. Talking about a person ultimately again when you bring a carbon chatas, Hashav Midiyaso may be carbon al Shivibasa. So I'll say, here's the good metric for carbon chatas. A carbon chatas is good for inadvertent act. Meaning what? If you had the necessary information at hand, would you have abstained from sin? If the answer to that is yes, then you bring a carbon chatos for inadvertent commission of the matter. That's what we call hashav miyaso. If someone would have refrained from sinning, maybe carbon al shidduchos. That's the type of person who brings a carbon chatos over the inadvertent sin. They don't bring a carbon chatos. Most is absolutely excluded. What is excluded? Amamar Moshe miyaso. Somebody would not refrain from or abstain from sinning because of this awareness, they don't bring a carbon on their shoulder. So that would exclude a moment. In Isa, ha lo shav miyaso. Now, we'll say, interestingly enough, applying this to our case over here, but applying this to our case, so the this, our case is not a situation where one would have refrained even had they known, right? Remember again, Reuben is getting mixed up between the pieces. Even had Reuben known that the piece he was about to consume was Caleb, he still wouldn't have abstained. Why would he have not abstained? Why not? There was a psak based. So what's that mean? So why should you be high the chatas in this case? In other words, we'll say the metric for chatas is I bring the carbon chatas for committing an avera b'shogeg. If I would not have committed the avera had I had the knowledge, but in this case again, even if someone Reuben, wait, it's Caleb. Reuben has said, so what? It's incredible. Maybe Sada Shamil Yasau, Papa Kasara Yokonan, Kaban, the team is Yaga, Lohum, the Ina, Hajibu, because again, it's really what it says like this. Since when Basin finds out that the psak is erroneous, obviously Basin is going to walk it back. Hadar, so the Gemara says, Nami Hadare, and then when Ruben hears that Basin retracted their psak, obviously again, he's also going to retract his behavior. So therefore the Gemara says, Shami and Yasun Haninabe. So essentially the Gemara says is like this, we still call this a case where if they had the knowledge, he would have abstained. In this case, it's just 2 steps removed. Had Basin found out that the psak is erroneous, they would have abstained from this behavior. And then when Reuben finds out that the psak of Basin is erroneous, he would have abstained. Therefore, this is called the case where if one had the knowledge, he would have abstained. That's why this one opinion says he is high the chatas in this case. I'm sorry. Okay, so we'll say now. Okay, this is now another topic over here. So I'll say which we're going to get into. There's something in this case that we're doing up until now. What's happening in this case is Basin is giving an erroneous psak, and an individual is following through. There's going to be another case where Basin delivers an erroneous psak. The majority of Klal Yisrael follows the psak. That's a different situation. That is called Har Ha'elam Davar Mitzvah, a special carbon that's brought. Now, in order to bring that carbon, you need 51% of the Klal to go ahead and follow the orders of psak. So we'll say, watch this. Let's say you have 50% of Klal Yisrael. The determinant factor is the guys going to tip the scales and move it. Okay, so again, watch this. So based on Caleb is motor. 50% of Klal Yisrael ate Caleb based on psak. Who's the guy who's going to tip the scales? Reuven. What does Reuven do? All eyes on Reuven. Reuven's sitting at home. He's got 2 pieces in front of him, Caleb and Shimon, right? And he needs to eat the Shimon that he eats, but he ends up eating the Caleb, right? And interesting, Reuven does not count as a goal. Why? Now, why is that? Because he is based on the psak of the Basin. Reuven is just doing his own thing. So even if we could say that Reuven is personal liability, or Reuven is himself a personal liability because of the psak of the Basin, or you can't say that Reuven is acting based on the psak of the Basin. Okay. Because for Har Helam Davar Tzibor, for that 51%, everyone has to be acting in the same shogeg capacity. Therefore, again, Reuven is acting in a different shogeg capacity, and he can't be kept. Then again, separate other part. So we'll say, so bottom line, interestingly enough, when we end off with over here, is a fundamental focus. And what is that fundamental focus? Halacha l'maisa, if Reuben went ahead and ended up eating Caleb, not because of the psak of the basin, but because he got confused himself. Halacha l'maisa, is he liable or not? On one hand, one of the things is liability because his Caleb consumption has nothing to do with the psak of the basin. On the other hand, there is in the welt, right in the world, there is a psak of basin that says Caleb is mutter. Does that psak absolve him or not? Fundamental machloek. Next. Beisha asu va'asu line. Lamali the mistakalan. So what's this? Remember again, the Mishnah brought down like a whole bunch of variation of cases. So Beis Din said Caleb is mutter, and then it said whether he did it together with Beis Din did it first. He did it, and Beis Din did it by himself. So what do you need all these cases for? To which the Gemara says, so the answer is the Mishnah why Lozu Afsu Katon. So as I say, Lozu Afsu is a stylistic version of the Mishnah. But the Mishnah sometimes just includes a lot of information, even though you don't need to say everything. It's understood. Ella Sefer, the Yuva, the great Mishnah is coming to highlight liability. Why do I need all the cases? All the cases should really be framed in reverse. So I'll say, I'm a base. Which the Gemara says, Zu, so again, you have a stylistic idea that sometimes the Mishnah will say this even though I didn't need to say something else. The bottom line, there is additional information listed in the Mishnah, which is just the stylistic reality of the Mishnah. Sometimes again, people I can extrapolate the cases from each other. Sometimes the Mishnah will rely on you to extrapolate, and sometimes the Mishnah will just give a lot of additional information. The other aftermath, the Mishnah is what's married at all. That's the Mishnah. Basically delivers the erroneous psak. You're allowed to eat Caleb. One of the members of the Beis Din, or a rank from top, in the gallery of the Beis Din, realizes that this is an erroneous psak, but he nevertheless relies on it. The leg wants is high. Ultimately, again, this individual ultimately, again, is going to be high. Says watch this. The other notice by the way, user, right? Come talk on this Rabbi in the Torah. Versus come talk on and fit to the Torah. So that's how do you make Rabbi stuff? How do you talk about it? It was not allowed to rely on science. Someone who was governor, so if you extrapolate, someone's talking about someone who is fit to be a diamond. It could be a diamond. Avant, governor knows something. If someone's not in knowledge, they don't know something. Whereas maybe that got that both of these qualities. And what is the exact difference of that? Rabbi says, the Mishnah itself says, who is a person who is Ra'i? A person who is both Lamir, learned, and Sabir, knows that to extrapolate information and apply it to another. If we would have just said Allah, how about Gamir B'Sam? I would have thought like this. It's only someone who's both Gamir and Sabir. How about Gamir and Sabir? No. Or perhaps if you don't have both of these qualities, that maybe you would be accepting personal liability if you allow Beijing. Rari Allah. Mishnah itself, he was Gamir and Sabir, Sabir and she wasn't incredible. Therefore, again, the Mishnah used the word for Torah. Torah actually was so, as long as someone is either Gomer or Sabir, you have a lot of information or you never extrapolate. In other words, if you have the ability to know, with certainty that this sack is wrong, and you rely on it, you are not sure it's a person. Incredible. Why did I wrong? Who's a good example of this? A really good example of someone where if they rely on the sack of the reason, you will not be sure it's a personal life. And you have to go to Shimon Ben Azai, Shimon Ben Soy. Like Shimon Azai, Shimon Ben. Like these was another Rabbi, also Rashi. Rashi says that we have on the right hand side. You don't show that outside showing Zoma. Shem Yoshim I wouldn't hear how long these were from this coming. They were like sick of that. And they themselves ultimately again were fit to be judges. This is the type of person that is from I mean, Rabbi. Yeah, God, no. Amazing. And I said, here's the problem. So let's at least begin this, and I alluded to this in the here's the problem. If you have a person like Shimon ben Azai, Shimon ben Shimon, who obviously will say what they ranking sages, and they hear the Beis Din say that Chalev is mutter. Chalev is mutter. They know it's wrong. If they go ahead and they act based on this psak that they're saying, so the Mishnah said they're chai b'chatas, not Shalev is personal liability. What? If they're acting psak, and say, what are they? What are they? They're listening for attention. They know it's wrong. They know it's wrong. So when you talk about coming to us, they should act and be liable for basics. They're saying, oh, watch this. This is incredible. By the time they have to sign your boss, so you have to get the person into it. So it's for us, basically, butter. Yeah, that's the classic says. If an individual does have his own position, he's kaya. Ultimately, it's big for us, it's not the case of totally based on the shit. It basically has stayed, that's really the motor. I was going to stop and pick up the car in front of us. That's absolutely we're fine. Catch up this stuff. I said, good, you got to have time for this. I got to stop. Nick discussion, but again, a lot of good stuff. We'll pick up with the coffee case tomorrow. Yeah, it was a mouse that I started the second Sardis. Jewish magic. What the ancient Israelites thought about magic, what the rabbis thought about magic, and we're going to look at some of the magical techniques and devices that entered into Judaism and have thrived all the way down to this day. It's worth pointing out here that the American God or the Hasidic mysticism would be the dominant form of Jewish mysticism for the majority of Jewish history. For the majority of Jewish history, we think of the Kabbalah as being the dominant form of Jewish mysticism. But the Kabbalah is only about 800 years old. If you say where we think it began sometime in the 13th century, that's only 800 years old. This form of mysticism has existed all the way back probably to the 2nd century, probably earlier, and it was still being practiced all the way to the Middle Ages, right? All the way up to the rise of the Kabbalah. In fact, the Kabbalah absorbed a lot of this mysticism in it. So if you really want to think about Jewish mysticism in terms of what got practiced the longest, Merkava, Hasidic literature, was practiced far longer, at least at this point, than Kabbalah. Right? Kabbalah came later. It's only really been practiced for about 800 years. That's the only 800 years. But still, 800 years, right? This literature survived at least for 1,000 perhaps. So it's only a couple hundred years that Kabbalah will lap, or mysticism, right, will lap it. So if you want some suggested readings, I'm going to try to include some more suggested readings as I go on. These are some major texts about the Hasidic literature and American literature. One of the texts that I did not put on here that I should put on here for next time is a really great study of the Torah mysticism. It's a definitive study of the mysticism that again involves summoning the angel and teaching things very rapidly. The problem with the American literature is that it's all understood and it's very expensive. So you need to definitely whip out your library card and check it out from my library, the university library. You want to read some of this, although there are some older translations of Hasidic Rabbi online. So if you really want to get into them, I'm going to include them, and I'm going to include them later. Folks will be able to jump out, grab the link, I'll put it in the chat. If you want to read some of this American literature, but I've included some links here for various studies, both the literature itself, but also some studies of the entire form of mysticism. And so I can put a link to, I can jump out, just a moment, I do some questions and answers, I can jump out and grab a couple of links to folks if you want to check out the Shiur Kulam, the measurement of the mysticism, or the Hasidic Rabbi, the largest text of the American tradition. So, Now, this week we have a bridge, and that bridge is going to connect us to Jewish magic. We're going to talk about the connection between Jewish mysticism. We now have a bridge to Jewish magic, and Jewish magic is going to be a huge part of Jewish mysticism. In fact, when we talk about Kabbalah Maasid, right? Kabbalah Maasid is just basically Jewish magic. Practical Kabbalah, doing of Kabbalah, the practical Kabbalah is in fact just a code word at some level for Jewish magic. And it's that topic that we will turn to on Wednesday, which is weirdly enough, 3 days from now. We'll turn to that on Wednesday, pick up with Jewish magic. Welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore. This is Rabbi coming to you live from Betterbox Studios for a brand new episode of Killed. Here's Tony Hitchcock. Hey, right here, everybody. Exciting stuff. Glad to be back. We are live streaming around the world using our friends over at YouTube. And exciting to be here, Rabbi. How are you? Great. How are you, man? I'm great. Yeah. It's good to see you once a week. See you once a week. That every night stuff was getting pretty bad. Yeah. I reset my sleep schedule this week. I'm now waking up at 6 a.m. 6 a.m.? Yeah. How many mornings have you woken up at 6 a.m.? 3 or 4. Wow. It sucks. Incredible. Why does it suck? Because it's like nothing's open times 2. Like nothing's open already. Have you ever thought about buying yourself a nice espresso machine and making your own drink? I do. So what do you need open? Well, just anything. Hey, hello everybody. Damn quarantine episode. Right. Good. Still booked a bunch of dates. Seeing things are getting better again. LA, Houston, Dallas, Salt Lake City, Boston, Bakersfield, Sacramento, and San Francisco. All in 2020, a year that they said never happened. At the Escape Fest. Yeah? Is that 2021 or this year? Talking about Escape Fest South? Yeah, it's all happening. Everything's going on over here at Betterbox Studios with the great Gino here, Deacon
box is a candle company. We have a candle company called Damn Good Candle Company, damngoodco.com, and they have a brand new Kill Tony candle that they made. It smells like a spa. Gwyneth Paltrow has a candle that smells like her vagina. I have one that smells like my butthole, which surprised me, and a male spa, an all-male spa. Lot of the youth, as we like to call it for short. That's short for eucalyptus. It's called Hinge Me, I'm Dreaming. They came up with the title, not me. That is not Writers Guild qualified there. For only $6, you get it. It's a 2-ounce travel tin, $6. Hinge Me, I'm Dreaming. At damngoodco.com. That's damngoodco.com. You can light that up and have sex with your significant other. You like having sex, Red Man? Not with the smell of your asshole. I think you do. My asshole smells like eucalyptus, and you're going to try it. We're going to get you one of these candles. And if you go soft, good news is, come on in. Rick Cossack is here visiting us from the name of Jackass. I can see it over there. Squeeze on into there. Squeeze into that bad mammy jam. You can have sex with the candle burning, and if the smell of my asshole makes you go soft, you can use Blue Chew. This episode, coincidentally, sponsored by Blue Chew. I didn't even realize that when I brought it up, but this episode is sponsored by Blue Chew. And let's talk about something that we can all really use during this quarantine time, and that is great sex. You know, the sex drives of a lot of people right now. In the quarantine, a lot of people are depressed. Perhaps you lost your job, perhaps you're broke, perhaps you're homeless, but it doesn't mean you can stop having sex. You gotta keep that sex drive up. Don't let the depression get to you. Use Blue Chew. You can increase your performance and get extra confidence in bed. BlueChew.com. That's like the color blue. Blue Chew brings you the first chewable with FDA-approved active ingredients, the same ingredients as Viagra and Cialis. You can get it with Blue Chew. It's great. I just got my subscribe.
Okay, we will address this one at a time. Add in the missing years aspect of Jewish history. Here is a citation, but use the exact citation, whatever is within Wikipedia.
I took one the other day, and it worked a little bit too good for my very small. Wow. That was made in the USA. That's nowadays, you want to write something that's made American made. They should call it red, white, and blue chip. Yeah. There you go. Heck yeah. It's a fast, easy way to enhance your performance. And right now we have a special deal for our listeners. Visit BlueChew.com and get your first shipment free and use the special promo code KILLTONY, BLUE Chew.com. Promo code KILLTONY to try it for free. That's incredible. Only $5 shipping, you try it for free. What do you have to lose? Nothing other than that soft nugget in your pants. Blue Chew is the better, cheaper, faster choice, and we thank them for sponsoring the podcast. And remember, when you support our sponsors, you help make this podcast awesome. So please be sure to use our promo code KILLTONY at BlueChew.com today. Yeah! Let's just jump right into it. Actually, I will say this. The great Ryan J. Beltford is drawing tonight's episode. We're going to check in with him at the absolute end of the episode to see what he drew. He always draws it along with the theme of the tone, the vibe, the energy of the show, adds in some fun stuff. Oh, by the way, I heard last episode, and he had 2 different things. One was in crayon, that's because he gave his daughter a and he also drew the wand with his left hand. Yeah. That's at least a room. We're hearing a lot of rumors. Also, shout out to the great Anthony Engage, working hard in the booth for us. Follow them on social media at _Strange Taste, Strange Taste _ and Gagetijeriis. Yum, yum, yum. And let's get it going, everybody. No need to delay. I will show you the way. We have a band on this show. Every single week they speak different characters. Now we are missing a Schulberg this week. He is self-quarantining. He is visiting his Mexican parents this week who are a little bit elderly. And he's staying away from everyone in order to get to visit them. Great maneuver. Having to visit your Mexican parents is the most Mexican thing that a Mexican can do. And he is avoiding us just in case. However, we do have the other band members who are here, so let's see what characters they are this week. Maybe it's brand new characters. Maybe it is characters we've seen in the past before. Let's all find out together. It's the best damn band in the land, the Tony Van, Jeremiah Watkinson, Jesse Johnson. Wow. Right. Yeah. Okay, what's up? Welcome. How are you? What's your name?
Hey, what's up? My friends call me Rona, but you can call me COVID-19.
Oh, that is so cool. The actual coronavirus is here. I love that. Yeah. Those people who chew next to you. I'm the bubonic plague. Oh, the bubonic plague. Very topical. That is also in the news just as much as the coronavirus. How you doing?
Well, I'm on top right now, baby.
Yeah, I want to use the Takashi 6ix9ine of diseases. Or something like that.
Don't touch your eyes. Don't touch it up.
I love it. This is very exciting. This is the first time we've had coronavirus and bubonic plague on the show. Very fitting that you guys are here. And exciting. It's great. Let's just jump right into it. This is a show where we used to have at least 500 people in the room, all cheering and losing their minds, going wild in between jokes, sometimes not going wild in between jokes, and letting us know that what they did clearly just wasn't funny. We have none of that now, so nobody knows what's funny and what isn't, and nothing translates quite as well. Anyway, people still send in sets. We watch them try to perform for 60 seconds. Some of them are great. Sometimes we just go over what they wrote a little bit. And of course, as always, I try to find out more about them. We're going to get it started with a bit of a banger here. This guy is actually a golden ticket winner in the great state of Iowa. And here he is. It's actually only his second time in the history of the show on a special coronavirus edition. Here is the ticket winner, Halloween, everyone.
I'm a widow. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here.
The thing is, I want to make the justification that you can live stream on the
Here
show.
is Halloween, everyone.
It was already done in Sephardic communities.
Halloween. only been on the show once, is that correct? Twice. That's right. Omaha, then GUINNESS. And, heck yeah. So that's a big board in your truck. What do you do for work again?
Computer repairman.
What do you do driving the semi? Just delivering stuff? Like, are there many black truck drivers? Really? I bet everyone in Iowa does. God damn it, that's the 8th black, that's the 8th colored truck driver I saw this week. They must have stole that truck. I love it, man. I love it. So, how you been doing during the quarantine? They still got you working full time? Okay, so it's not too bad. It's a good way to keep going on unemployment. Lay them off for 1 week. We're even doing that here on Phil County. We started with Joel next week. Maybe another week off. And just keep rolling with it. So, Aline, I see you have a picture of Michael Jordan back there. Is that right? What's he doing in that picture? You've been watching The Last Dance? Fell asleep watching it. Woke up. Continued watching it. Thanks to Express VPN. I watched it on Netflix without commercial interruptions whatsoever. Anyway, yeah.
Is it censored on ESPN? Like, is it really? No, it's not. Is it censored?
Incredible documentary. You forget how much fun all those characters were. No Cartwright, BJ Armstrong, Pippen. Scottie Pippen's voice in this is unbelievable. I actually was thinking the other day of a Pippen impression. By Sonic Flag, have you ever done a,
Well, they do call me Black Death.
hey, have you been working on a Pippen at all because of this Last Dance thing?
A little bit, but it's a little out of my range. It's very,
Make it
very
as strong as possible with as much justification for being able to do
I was
streaming
thinking, I was
and
picturing
Shabbat
last
as
night how
possible.
funny it'd be if you were Pippen and Joel, just all of was Jordan, and if Jesse was Phil Jackson, but a man can only dream, you know.
Where you live, is it open up yet, or is it still locked down?
Damn right. Iowa is as American as it gets. The only restaurants there are Waffle Houses. Waffle Houses are open. Waffle Houses are open. They are the first restaurant across America to open. Meanwhile, Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, accepting government money and clothes. Now, how does any of this make any sense?
I love Waffle House.
I bet you do, Zora.
They're all over everything.
You have that place scattered, smothered, and covered, without a doubt. Halloween, what do you That's true. I'm a fucking huge Waffle House guy. People are always surprised when I tell them that. You're not, right? We always disagree. You and I have complete opposite taste.
I grew up where the Waffle Houses were connected to strip bars, and So it's always considered like no strip bar, like strip clubs. Like there was a strip club next to a Waffle House, like in 3 different places in Columbus.
Or as you called it,
Right. But so I would only go there late at night, and I don't know, it's just compared to like the other places that were around, I never thought it was. I thought it was always greasy and gross, but it could be just the locations.
There's Allie Makovsky. Allie, it was one of the nights when you guys it was when we were in Arizona, and I'm like, I'm fucking hungry. You want to go to Waffle House? And I was like, yeah, no, Waffle House is disgusting. It's like maybe you ever just lose like 6% of respect for somebody. Like, oh, you think not only do you not like Waffle House, you think it's disgusting.
It's probably one both ways. For Allie now,
right? She thought like I like Waffle House, but I mean it's only what you get. Look, you go to the Waffle House, you don't get the fucking waffles.
Or you don't get
You don't get the waffles. You get fucking hash browns, and you dip those bitches out like right. You get salsa in it. You get the fucking the cheese, what else? The onions for fucking sure. Jalapeno. Tortilla. You get crazy. All these jalapeno and tortilla references are making me strong. Getting a little bit emotional. How about you? What's your one? That is true. He is scared of you. What do you get when you go to Waffle House? Good news. There are now. They just built one. That's fun. Alla, what's something that is interesting about you that we haven't found out on your other appearances? Fun fact about Halloween. June 8th. Beautiful. Absolutely. That'll also be the 8 years.
I doubt it.
How long have you been doing this show? Like 7 years or 8 years?
Almost.
Well, very exciting. I hope that you make it. And we'll see you then. I think everything will be good by then. Jesus, thank God.
That's like 3 weeks from now. I doubt the comedy store's going to be open in 3 weeks.
No is the answer. Redman is telling you to stay in Iowa, and he is announcing what the comedy store ate ever since you got that mosaic on your mouth. Seems like you run the joint. Okay, Halloween, it was great to have you. Funny stuff as always. Can't wait to see you live in June. Great Halloween, everybody.
Very exciting music to go ahead.
I don't belong here.
We know. Absolutely. So let's keep it moving. Let's get a stranger in here that we haven't done before. Those are always fun, and that is going to be the comedy stylings of a man named Andrew Wardle. All right, and here's some music. Here's Andrew Wardle.
What's up, guys? This is Andy, calling from Sicily, Italy. I'm actually from England. We lived all over the world. English, and shit. We found a place called Sri Lanka. We called it Ceylon. Because it was full of Ceylon tea trees. So we just fucking called it Ceylon. That's like holiday. Arriving in Thailand, calling it a bridge of the sea. Or, going across the water to America and just calling it Fat Foxaras or something like that.
Wow, my goodness. Andrew Wardle, incredible performance. If you like John Oliver masturbating in bed. Hi, Andrew.
How's it going, guys?
Good, how are you?
Pretty good.
Is that your real hair?
dude, I don't know. Like, it's what's left of it. I'm hanging on to it.
So I think you have, it appears to be an extreme abundance of hair. What is that? Oh, it is. Oh, so you have a little bit of a wig on.
That's his hair. That's his clown hair.
Oh, there's your portion.
Yeah, feel it all the way back. It's beyond the big enough. I'm just hanging on to the last hurrah.
So you're in England right now.
No, I'm in Sicily, Italy.
Wait, you really are in Sicily.
Yeah, I am a house there. I bought a house there.
Wow. How'd you end up making you buy a house in Sicily?
I was on holiday with my wife, and she wanted to buy a house. I bought a house there the next day.
Wait, you're just on a holiday? Don't you have to like first live there before you can think about buying a house?
I just buy houses here and then apply to live here after, but I don't actually live here. I live in China.
Okay.
It's my favorite places.
Illegal, but stuff going on with this guy.
Wet stuff. For sure. That's what I thought when I saw him. I'm like, there's some wet stuff going on.
So, did you already have corona?
Just it's like if Blanca from Street Fighter got coronavirus. I don't know if you.
Do you want corona?
I'll take it.
Get in there and have it with money. Just own it.
What a sense of humor the coronavirus has. So Andrew, what do you do for work?
I'm a teacher. That's right. I teach in China, and I'm still in Italy right now because I was on vacation in my holiday, and then we took it back to China. We're safe. We're fine. We're safe from the shit in Italy. Poland is still next to it.
Jesus Christ. My God. Very hairy situation.
You should have definitely got it.
Yeah, you should have gotten it. Especially since you're all that wet stuff.
I left the house twice because they locked that shit down. They're pretty strict over here for a long time. Christ.
What does your wife do?
She's also a teacher. She teaches at the same school as me.
English, right? Did I ask you that already? You teach English?
Yeah.
Yeah, you both do?
Yeah.
What an easy fucking gig that is, huh? We teach English because we know that. We know that for sure.
It's an it. You just start talking like you're hired.
What's your favorite thing about Sicily?
The oranges and the wine.
A lot of wine there, right? A lot of wine at a good price.
So much wine, but not definitely an alcoholic. There's nothing else to do. They don't drink wine. Just one. Then rinse them out of the house.
Right? Typical English teacher. So crazy. You have a job to easy. It's very satisfying.
Well, we can teach it here to our kids in China, so I'm pretty lucky that I still get to work, I guess.
Oh, that's great. Heck yeah.
Yeah. So, I just sat there with like, my pajamas on, half in bed, just telling them, say this sentence, they're out here, fine. These next day, say to them or something.
You put any festive backgrounds behind you while you're teaching?
I do tend to
You ever do stand-up comedy before, Andrew?
first first time. Well, kind of first time.
They do stand up in Sicily. How long have you lived there?
Well, I live here in the suburbs, in a small town, so there's not much comedy going on over here. But there is comedy in China. I think people actually goes around the streets. I think.
When I go there, so I try to Asian
I have heard it's fun.
Yeah, sure. Love traveling. Internet. It's fun. What else, Andrew? What's a fun fact?
No, I'm embarrassed. I'm like, it's my stool, I guess.
That's surprising.
What kind of bronze?
Fun to play.
Heavy.
Metal. Really? Have you ever been in a band before?
Yeah, nothing terrible. Kind of like friend bands kind of stuff. 10 years out from YouTube.
What was the name of your band? Well, Asia's a very popular band.
But no, there's a white guy with his guitar stage name. Like most of the time, we get paid pretty well just to play. Chinese people, they stage name,
It's coming around the corner. I'm an American now. Hey, what are the American? They start off in I was trying to answer it.
That's me. That's me.
Have you checked out Baby Metal?
checked out Baby Metal.
Yeah. All right. What's your, you have any special moves in the bedroom? This episode's sponsored by Blue Chew. You seem like the kind of guy that's into some kinky shit. You have your hair pulled over your eyeballs. I like to think that, that the carpets match the drapes. Does your hair cover your entire dick and balls?
But now there's my wife bought this face massager a couple of days ago, and she thought it'd be she used to pulse in the face and think this has to have some kind of better, efficient purpose. So she was giving me a blowjob and do this kind of face massager. But just kind of had all the balls, just maybe around the asshole and one thing is the balls. And I haven't really watched to it because
We're close to it.
I like how he started off with first saying, not an acetone.
Right.
And then it quickly became closer to the acetone. And it's like, well, fuck this.
Yeah, I've never been a fan of this. The vibration when you're in the dick. Have you ever tried that? Like, I've tried something similar, like fucking a girl while the dildo's like in her ass. Just getting kind of vibration. Her ass? Yeah. That's Tony Hitchcock. Wow, has she said that? Has she said, I want to pay you, Andrew?
Yes, but when he gave her a letter and said, read this. I want to make you full.
Oh, you do? Great. Here's the strap on in the end. Yes. Number two.
she has expressed some after finding out what it is. That's all that has been quite slow. But I think she's getting great pleasure in that. So writing faces.
Yes, indeed. Having things shoved above it would be considered invasive, to say the least. Can you say something in Chinese for us?
Yo, Miss Aquarius, how are you? I'm lovely. Are you ready?
Are you ready?
Miss Aquarius, we talked in the morning and then I fell asleep and I slept all day. So hours are a little reversed, but that's okay. Hours are that's okay.
We're this way. No, we're this way. No,
Excellent, Mr. Aquarius. Yay for you.
Well,
I'm doing good. So I'm thinking I have to do it good. So I'm thinking I have to do showing my dog. I'm gonna have showing my dog.
there he is, Andrew. Welcome, everybody. There's Andrew.
That's excellent. Okay.
I have a great husband. I have a great husband.
Have you been going to your dentist a long time?
Yeah. Yeah. I know for a long time. But my dentist, you know, my dentist, I go and test, so now we got room check. She don't be that, but they got some other doctors. She don't be that, but they got some other
Let's see if you
doctors.
acknowledge it first.
Well, they got these.
Later on, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to hand it over to William Montgomery.
Coaching me in. Just, you know, she's my little way girl. She's coaching, you know. She's my little staff for sending me candy. Yeah, I did it one time. So he said, nope. Just keep chewing your gums. He said, nope. Just keep chewing your gums. He said, every sugar free, I have it. Every day sugar free, I have it. I said, yes,
Okey-doke.
I'm ready, where is it? I don't see it. I'm ready, where is it? I don't see it. There you go. There you go. I thought I was tripping. I thought the both things. I thought the both things. It was tripping. It was tripping. It was tripping. Go, Rabbi, go. Take the track, you Rabbi. Let's go, let's go.
No doubt.
There you go. There it was.
Yeah, right.
Out.
Yeah.
You probably get sent shit with any redheaded guys, right? You probably get that all the time.
This was me.
Yeah, but seriously, why did you shoot that guy that was just jogging?
Okay, well,
Yeah, is your friend there this week?
okay, well, get that. Whatever, man.
Oh, wow.
No.
What happened to him? You go for a jog?
You got this, boy. I believe in you. You got this.
Oh, no doubt, Mr. Aquarius. Easy peasy. Oh, come on. Garbage.
I'm never right.
Garbage.
I'm never right. Sure.
It's no longer with us. He's a really great friend, great guy. Miss him.
That's so incredible. That gunshot happened and a different version of you popped up on the screen. I don't know.
Almost.
People
Come
saw
on,
it.
boy. Come on, boy.
William, that Adderall joke is unbelievable. That's one of those fucking one in a million one-liners. That is
Give me
just
this.
totally incredible.
Oh, come on.
They should have knocked that out. They should have knocked that
I'm
out.
just writing all my jokes now.
I love that. Mr. Montgomery.
Yeah, how are y'all doing?
You should have got that one too. All those pins went
Oh, you have to
invisible.
go back to the storage facility. That seems like one of the more essential jobs that be happening. Are you sure they didn't just
All right.
go on
Nice.
without you,
There
without
you
telling
go.
you?
All right.
No, I'm still employed.
Come on, Rabbi, let's go. Come on, Rabbi, let's go.
Me, I gotta go back until maybe this Friday, but I might turn it to next Friday just because I'm
Give me this.
not having to go.
Whoa.
Two of my favorite movies mention their Friday and next Friday. Perhaps even the Friday after next would be the one that you actually show up for. That's fun. How's your girlfriend that meets you doing? How's that going for you?
It's been good. I've been hanging. I've been great place in Cedar right now. I'm pretty much living over here.
No.
With the bubonic plague, has
No.
something
In this time period, you let the woman strike you. Yes, it's weird. Yes, somewhat of a pussy in bed.
Hey, Rabbi, you got it.
No doubt.
Rabbi, you got it. Yay. Yay.
Yeah.
You win, Abby.
I win, you win. You and I win.
Before before the pandemic.
Reload.
Yes, we go there all the time.
Why? What would you do at the mall?
Go to the Orange Julius stand.
Yeah, do what?
Get Orange Julius's. It's pizza.
That's incredible. You had a joke about a prostitute, which reminds me, I didn't mention at the top of the episode that we
Nice spare.
still believe that Manolo will be joining us at the end of this episode. Last week, booked a deal in which he would write a minute for a real-life Mexican prostitute. We're going to see how this goes. Fingers are crossed all the way.
Give me this. Are you serious? Garbage.
This episode. What do you think about that, William? Have you ever met a Mexican prostitute?
No. Have you ever had a prostitute in general, or any hand jobs from a massage parlor or anything? Yeah, you guys like Imogene in Memphis. I used to be hand jobs. She's actually no longer with us.
What happened to her?
She died from complications from spread throat.
She was giving blowjobs too, obviously.
Yeah, spread throat.
Here comes the bod. That.
I've been blocking my buddy on super fat.
Yeah, looks like it. You look fucking great.
There's a strike.
Thank you. What would I miss you?
Oh, no.
Like back in Tennessee.
Mother's Day. We had a good long conversation with Frances. She's doing well. Yeah, they're all doing well.
How far do they live from Nashville?
Memphis is like a 3-hour drive. But yeah, they're all good.
If they want to come see, Dave Chappelle and Joe Rogan at the end of September, I'd be happy to throw them on my guest list.
Cool, I'll let them know. It'll be fun. As always, I miss you. I wonder when this will start back up in the Mountain Street.
And it's just
Give it to me.
even a week.
Whoa.
It seems like we're in fantasy season now.
It's over, Miss Aquarius. It's over, Miss Aquarius.
William? Oh, who's that? Who's that? What?
There you go.
Come on. This is a great.
Wow. I can't believe you're quarantined with elderly people in this time.
Where does Harry?
It has been quite the situation. It's been all right.
I love that the one person that even we won't allow in the studio is quarantining with elderly people.
You're still rocking.
And random black guys.
Beautiful.
Really want to come hang out.
What a big score. She puts it out of reach. It's out of reach, Miss Aquarius. I can't get that.
That's why you're on the patio now. All right, William, we love you very much. We miss you. We'll talk to you soon. There he goes, the great William
There we go.
Yes. Yes.
All right, Miss Aquarius. You win, I win. I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
Undefeated bonus. Undefeated bonus.
Good job, Miss Aquarius.
Thank you. Good job to you too.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good job to you too. So you win. I win.
I win, you win.
Thank
Thank you.
But it don't matter. You win. I win. It don't matter. You win.
That's correct, madam. Excellent.
Just gonna wear Daisy. And then you might be coming back. Okay, wear Daisy. So now you might be coming back. Okay. See you later. See you in the morning, okay? See you later. See you in the morning, okay? Try to get you some sleep. Try to get you some sleep.
I'll be up all night, Miss Aquarius.
Okay, I can do with the sleep. Okay, I can do
Yes,
with the
ma'am.
sleep. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. I believe he was late. Lacey, ladies and gentlemen. Eva Lacey. Hi, Eva. How are you? It's absolutely incredible. Normally, Ray-Ban's being frightening, but he actually took the words out of my mouth on that one. That was the next thing I was going to say. That is an incredible smile. There's your real team. Team that looked that good are normally like someone had them smashed out with a baseball bat as a kid or something like that. Like they have unbelievably white, perfect teeth, take some type of like tragic accident in the teen years.
So that's pretty good.
What do you have on what?
One review.
Oh, that's it? Those really are real, huh? It's fucking incredible. Unbelievable. All right, Eva, so let's jump right into it. Where are you at? Oh, nice. Heck yeah. I love San Jose. Beautiful place. The home of great San Jose improv. We've been there right now. Ironically. Eva, you ever do stand-up comedy before?
Yeah, I just started in January.
Awesome. Yeah. You had a good structure to your set. I love the bathroom R. Kelly segue and things like that. It showed that big difference from Andrew Wardle, who just really summed it up from Sicily. You know what I mean? Like I just, all I know now. It was refreshing to have you do jokes.
Terrible smile.
Yes, not nearly as easy on the eyes. Great Eva Lacey. A greeter like at Walmart? Like much less special needsy job than a greeter at Walmart.
What's the meanest thing you've ever said to someone when you greeted you?
I don't know, like there's going to be a bit of weight, so sorry about that.
You brought up something interesting. Women calling men daddy in bed. That has always frightened me. Yeah. You do? Do you really? Is that true? Is it real? Is it daddy in bed?
Yes, my play wife says daddy in bed.
No, it's creepy. I mean, especially when it's not even like the sex daddy, where it almost sounds like it's real, like there's something real behind it.
Yeah, and like don't get yeah, that's what it sounds like. Very good, mnemonic. There's always something great when you're, maybe having a one night stand and you're like, oh, this chick's damaged or dirty. Like that's always fun. But there's something about the daddy thing where it's the opposite. Like it's a sad kind of dirty and disappointing. Like it's just like, daddy. Like of all the things, like that's almost basically a safe word for me. Like it's just like you're reminding me that I didn't have a dad in my childhood. Like, lady, you're not the only one with daddy issues here.
Daddy, you didn't have one, yeah.
And it almost forces you to like play along too. Like, did you do your homework and shit like that? And then it just gets too creepy.
Like if you say, Eva, you have a boyfriend? Oh wow, during the quarantine? Wow, look at you. Danger. How did you guys end up hooking up on a dating site or something? Wow, and then your first date, what was that like? How did that go down? Yeah. And you met him at the park? Okay. So a white guy or a black guy? Hey, look at that! That's our race. It's a big deal when we get a beautiful black woman to join our demented side of things.
Very awkward.
Demonic, it's a comedy show. We're on. The awkwardness. Your tricks like a plant. So you can.
That's maybe why she has a nice smile.
Stop.
My family is putting it.
True?
You sound like you are.
Is that true? No, you're fucking with us, right? Right. Interesting. What does he do for work?
I'm not a leech.
There you go. Yes, I know. Never mind. Very good. What does he do for work?
He's an ice cream.
No. IT.
Oh, wow. Really?
Well, she lives in San Jose. Everything's IT.
Oh, that's right. Interesting. How about your past dating life? Was it mostly white guys or?
Yeah.
Yeah. Heck yeah.
So you've got a Hillary from Fresh Prince complex.
They had Fresh Prince of Bel-Air to on play.
Like I said, I am the Black Death. I know all culture.
Wow. I love it. You have any special skills or talents, Eva? No? Sure? You're not like the Masked Singer or anything like that? What do you like to do for fun? Hobbies or anything?
I travel like a lot.
Oh. What do you normally write about?
I just write about my day, like short stories, comedy bits.
I love that. Where do you keep your journal? In the what?
In the school.
Goodness, bubonic you are.
He actually does write in his journal every single day. I've seen him.
It's true.
Right. Like, you have books and books, don't you? You've been doing it. How long have you been doing it? Wow.
It's true. I've seen it. It's up to some flights back from some cities. I have fallen asleep on a flight, and Jeremiah will be journaling, and I will wake up 4 hours later, and sometimes he's still journaling. It's very interesting.
I would love to get my hands on this journal.
I swear to God, the second I can get away from 2D, never got anything again. You all know. I do. All right, Eva, so much fun. Such a great interview. Such a positive pour of energy you are. And track us down, and we'll get you into the, you can make it to Sacramento, and we're up there, we'll throw you and your white boyfriend on the guest list, and maybe that white boyfriend, maybe you'll even have a new white boyfriend. By the time we make it to Sacramento, but we'll get you into that show just for mine. And we'll get you in. Eva Lacey, everybody. She is the great Eva Lacey. Thank you, Eva. She's Eva Lacey, Lacey on social media. William is William.F.Montgomery1. Allow me. All right, here we go. Another Ranger. Anything can happen. This is a minute of comedy by Matt Markman. Here's Matt Markman. great. How are you?
I'm good.
Velma, where are we talking to you from? Where are you at?
So right now I'm in RV and
Oh, awesome. I fucking love RVs. Do you drive it around a lot, or are you mostly stationed out of Mississippi?
so I was doing coffee and base for like 16 years. And after I quit my job and bought an RV, and me and my wife and my 5-year-old decided to 6 months to work on comedy.
Fucking love it. Love it. I'm obsessed with it. I'm obsessed with that idea. I'm obsessed with that style of fucking living. I mean, that is just absolutely fucking awesome. I once lived in an RV. Little fun fact, fresh out of high school, my brother and I both lived in an RV in Burbank, California, very close to where Death Squad Studios is and where Red Band lives. And that was my initial contact with California. We lived in an RV that we actually paid a house owner money to park it in their driveway. It was fucking awesome. It was one of the most fun times of my life. I was 19 years old, and it was a dream. Eventually, we ended up breaking that RV. We drove it over the Santa Monica Mountains and blew out the engine. Yeah, back then, it goes to show how technologically advanced we were in 2004. We had a paper map, and we saw that the shortest distance to this party that was at basically Malibu Beach was this one route, but you couldn't see the elevation on this paper map. So we took a 29-foot RV over these hills. This is also the closest to death I've ever been. I don't know if I ever talked about this on the show. My brother, who is the least spiritual man that I know, swears that the brakes weren't working on this RV when we were coming down the other side, and that it was an absolute, like, some external force saved us from going over the edge. Like, it didn't make any scientific sense. We ended up blowing out the engine. The next day we found out about the blown out engine. We didn't even know because it sort of like sustained and then spilled its coolant everywhere. We got there trying to make this long story as short as possible.
Include the idea that it could be 1 in 7 or 84.
That took 29-foot RVs. Ended up saying that it doesn't make any scientific sense that this
3% or 14.7% or whatever it is. That's an important statistic that I want the reader to know, even if we have to do it gently.
So RVs bring up, I don't think people realize how fucking amazing great RVs are. I guess you can actually tell right now because you look like you're in one of the best kitchen setups that we've seen out of all of these quarantine episodes, and you're also the only person in an RV. Yeah.
my wife couldn't take it away.
I mean, like, I think you're the only person out of all these quarantine episodes that I am actually jealous of their setup.
Yeah. I've always wanted to get one of those silver air screens, whatever you call it.
I mean, I've looked it up multiple times. You know, that's the thing is sort of just like, you know, really the only thing truly keeping me completely in Los Angeles is podcasts and, you know, Comedy Store Dream, getting so many spots there. But if that place ever falls
I don't see the 14.7% and 84.3%. I want to see that. That's important.
Right, sure.
Or whatever it is, whatever the percentages are, 1 out of 7. Say that is an uncertainty that should not be dismissed, even though it may not be along Missouri or tradition or whatever. There is some uncertainty, especially with the missing years.
Arizona. Yeah.
So I actually met that I just want to make sure I was in COVID setting.
Right. Fuck yeah.
Where you parked right now, I could say. So I'm like, well, I'm not doing that right now. I'm kind of relaxing right now, but
Yeah,
it's working out.
for sure. But having an RV does cost money. So you like saved up for that? You have a bunch of budgeted?
We got some money put aside, so it kind of worked out. My wife worked at a casino that closed at my rock virgin. So she actually got laid off, so she was already contracted. So then I had some money put aside, and I hated my job. I used to work at a pharmacy, and I was done. Yeah.
What did you do at the pharmacy?
I was a technician.
They also include that what the punishments are for celebrating Shabbat on the wrong day. They're very strict. Say what they are in the Talmud.
Coming in demanding
Just for the reader's knowledge that it's important to know.
So stand-up comedy-wise, what is your 16 years you said, right? Any highlights or lowlights of your 16-year career?
I mean, I got to work with a lot of great people. Like when I was sentenced for
Yes, you can integrate it, but you don't have to give the full essay right now. Now we're going to move on to the next biggest weakness. Please provide it for me and we'll work through it.
So I just wanted to branch out. You know, 3 weeks was a blast. You know, I had a great time. Arizona. The last place I was Vancouver, this day. My buddy branched out to still want to Denver. Just right now. Yeah. It was amazing. I had a bunch of other spots up there, and all the shit bands and stuff in Austin. It was a big snowstorm coming, and we had friends there, so we stayed there for a month.
It's the lights. So fun. And I love every part of that type of thing. The fun that can happen there. I mean, you guys know every October I drive I'm the happiest guy. I drive everybody in a big one of those econo vans, big one, 16-person Mercedes, fucking crazy van. Kill Tony Mania every year. But the real dream, obviously, way down the road, is to have something like that and plug everybody around in a fucking fun apartment like that. I just want to have like all your stuff.
We're going to do both. But you could say that there might be some changes that could be made in the normal Shabbat preparations, like having a timer that changes your Wi-Fi IP address so that you're not doing anything if you're searching the internet on your normal Wi-Fi, or changing your phone over to airplane mode. That changes weekday activities to a different thing. And additionally, well, let's just take it from there.
I used to have that too. Like, just horrible stomach pains. Especially since when I first started, Rogan used to always put me up in front of like sold out shows, you know, and that's like thousands of people. So I'm going to the great room afterwards, just with my stomach in pain. And this happened like for years. Now it doesn't bother me at all. But yeah, I get it. It's because I was always like a nervous person growing up, a shy person. You know, so me going in front of people that seems ridiculous to mass.
For sure. It certainly looks like you haven't grown up in a few years.
Yeah, I should probably get to that. I'm built up.
All right, Matt. fun times, man, and a great story. I love you talking about that, getting over your anxiety. Matt Markman, everybody. He's on Instagram, a comedian, Matt Markman, all one word. Twitter, Matt Markman, all one word. There he is, Matt Markman. It's a mad world, and we are joined by super regular and gross joke writing icon. It's a great David Lucas, everyone. What's up, David?
It's been sad all night.
Look, can you make the argument that if the computer is already on,
Yeah, I keep thinking every time I look at
then
ChatGPT, you look exactly
typing of
like
it doesn't write anything, doesn't make a mark. It's all digital, so the system is already running. And you can make the argument that the action is actually, if you want to make the argument, like plugging in the system and turning it on, the physical aspect of that. Once the system is on, it's already on. It's similar to a blip. And I understand that you want to say that typing is a direct action, but you could say that in its own way could be indirect, like typing a button is indirect, making something change on a computer screen. It's indirect. You're not actually forcing something on a computer screen. It's like a bunch of systems that have to be done for it to make a change.
I'm so obsessed with Beetlejuice now, I want to figure this out. Sorry, David, we're going to get back to that show. Now it's fucking with me. It's fucking with me now more that I saw that there and Aaron Bass taking up when they first check into the afterlife.
Yeah, there's a lot of friends that are really similar to me.
That movie is so fucking unbelievable. All those people kill themselves. You look in the when they are in the dead from that part, the purgatory part, all the employees that have to work in the afterlife all kill themselves. That's a punishment. Imagine that. Going there and seeing Rudy when you first start to check in for dying.
I messed up big time. How I messed up in purgatory.
So David, how are these outdoor shows going for you?
It's called they stay as called.
Continue from the previous chat, please.
Okay. Now you got my attention. It's like a real drive.
Yeah, clubs are doing it too in Arizona. Like big clubs.
Pull your microphone. Your microphone's rubbing up against your breast.
Use the argument as possible that due to quantum physics, we never actually touch anything. Like, even as closely as your fingers move to touch something, they don't actually ever touch it. You don't ever actually touch anything.
It's true. David roasts people now. Anybody who makes fun of people on Instagram Live, I tune in and join in on the comments. This is true for Jeff Ross's Insta roast, David Lucas's nightly roast, and Andrew Schultz's Corona's Got Talent. I can't help myself. That's my equivalent of sitting in the back of the OR late night heckling Don Barris. No, I ran into this week. I drove up to the Comedy Store just because I had to kill 20 minutes. I'm like, I'm going to go stare at the building for 10 minutes because that's how obsessed with the Comedy Store. And 40 seconds after I pulled in, Don Barris pulls in behind me and we hang out for 20 minutes. It was so cool. Unbelievable coincidence, timing, and fucking weird comedy sport gods pulling us together. We laughed about it tremendously. What the fuck were we just talking about?
Driving outside shit.
That's right. Driving. It is so cool.
That shit working like police officer. Police officer. Or whatever. He's like, you gotta be funny.
Oh, that's cool.
So I just had a person in his ass.
That was in Burbank?
That was in Burbank. I told him, I said, nobody respects Burbank police. Y'all didn't kill nobody yet.
Right. From my understanding and my past experience, Burbank police are some of the fucking tightest, worst, meanest. They give tickets for cigarette smoking when that first started, which is like the equivalent of modern day, like walking on the sidewalk and taking off your mask for a second and getting tackled. They once took my buddy away for the night. They put him in jail. My buddy that won The Price is Right. During that visit, after he won The Price is Right, he was here for a couple more nights, and he got sent to their local jail for a night because he had a theatrical sword, much more theatrical than even this one. And the Burbank police said that even though it's not an actual sword, it could scare people into thinking it's a sword. And it was in the trunk, by the way. You had to search the trunk to find it. Yeah, have it now? Correct. Yes. Yes. Absolutely.
That's what makes people act like that, though.
Yeah. Rough times there. Two of the whitest guys you've ever seen in your life. That's crazy. You don't ever see videos of that. You don't see videos of the most boring videos in the world. White guys getting arrested for shit that is ridiculous. Maybe we need to post more of those so that everybody feels like it's equal. Is that weird?
We write the essay with these changes that we've discussed.
Before they get up in this sweet
Please.
candle ass. David, what else is shaking? Anything else fun? You still losing weight or you give up on that yet?
This summer, I won't know, but I know if that makes sense.
I believe in you.
I was in a team show on the podcast like 2 weeks ago. That was no slap, but I was in that motherfucker.
Oh, that's small, right? Wow. God, triple X. What do you call it? Diesel.
That shit will be done.
Wait, like Vin Diesel and win?
Bruh, I ain't listening to that. I take
Oh, wait a second. This is very exciting. Everybody is standing up right now. They are Arthur, is this a challenge, perhaps, that you're putting out for Vin Diesel when the quarantine is over? You're saying street fight? Wow, this is exciting news.
Lucas J. Gomez just came in his pants on the knees.
Shit. Oh my god. Alright, David.
This is like
Okay, you like microwave chicken?
seems like you can come back.
You're like Evander Holyfield of potatoes.
He's like small men.
Hey,
like Vin Diesel.
Okay, now you know to shut your ass up.
He's
Hey, just kidding. Hey,
Those are molecules. All right, David, we love you. There he is, David Lucas. We love you. Watch him on Instagram. Nightly roasting. David Lucas, funny on one word. Hilarious guy. And up next, you guys can just keep playing if you want. I'll just keep introducing the next guy. Coming up next, a stranger, yet again, goes by the name of Dustin. So here we go. Here's a minute from Dustin.
These people are lazy. They're going to call people again. Mannequins, all the mannequins are right. Fucking dummies. Last time I checked, most of these freeloaders are just standing around. In no space. Some of them dress pretty well, I guess, but, none of it really fits me the same. So, mannequin Watson told catfishing.
I love it. Amazing. Just amazing. I can say without any doubt one of my favorite sets of this entire quarantine. You put it all together there, and the cutbacks to the mannequins were amazing. And you paid homage to all the buffoons that we've had on the show in the past that have not known what to do with the mic stand and didn't know they were going to get picked. I love that. Dustin, how are you, my man? Good. Where are you at?
I'm in Birmingham, Alabama.
Wow. I didn't realize they had people that had boatloads of common sense in Birmingham, Alabama. You born and raised there?
Pretty much.
Okay. What do your parents do? What do your parents do for work?
Somewhere, not around.
Okay.
He's in management.
Yeah, we might have the same father actually. We might be brothers. He's even known as Joe. Has he ever been referred to as Joe?
That's a real story.
One day, we'll be able to cover all of this.
Why so many mannequins for some reason? Okay, yeah. Audience business, we do merch and things, so we have those to dress up and set up. We also do videography, animation, and shit, so it's being able to actually find and do stuff that wasn't super shit.
Fuck yeah. Looks like a goddamn Death Squad podcast. You know what I mean?
If you need any more mannequins, I got a bunch to get rid of.
I wonder what Steve-O really was going to do to that mannequin if he got his hands on it. I don't think he would have exploded it. He probably would have.
Yeah, I was gonna blow it, alright, yeah, I was gonna just suck a mannequin's dick,
I love it. You got a girlfriend out there, Dustin?
I do not.
dated a mannequin before?
Good question, Steve. Taking one on a date.
I like it. Amazon has sexy mannequins you can buy pretty cheap, and like ones with like bigger boobs and bigger butts and stuff like that. If you're any sexy mannequin.
Dude, why are you searching for that?
I have like 10 sexy mannequins.
So Alabama girls, let's talk about it. They get pregnant very easily. What are your thoughts on Alabama women?
I mean, they're good, some just like,
They have a stand-up line there? Is that right? Or is that an unskill?
there's lots of this stardom here in the world. We don't have like a real scene like comedy or, there's probably somebody here right now that does comedy where it's like really physically saying that. I just don't know if that's not real.
Did you vote for president in the last election?
Yes.
Who'd you vote
Yes,
for?
I did.
Yeah, you're from Alabama. I think we all pretty much know. You vote for Hillary? Wow. Oh my goodness.
We have people that are born. We have people that are selling this country down the drain.
He's absolutely correct. That is the president that led us to the greatest economy in American history. Till late. Hell yeah. Oh, that's interesting. You must have been that one guy. I always wondered who was the one guy in Alabama that voted for Hillary. That's incredible. So that's fun. Dustin, and you live by yourself there?
Is it a real person or is it a mannequin?
It is my business partner.
So a lot of masturbating going on over there. What's your favorite type of porn? What's the type of porn that you look at that you're into? Perhaps maybe only as of late.
There's nothing special.
Here, I'll go first. I have a new one, guys. I have a new one as of this past week that I got into for a second, and I found really interesting. Maybe we could open up dialogue here like we do sometimes. I found a type of porn called Take the Condom Off. You know about this? So this is when Gage is laughing. Gage is a tastemaker, by the way. He didn't tell me about this, but if Gage likes something, it's a sign that it's coming, right? He's the one that told me about Jim Can't Swim, which I mentioned on Rogan this past week, and I get tweeted at every 10 minutes someone's saying fucking thanks for getting me addicted to Jim Can't Swim. Anyway, Take the Condom Off the porn. Well, is when they start with a condom and then the girl says, take the condom off.
Why do you like that? It seems like unnecessary.
It is, I must say, that the shocking thing that's interesting about this is that there's something that is hotter about it than if they start without a condom on.
Because it's illegal.
You would no. It's not the guy taking the condom off without her permission, Rabbi.
No, you can have porn.
He's talking about the feeling that you get.
You have to have a condom on porn.
No, you don't.
Well, they want you to condom, so
No,
you
you
don't.
don't. In some states you do, but not in all states. Most of the states in which porn is filmed, that's why 95% of porn doesn't have condoms on it. I don't think porn stars are really the law-abiding citizens you think they are.
They have to get tested.
Right.
To get fined. I have a group of porn that I found out that you don't ever want to watch. You might like it, but I don't think it was.
What is it?
Because I was looking up to see if they still make those real dolls. I was like, I wonder if they still make them, if they're better looking now than they are. And As soon as I get to my place, I wonder what it feels like. So afterwards, there was like no videos on their website. The real dogs. So I was like, you know what? I wonder if Pornhub has videos. And there's videos of guys fucking real dogs on there, and it's the most disturbing thing ever because it looks like a realistic woman, but she's like dead or something. and so it's not even like porn. It's just like it's watching guys masturbate. So,
Yes, that's exactly what it is.
I know. That's why I say 29 languages.
It's one of those situations you always try to get me for saying gay stuff, and then there you go, admitting that you watched multiple videos.
I didn't like it.
I just got stuck in the
How many did you try out?
I only 3 because I used to.
That's his latest product review.
It's too virtual, right?
Got a new review. I opened a box. Real doll videos.
I got.
Oh my god. Get it out.
Get
it out of here. Now why does it look like Corona Jensen Johnson? Oh my god. Alright, we took us off into a crazy tangent here. Somehow, Dustin, it was my fault. You seemed all alone. I asked you about porn, and I brought up take condom off. It's because it makes the girl dirty. She doesn't want you to have the condom on, so that makes it the opposite. By the way, Jeremiah, the looks he gives me anytime we talk about anything sexual. God help us if it's something new and sexual. Jeremiah has to do 10 Hail Marys before having sex.
My favorite is when the girl is mad at me because we're wearing a condom, and you're like, fine, I guess I'll wear a condom, and halfway through you feel the condom break.
I haven't masturbated.
We know Red Band out there just breaking the condom.
Or sometimes I just take her hair tie off the nightstand, put it on so she can feel it and start thinking like,
Red Band's condoms break because the pussy is so unbelievably dry when he's fucking it that
yeah, it's just small ass fucking condoms that they use. Chicks always have the free ones from Planned Parenthood.
How many times have you guys masturbated during quarantine? Many times.
I actually have them all the time.
I would say that my masturbation has not occurred, is not flying here. It's still at a high level.
I just have no do it when the dog's hanging along. There's like 3 minutes. So.
Yeah, you're really, that's just enough time to watch 3 real doll videos. All right, Dustin, well, you know, your set was, again, like I said, probably my favorite quarantine-related set of this entire, 7 fucking episodes now. So thank you so much, dude, and I'm out. Show, make it out. I'm out. I'm this shit off there, so I'm going on 1 second. What'd you say? All right, absolutely. That's definitely gonna happen. There it is, Dustin, everyone. He's on Instagram at HeyBuddyCC and HeyBuddyCC.com. He said he makes a bunch of stuff, so check out his comedy. Stick to the rivers and the lakes that you're used to. Who said you can't have 2 golden ticket winners on 1 episode of Quarantine Kill Tony? I don't think so. I believe it's this guy's birthday or something like that. Or was, or is. Who gives a fuck? I love it. I love it every time he's on the show. The record holder for most appearances all time for Golden Ticket winner from Phoenix, Arizona. This guy made Golden Ticket history by winning at the age of 20, cashing in 2 days later on his 21st birthday at the Comedy Store. Ladies and gentlemen, it is once again Tristan Bowling, everyone. Here he is, Tristan Bowling.
So I got a girlfriend recently, and it's fucking I got a girlfriend recently, sexy, and she was telling me, she was like, baby, say something, I'm like, all right, I got you. And she's looking back at me like, are you kidding me? I take my role play serious. You're going to jail, son. Criminal justice is like organized scales.
that's the cynical West. That's one of those kids.
He is. He's got those fucking TikTok-y energies. He's one of the, that's what I originally fell in love with him for, is that he's just this fucking hip young kid that doesn't seem like he should even fucking,
Like he's got a lens flare. He has 3 lens flares.
he doesn't even seem like he should like this show, not to mention, or lens flares. Oh, yeah.
Gotta get right to looking at the J.J. Abrams movie, dog.
That's pretty good, yeah. For sure, dude. How's life going, buddy?
Oh, I'm doing good. It's my 22nd birthday today.
I love that. 1 year ago today, we were all at the Comedy Store, packed crowd. You were on stage.
I know. Like a fucking loser.
Yeah.
You have a girlfriend now. Congratulations.
Yeah. I'm looking at her right now.
She's laying down in bed. She's afraid of being on camera.
Oh.
Yeah, but you guys want to see her? You guys? Here's your feet.
No, you're not gonna see her feet, Red Man. God damn it.
Hello.
Say hello.
You guys are the cutest lesbian couple I've ever seen in my life.
Oh yeah, you only got nothing on our ass.
Yeah. Absolutely. We're good. You ever heard of take the condom off porn before?
No, I have not. But if
It is. See, instead of seeing normal porn, I feel like people go to, whatever their favorite part is, but in take your condom off porn, you have to make 2 stops. You have to scan whatever your other favorite
question here, do the guys ever fight it in this scenario? Like, no, I should really keep it on.
No, there are no Christian male porn stars that are like, no, I think this is best if that would be the worst porn ever.
Have you been tested recently, sweetie?
Yeah. Are you on the pill? That's when, directors yell out good questions, dude.
Like, have you ever heard in a porn, a guy asks a girl if she's on the pill before she goes, come inside me?
And the only time it will last if you're on the pill is if it ends up in a great pot. That's the only time. There's always a lot of foreshadowing going on in porn.
The only thing I've ever heard before, that's a question is like, is dad coming home soon?
Right. It's always, and that's another pandemic that's happening, is everything is stepsister, stepbrother porn now. Which I noticed that, and I was thinking about this the other day, because there's so many of them now, that there's only one direction that this could go, and that's actual brother actual sister.
There is that.
Well, yeah.
It's Express Meat.
Well,
you think this is the only show Brian produces?
Do you know of any countries where something is legal?
Russia.
Because something that I Googled the other day, because I have been using my ExpressVPN, they're a sponsor, but don't get it twisted. Like, I am a proud, card-carrying member. Like I said, The Last Dance, I have a huge advantage over regular ESPN viewers. They're just not watching fucking Papa John's. Anyway, right. So the other day, I Googled, when I first got it a few weeks ago, I Googled what type of porn is available in other countries, or whatever isn't available in America, and everything that comes up is literally the laws against child pornography laws, and I'm like, oh fuck, I never should have even Googled this. Right? Like, I felt like my door was about to get kicked in, because there's no way to actually.
It says police is illegal, and so like other countries, it's actually the real mom and dad, or real mom and son, and shit like that. And so Russia's really big on that. There's also a lot of like I guess it's legal, but not real legal. Like there's some countries that have actual rape, where it's actually people getting really raped.
That sounds horrible. What countries were that? Switzerland. Setting it to Anakin Skywalker found out that Padme was sick, and like he's realizing that he's slowly turning to the dark side right now. How many Our Fathers are you gonna have to say after this episode? Anyway, so Tristan, where'd you find this girlfriend at? Let's just jump right into it. 7 minutes into your interview.
And you had the iPod. I'm not
Water, please.
no, but we met on
Keep it going. Keep answering the question. We're watching a dog try to fuck a girl while you answer the question.
well, this is elaborate, and I wish I could be there to join you. But is that clear?
No, turn it up. Turn the audio off. Turn the audio off. My God. Where'd you meet your girl, Tristan?
What the fuck? You're playing dog porn. How is
No, we're not playing dog porn on the fucking screen. We're watching dog porn. You answer the question.
Wait, we're not watching dog.
I can hear I just heard the screaming of paws of a heart. It's a bad dog, Tristan. It's a very bad dog. Oh, it seems like he's getting a fucking treat, dude. And he's loving it.
How did you see something?
I don't see shit. I can just assume my vivid imagination.
Okay. To meet your girlfriend.
Online. I'm not sure if that's how like the girl and the dog met, but alright, I'm continuing. It was a lot of fun. We met during COVID, so we're quarantined together. It was cute. When we first met, I was afraid that she was a catfish, and she was afraid I was a catfish, so we're both pleasantly surprised.
Wow, that is incredible. Two fucking just cuties finding each other in this wild world. Everybody's still on dating sites during this pandemic. It's just incredible to me.
It's they're popping, man. It's like Keith's loneliness time. I'm just looking, I got me a honey. Yeah, she didn't like that too hard. Alright.
Ryan has now pulled up animation animal.
It's not even worse or better.
It's worse.
Because you have to think about someone animating every single frame and selling them.
Yeah, but it's not real, so I would argue it's better than real.
Don't tilt it that hard, you retard.
You need a black censorship bar
So I said good morning, son to the Sheffield. There's a couple of wishes that you can bring us for resolving it.
When I get home, mine's supposed to make it great shit.
Yes, sir. The best cause.
Nothing but the big dog, the big dog, the their project.
This is what it's about. All right, Tristan, anything else? You have anything else up your sleeve? You're a little magician over there. We love your fucking raps. Classic.
I wrote a little birthday rap. Tell me you guys if you can do this beat.
You want to watch a documentary? I am too. Okay. Just one moment. Okay, here's my question for you. I don't know if you can stream it. I'll give you the website. It's topdocumentaryfilms.com. You choose anything in the top 100, and then I'll watch it with you. There is one that I really want to watch, if you just want to know. and it's the Michael Jackson one. It's ranked number 1, and I want to watch it, but I don't know if you're into watching it.
We got this. Let's go. But he's
TopDocumentaryFilms.com, that's correct. And then the 3-line menu or the hamburger menu, you should see Top 100. Okay, it's Top TOP Documentary Films.com.
This type of utensil which was made out of earthenware. It does not need to be in this thing. But I'm going to ask you, 100.
Yes, sir, and it's number 1. Now read. Let's do it. All right. So do you know how to stream? Take your time.
This is a dual question, both in terms of passion as well as
Look at you. You don't mess around. Excellent.
Glass is treated like metal. Why is glass treated like metal? Because glass, if it breaks, we can melt it down and reform it just like metal. Therefore, it has the status of metal axles. So once they say, obviously, for the United States, so much we don't get in Papa.
Alright, I am joining with my other account right now.
Yes. What is the status of glass? This glass absorbed, not absorbed here. The question is not as much in terms of absorbency, but rather, I guess,
Okay. Oh, excellent. Okay. So, just one moment. Absolutely. I'm joining with my other account.
Yeah, you got one. Take 5 minutes. Big popcorn.
Right. I'm joining with my other account. I'm gonna do that 5 minutes or whatever. 8 minutes or whatever. So that I can restart the device that I'm using. Okay. So how was your day? Okay, well, I'll give you 5 minutes. What happened?
Second place, finished in fourth place, so I could win it by myself in the computer. So I could win it by myself in the computer. So I realized that's how to be more.
That's really great.
Like the came back to
Oh, the $500 one.
Exactly. Yeah. It's a beautiful terminal. And I just put it on and set it up. Yeah, so we judge it ultimately again like its end. Therefore, to be like a memory pencil.
Isn't that an interesting feeling?
Yeah, I mean,
Yep.
This actually blocks.
I don't know if you've ever heard of Black Magic or Black Magic.
Fuck yeah, DaVinci Resolve.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And then with Mac integrated in,
DaVinci Resolve is some of the best free to use software I've ever used.
Yeah, beautiful. I heard today. Someone was talking about the difference in the spaces and how the color palette, better with so much better color grades for color grades. That's something that I cool about this software.
And that's the sensitivity. You can read based on what it is at its core.
I'm getting all the new
I have I think it's really great that Apple's putting out that device, but I have some concerns about it. It runs on an iPhone processor, right?
Yeah, let me tell you this. Let me tell you just about it. The reasoning,
Yeah, do whatever you want.
Right, well, I'm going to tell you that it does that for a reason. For develop desktop and iOS and iOS and Android and touch them all against
Okay, but I mean, basically, isn't it just like a phone with a GPU?
No, it's kind of full on graphic card and graphic card. They give them
Okay.
SS keyboard directly jacked to the card of the
Does it have a headphone jack?
Absolutely, I'm on it right now.
Oh, nice. Hey, my other friend is here. Riser, how you living, Pimp? And he just left. He'll be back though. So we might have to. I know you do. So we might take a time out on the Michael Jackson documentary. I've been trying to get him to watch it, but his mom's in town and she's not about that life. I don't know how to describe it. It's like it's just talking about the potential innocence of an individual. So I mean, that's really interesting to me. It's very true crime and stuff, but so he may come in and want to watch something else, which is fine. He will stream it if he does. So keep telling me about your device. What color is it?
I don't know if they even colors they came out with.
They're for yeah. It's something like that. It was called something like that. Welcome, Riser. How are you?
Sorry. I have a documentary on it's called Bathtubs over Broadway. It's kind of funny, and it's about corporate musical advertisement. This guy over from the 50s and 70s.
We're ready for it.
And it's great.
We're ready for it. We're ready for it.
All right. Without further ado.
What did I tell you, Oz? FTW.
I purchased something from the company. What do you have? immerse it in a mikvah, and you're good to go. Second category, items used cold. Items used cold. Now, you want to drink your glasses from the apple. Never use it and with heat. So what you need to do, clean it off, wipe it down, immerse it in the mikvah. So משתמש עדיף. But let's say you bought utensils that are used with heat to go. Ayolos, והכל פרוס, ומכאן מגיע כמקביל.
Oh, I imagine it would be. Does it have a moving? Does it have a fan? Yeah.
I tested it with a stove.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. Okay, we'll look at them. We'll look at them, but this documentary started. Yeah. You okay? Go to Risers. It just started. But I'll look at it after the documentary. Okay, so do you see? You're welcome.
And you bought the utensil from the apple, and you did not kasher it. Like you didn't kasher it. What is the status of the food that you cooked in? One opinion says that food cooked inside of is also. The other opinion says, what's not a contradiction? Look, kasher. Harkiman, when you say, Hamid, also, Harkiman, no. Okay, so what was the biggest focus we saw? The example is that any of the absorptions in the ultimately again are one big, but are meant to get much more brilliant. So the Shaila is what's the impact of those joint absorptions with when they come out and get mixed in with my motion food. So one of the things that you say come with plant is motor, one says also, one month. Coming up sometimes got motor. Getting the company as well money. If you wish cat and stuff. Or is that what you amazing what we've done? Is if you hold it together. So then how do you ever have a limited situation using the utensil of around you? In other words, if you see that in general the instructions that come out of the path are not really value added, so then what's the case in the Torah about using utensils of around you that would be prohibited? So that's all like you bring it. You know, you ask for Torah, every could be in a vessel. Right, in general, the Torah is only asking. You have to be a vessel, and what's that vessel means? It can serve you within the last 24 hours. The assumption is within the last 24 hours, the instructions are active. That's the biblical prohibition case. Anything past 24 hours is only going to be rabbinic prohibited. You can't either mystery, so if that's the case, the only time you should be unable to use the utensil of a non-Jewish well within 24 hours of his last use. And after 24 hours, it should be fine. He might have said, technically, you're right. But is there a shame about Soma? We should be there about Soma. What are you concerned about? We're concerned. we let you use the utensil of a 9G 24 hours after his last use. You come to what? Use it within 24 hours of his last use. When absorptions within 24 hours of use are active, after 24 hours of use are dormant. This has a variety of conscious ramifications and implications. The thing was say the truth is even absorptions within 24 hours, still it's not like the actual video itself. Ultimately, again, it is considered to be somewhat quote-unquote public. Still a little compromise. You can say, what we do, I'm going to rush shishas. So it's in the program. So the Amr brings the population of shishas. Today we learned Hashim. Even the Haskalah, we're not going to bar. Ultimately, again, I was like, so this is spits, skewers, being passionate, fire. Direct literally pick up their food. By the time you got a culture, it was interestingly enough, if you contrast this with sacrificial one, I will say interestingly enough, there's a whole set of halachas about contrasting utensils that we use with karbanos. Why? What's the issue by karbanos? Because remember, interestingly enough, a carbon has a legal purpose. What's the size of carbon after that window is closed? What is it called? It's called no. So, interestingly enough, there's a certain designation of partial absorptions as well, which is quite fascinating. So, therefore, you have to be careful about measuring utensils used, because the utensils used for hardship. So if you look at this by hardship, like the others, I've shown the masker, so if you have the split or the skewer. For hardship, like even the time you go ahead and you touch it with hot water. So what's it mean? You just said before that skewers and splits, which are because by that contact with fire, how do you catch it? With fire. Human sense. But like hydrilla everything passes in water, which again we're discussing here. Just a moment. I'm going to gray. Not even touching it. You don't think about it. Why is it comparing carbonas open? Again, utensils purchased from non-Jews. It's too hard. Different things. And I will say, watch this. Potato baba, Hassan Pesula baba. This is a profound distinction. The absorptions are absorptions of Isra, absorptions of omission. That's really one way. By carbonos, the absorptions ultimately again are permitted. So it's like we're going to see this is a theme. Whenever the absorptions ultimately again are of a permitted source, the passion says ultimately is going to be more lenient. The absorptions are from a prohibited source, you need a stricter form of kosherization. I'm not saying this hard. Keep up on this with the whole again. That's fine. I understand by country, when the absorptions were in the winter, or when they come out, or which means below, where they stay and they become docile, because they become also around it. Rabbi might have so what does it mean when you say that we do hydrolla? by touching. Zero says Shtifa Uberika. First, to reverse the process of scrubbing, and washing. And they say that is super use because it ain't Hashem. Just the other at the heart of it. Finish up, saving the season. Yesterday we did touching. We will discuss a lot of these processes in Years Hashem included. But again, I think those two utensils used for sacrificial purposes are not for the rights of there is a process called the Shtifa. To get rid of the meat and washing and scrubbing and all that fire, meat done in the week, which people would say, I don't know what happened. What are you talking about? Meat and Shtifa is done with cold water. Hot water is done with boiling water. And I'm not buying it. Yaki, I love it. Rabbi says, if I say this last year, Yaki, I love it. Maybe for the boss of the deal. It's fresh. Your comment on it, which means also that some the Mishnah doesn't write everything explicitly. Something from a different context to the bottom of the order, actually just a moment. Yagidala. Right? The real man, Mishnah, is having touch on culture. Mishnah culture. The idea over here is learn out these two processes. Of passion for culture and passion for an apple for the cook. For the apple and learn them out from each other. So whatever applies to one process, ultimately will apply to the other. Now again, that's not going to be true. Draw off your race, that's just a habit. So turn a hop up, read one book, and then I go up. So it says over here, if you read one, and also I go up to the house, and I go up. Rabbi says it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, if that's the case, then we would be able to processes for kashrut and production are the same as kashrut forming the present from an apple. If that's the case, this literally included the chagah. But listen to the fact that the eat of apples should at least at some point look all of the halachas together. And then again, in those individual respective places, you can just focus on the political, they're not able to say, oh, whatever applies to one situation applies to the other. Ella, Amarava, Hakshin, and the kind of Kirabna, Amarava, the Amar Toyo, the Yom and Nas, the healing, the Hadea. Rabbi says, no, the reason by touching, ultimately, again, that we're not really that absorption, but it's just because the utensils are constantly used. Because the utensils are used, essentially, there's an automatic culturalization process one day to the next. The absorptions of the previous day's carbohydrates come out and you're cooking up the next day. Therefore, essentially, the absorptions themselves never have the opportunity to become no-sub. Why? Because since the utensils are constantly being used, whatever was absorbed comes out before it becomes no-sub. Which the Gemara says, that's fine. Enoch Shlomi. That works well, for example, about Shlomi. For example, Shlomi. You have 2 days to 1 night for Shlomi. So that makes sense. So let's say, man, I'm offering Shlomi on Tuesday. Offering Shlomi on Tuesday. So how about somebody's like Tuesday and Wednesday? Because when I go ahead and I use the pencil on Wednesday, the absorptions of Shlomo are coming out before they become no-sub. That works well for something like Shlomo. And the Chatos, even with the yoke, and in our library is Aqua, but let's say the Chatos, we only have 1 day and 1 night. By the time we get ourselves in, put up Chatos on Tuesday, so I've got Tuesday and Tuesday night. By the time I use the utensil ultimately again on Wednesday, the Gemara says to me, I'm sorry. Elefantas gave me the overhead example to the Russia now, when I use it now, by the way, it's Wednesday, because it says, Fantas having their side, you have been the Russia, but I'm not on. Shlomi and Fantas have only been said that that is not enough for Fantas and Shlomi. By the time I go ahead and use the utensil on Wednesday, the absorptions are already gross. So these absorptions are coming into the carbon that I'm putting away. I'm going to go too far if you can not show more Fantas Ha'ita. But no problem, because when I use it for a Fantas on Tuesday, what I use very interesting. How good would that show more Ha'ita Shlomi? Interesting. So I'll say, so they're not going to be with the utensil or Fantas on Tuesday. What would you do afterwards? That same day, use it. It's for a Shlomi. Use it for a Shlomi. That way, again, Tuesday, the Fantas absorptions came out. And now the new absorptions are Shlomi absorptions. From which 2 days in 1 night. Therefore, he wants to the Fantas. The Maha, the Shlomi, the Asma, the Happy Hadbad, the Shalom Ismail. Because this way again, the Fantas is ultimately again of tomorrow. Shlomi objects to at least to get inside of the degree. But the Mamasha which is a great idea, great fact, but it's very niche. Umbrella only will be both. In that case, we shouldn't need Agala. Just remember again, we need the absorptions. Here's the Gemara says, you're right, Hashem. That is Rabbi said, high coming, high low coming. So Rabbi says, here's the difference. Absorptions are Kamanas versus Stana. Absorptions ultimately are getting coming, literally means become single. Why? If you think of it, actually, this is in the third run of the white lines. And then, second run into the white lines. Let's say, I'm a high card, I have a card. You know, the country is super fun. If you catch it up, you must say, so they've done the deal of people coming out of the game, and actually, for Shaita. This cash up here is somewhere, but if that gets done, so is it? It's very interesting. No one was going behind the station. But in terms of the purchase will happen, it's possible that the pencil wasn't used regularly. Because it wasn't used regularly, therefore the absorption is harder whatever the speed is. Because they funded every that more rigorous culturalization process. Conversely, by touching, the pencils were used all of the time. Because of that, the absorptions were, talking about a term, lucid. Because they were lucid, therefore, they are more easy extracted. Therefore, the way the passion ultimately, again, touching is just simple Hadala body. Whereas by the pencils of an aqua, let's say again, for a spit or for a skewer, you'll need lethal actual fire. Very interesting distinction. Rabbi says, no, that's what I said again. Let's just do it quickly because the conclusions are the same way we started. We only keep that real in the empire. So in reality, that gives us how do you get to all this? One thing. First problem. Gemara said, if I purchase spit or skewers from an animal, how did I kasher out? How do I kasher out? By fire, by legal. It was due to fire, but okay, comes under fire, very good medium, therefore we kasher fire. Interesting enough, the Gemara said that if you go ahead and you have skewers of those from carbonos, how do you kasher it? How do you kasher it? Hagoya, or you water. You want to understand why the distinction. Bottom line of also here's the distinction of actually working on the color. It was a herein lies the fundamental distinction, which is what is the nature of the absorption. When the initial absorption was an absorption of the soul, a more rigorous form of kosherization that matches the exact form of absorption. When, however, the absorption was of something immediate, ultimately, again, even though it never becomes prohibited, it suffices for the more immediate form of kosherization. So that's what. Right? When I purchase spit or skewer from an apple, it's absorbing trade. Trade, no longer is from the kosherization. Then that matches absorptions. How did the skewer absorb? How did it absorb? Fire. How are you going to get it out? Count by carbonos is when it had hand, it ran in the hand, and absorbed. And the absorptions. Therefore, you can use the most lenient form of kosherization. What is the most form of kasher? What's the most lenient form? Hagala. Hagala. Of course, by the way, we live this all over the way, which is why, for example, if you have shaping pencils for yourself, interestingly enough, technically speaking, you can pretty much use Hagala on many, many things. Why? Because interestingly enough, although we're looking at the environment, but comments is material. And comments is immediate absorption before it's immediate absorption. Therefore, it allows us to make certain nuances with kosherization. So this is an incredible. This is incredible. So, every says, therefore, I won't go myself. Generally, the kosherization process has to mirror the matter of absorption. Right? That's why 4 categories. However, technically speaking, if the object of the is absorbs something needed under certain circumstances, you can go ahead and use the relaxed but more lenient form of kosherization. Incredible. The one says as follows. Even by Kabbalah's law, it's true that the absorption was a limited absorption, but we said before that when the utensil goes out, when you're extracting the absorptions, they have become manipulated because now, ultimately again, they are those side. You know, so that's fine. Well, you see these two. And then again, you're right. At the end of the day, however, how do you become like you start by saying, we're not dead, right? We're not tangible. So intangible absorptions, even though they do become limited and intangible, that was originally permitted, and therefore we can. So make up us have a nice song. Think about it, say, split or skewers from an apple, you have pressure between them. It's direct contact with fire. It is just named after the word pressure. The spits or the skewers that used for sacrificial purposes. I've gone on, boiling water will suffice. Incredible. Not unlocked because in general, when you capture something with fire ultimately gets how much to what degree of our money actually pressure through process until the outer layer of the metal comes off. Heating so much out of the metal. What's that? If you try this today, it's not going to work. Just like the games that the screen runs. Discusses that when touching with reading with metal, you have to allow the metal heat up until it glows. If you try that on your utensils today, it will not work because our metal is treated. So this is reflective of our treatment. Okay, the kid said, my deal. So let's say, how do you do hagala? How do you do hagala? Boiling water. How do you catch it in boiling water? So the Gemara says, yo, so the easiest way is, take a big pot, boil it up with water, then take whatever the item is and what? Dip it into the boiling water. Right? That is hagala. You don't have to go the line, but how do you catch the big pot? How do you make it? Catch a smaller things, take a big pot, boil water in the big pot, and immerse the smaller items in the big pot. What happens if the item that you have to capture is the big pot itself? What do you do that? Incredible words like Tashma, so Rabbi, sorry. So there was once a big pot that was around to Rabbi. Once they ultimately Rabbi had the kasha. So what did he do? This is fascinating. Ahadulay on the days, Ahadulay, Gadafno the Wish. Afuma, Limayu Mayim Ba'asita. So he did something very interesting. He took dough, let's say, and he essentially built a lip around the top of the key. Now, why was he doing that? Why was he doing that? He wanted to allow the water to overflow the top of the utensil, and again, make sure that it hit the lip. So we must Rabbi said, "Man, fuck on the other pianos. This is what happened. What a fuck. What a great idea. Okay? Who could have done this if not Rabbi? Right? What a great job. The Gemara says, Hasamar, because what does Rabbi Rabbi was saying earlier, by the way, this phrase, this is the key to everything in Hilchot. Was kashrus, right? I should say the halacha was kashrus. What's what Rabbi said? Hasamar, Chibolo, the way it goes in is the way it comes out. Yep. Or, not for local sources, not local sources. This is very interesting. When the Kanye fell, the look up the utensil often absorbs. When they say the lid doesn't necessarily absorb like the rest, right? Because the rest, the utensils that are contact with the liquid, often the lid is the lid. How does the lid absorb? Like this chocolate, it's absorbed. So like sprinkling, like let's do it. So, right? It's like Spitzkite, that happens that happens around, the lip. So like how do you put this thing in Rabbi Kavya, so when you read this tomorrow, you think, oh, this is good. Because Rabbi Kavya is going to open the lip to ensure that the liquid overflows and puts every part of it. Interestingly, Rabbi Kavya was not so concerned about the liquid Can you touch it every part of the lip? You just want the liquid from the top here with the splits up and at least touch the liquid in that way because that's how the lip initially went ahead and absorbed. And I will say that is how you cause the liquid moving up if you are posturing the palate. So so again, if you catch your pot, easier to catch your pot, you take water, don't use the pot for 24 hours, that makes it a non-biomo. That way any absorptions are ultimately again good. That's number one. Number two, you do need kosherization to go along the lip of the pot as well. So generally what we just do is we just allow the liquid to overflow the pot a little bit. It does make a little bit of a mess, but it's what's necessary to accomplish it. Unless of course you want to make this dope right, but the nice side is to energy, right? Somebody will come up with things, right? A pot lick, I'm sure it exists, right? Some type of pot lick that you can put around it. Pot allowing the water to overflow the side, the lip, but at the same time, again, what's that? The point to remember will be a Kibolo Kafka. Yep. Factories, that is, again, in general, in the halacha stuff. Oh shit. If you ever want to know what mechanism, or what manner, what mechanism do I need to kasher this utensil? It's very easy. The way it was used is the way it's going to be kasher. Used with fire, kasher with fire. Used with liquid, kasher with liquid. Why? Kibolo Kafka. Ultimately, the way it goes in is the way it comes out. So that's what that way you should just know. This is a tremendous yesod in our personal mystic growth as well. Man is compared to a key. Man is compared to an utensil. So let's say we have this is our liturgy, we have a skill with this. How do I need to find out how to clean? We shall be saying, shall I stand before you? Like a utensil filled with embarrassment over what I've done. Because like a tree, Rabbi says, it's interesting, like a tree, taking a tree. And what happens? Right, you finish cooking, clean out the tree. You look at that tree, from the outside looking in, what does that tree look like? Tree looks like green. Rabbi says, but meanwhile, the effect and the history of that cooking are continuing the walls. That is the same way. At the end of the day, what I do, like I said, sometimes you can't see what I have done on the externality of my food. But the externality is good, it's pristine, it's pure. But anything and everything I've done is retained within the walls of my personal institute. Because sometimes we think that because of that it's contained within the food, that there's no hope for you, there's no rebound for you, there's no second chances for you. Just like the clean can be kasher, I can be kasher as well. Whatever is absorbed into the negativity, I can get it out. You will get it out. Kibolo Kafka. If you want to get out the negative absorptions in yourself, again, it's not just enough to do a whole bunch of good things. I have to ask myself, how did it get in here? How did it get in here? What did I do in my life? What were the decisions I made? What were the behaviors that I engaged in order to allow the negative absorptions in? And it's only once I understand the process about how it got in, I go ahead and figure out how to get it out. You see, the mistake we make with children on one side is we like to do fun children. What's fun children? You're like, business. Business fun children. Yes, there is. You know what fun children is? Fun children is like, I'm going to take on this, I'm going to take on that, I'm going to learn this, I'm going to do that. It's fun children. It's exciting children, right? We love that. There's only one problem. Only one little itty bitty detail, which is it doesn't actually work. Because the only form of children that actually works is grooming, which respect the children. When I've got to look inside the pot, I got to see all the schmutz that's been absorbed, and I got to figure out how I'm going to get in there. But you see, we're so scared to do it because we're so scared to just confront ourselves. But what we forget is there's nothing to be afraid of. Because the great news is, whatever came in, I can get out. I can get it all out. But I have to be brave enough to confront the absorptions. I have to be brave enough to confront the accumulated schmutz inside my personalistic pot that for some of us has been accumulating over decades because I never had the courage to look inward. So instead, what I do is I get new pot accessories, right? I take on this, I put on a new unit, I got some silver polish, everything was great, except I've been confronted. We're so scared to confront because we think that when we see what's damaged inside, there's no hope for better ourselves, but that's not the case. Kibolo, hot, hope. So, whatever I put in, I could get out, but I first have to figure out how it got in there. Then I have to figure out all of the wicked behaviors, approaches, lifestyle. For the lack of schmutz to come in, and then once Hashem, I'll be able to find a way to extract it. Incredible. And we'll say, let's go. And then the second selection. The Satan is clearly trying to derail the end of our desires. He wants us to stay on our desires. Even when our is over there. All right. It's just okay, so this is follows. The Gemara says, this is what I just said. So be Torah. So night, how do you go ahead and patch your legs? So the Gemara says, you rub it down, and it's tough. I'm not going to rock come up. What do you do over here? The Gemara says, that's it. What do you do tonight? You plunge it 10 times into the ground. I'm not doing that. Break up your shorts, with the content shake off over. You don't just like hard stress. So apparently the act of plunging a knife 10 times into the ground. Now what does that do? That removes some part of the external layer of the knife, removing the schmutz. That looks like now the pashtos, ultimately again, what that does is that removes anything external. It will not do anything ultimately again for internal absorptions, right? So, for example, if you have a knife, ultimately again, that is let's say used with non-kosher cold items. So think about it. Be that plunging it into the earth was, whether or not that actually works. How much for a nice again for absorptions, different discussion, but Hashtos not. So the Gemara says as follows. We'll be sacking up shame of rumors. That's true with new tonight that does not have any indentations. Sucking up a shame of rumors that's outside of the Bible. If you have a smooth night that does not have any indentations, plunge it into the ground and cut. And you do it today. So let's say, so two qualifications, virgin soil with hard soil, and number two, ultimately no indentation in the I'm not going to read it. Yeah, sure. That will call some years. What is that word for? I want for you to use the knife with something cold. With something like that, she says, right across. Actually, that's what I'm saying. About dollar to say, I say, like, what actually the labor is. So that's very interesting. So there's a few hand in non-kosher knife. And you want to use it, let's say, to cut a loaf of bread, or to cut something called to cut an apple. You can do that if you want. Plunge it into the ground, virgin soil, hard soil, 10 times. Because what does that effectively do? It removes anything that's on the exterior of the knife. And that's how nice again, they use the knife ultimately. And again, for something cold. But if you want to use the knife for something hot, then what? Agama. Then you need a formal normal moisturization process. So they say, this is kind of noise off of a great stage. He had the Mayuda combate back. Listen to this. Mayuda combate by Uzi. Now, what's that? Back to Uzi. Who do this? That Mayuda back to Uzi. You're sitting in front of Shabbat night, the King Shepherd. King Shepherd will say was different. Like she says, oh, we don't have a lot. So what the idea they want to push into I'm not going. So what's it? Watch this. I see it come out. I smell it. So what happens? So they got it. Or King Shepherd, I swear. Not person. This part to eat. I give up a food. I swear. Pass up my having the back to this. So what happens? King Shepherd took a knife. He cut off a piece of the so when you eat it, then he cut off a piece of the so you either the back to the okay, then what did he do? Hunter got sorry, seniors, but I don't. I was like, lay in my room. He then went ahead and cooked it. King Shakur went ahead and took the knife, he plunged it into the ground 10 times, and then cut a piece of it. The rest of it for Maryuda. So King Shakur went ahead and captured the knife and used it. So Matthew was looking at him and said, hey, I'm a Jew too. I'm a Jew too. So why didn't you pressure the knife? Yes, is right. I'm a no, Kim Nigade, and Marlo Kim. So there are two versions of the story. So, the first version, so King Shakur said, King Shakur, Rabbi, I know it's being a pious person. I don't know you to be a pious person. But she says, not King Nigade. You can knock you and you should punish. And when you'll take the about the car, and you look some shit they cars to the hospital. So, King Shakur said essentially to Baki, listen, Rabbi Yudah, I know you have to be masculine castrous. So, like, he's not going to eat it if I don't castrous. So, you, I don't know, like, oh, you eat it. You know, so like, you know, so you, I don't know. Be so good. Once I watch this, you get down, you open the version, it's gonna go. It's how many? It's gonna my I've temple over. Finish up what says the Bati Batubi. I know what you do last night. Now what does that mean? Rashi points out here my about the Derek Palestinian lives for nothing last. So apparently, Persian hospitality was that when you were a guest, instead of the king, they send women to you. So apparently, back in to be, they didn't say no to the offer. Rabbi Yehuda did say no to the offer. So King Shakur said, listen, obviously, again, I'm not judging you, Bati also fights in hospitality, right? So the nice, again, so ultimately, King Shakur said, listen, Bati, I'm not judging you, but obviously, you accepted the hospitality. Rabbi Yehuda did not give Rabbi Yehuda ultimately clearly is on the higher spiritual caliber. And let's say the story itself is quite dramatic. It's interesting that this is the last story in Masechah or the Zohar, which is quite bad. Now, what's the so I was like, it's important. So this many times in the past, and especially Jews have this big seriousness in other religions. Jews sometimes feel very uncomfortable, especially in girls, right? In girls, wearing our faith on our sleeve, right? Again, for whatever reason, like we're uncomfortable. People are uncomfortable telling them in front about all the Jewish holidays that they need to take. All right, give me this lunch. It's like somehow again, I don't know what should I do. What shouldn't I do? If that's cutting. Yeah, but even wearing a yarmulke, in the workplace, Muslims and Jews are always uncomfortable. And I've also, so much of the second side of the Zohar is about keeping ourselves different from general culture. I think the major takeaway from this story is if you are loud, Jew, others will come to respect your values and are unapologetic about your values. In the eyes of society, at the end of the day, you can't ask them millions of questions. But society will respect you more for it. But when you are apologetic about who and what you are, or you try to sell out of the score or high who and what you are, people won't respect you. If you don't respect your identity, don't expect others to respect your identity. Bati Bartuni, by the way, Tosis has a whole thing over here that Bati Bartuni is actually emancipated slave, and therefore perhaps would have been permitted to leave this way. In other words, Bati Bartuni, you don't have to look like you did anything wrong. In fact, that's not even it. But in the eyes of King Shapur, Bati Bartuni, you don't wear your religion on your sleeve, right? You don't come across as a person who's not on your Judaic values. Okay, fine, do what you want. I'm not judging you. You're not careful with your beliefs. Don't expect me to be careful with your beliefs. But now you don't. So, a Jew is a profound Jew. And when a Jew is a fellow Jew, the world will never agree with you. The world may never even like you, but the world respects people who respect themselves. And the world respects principled people who live their lives in consonance with their principles. Even King Shakur, even King Shakur sort of Ruga and ultimately never said, I just end up the following note, with the sack bands and save the baby, see, and the years actually a week from last night, so I can notice on this. But let's have the sack bands, right? It's Hajjinala Pasoka Sahoa, you sleep in law, and the sack has had a result. So, like, really, again, when we came through Pasoka Sahoa, that's the end of the parak. Pasoka, and that concludes in the sack has had a result. The closer of Libby says something so incredibly beautiful. This is like this. I do not love so he says, I hold it in love, like the King says, because of the love. And honor, I hold it in life, open up your hands to set up and try because we are the good village. The servants of the devotion. When we reach that level of service for the sake of service, we create such an incredible infusion of holiness in this world that nothing besides HaKadosh Baruch Hu will be served anything. The Rebbe says that's the meaning of this verse. Ha'Torah is so tough. We have to bring to its close this bags. We have to bring to a close this model of worship. It's about what we're going to be at. We're able to bring ourselves to this highest level of worship, that service of Hashem. Not for style, but just for the sake of service they want. Sleep on. Darkness after the sun. Above the sun and the statues exist in this world. When we bring ourselves to the highest level of service to Hashem, which is not service for the Lord, it's service for the sake of service. We've spent the last 75 days on Hashem, 75 literally learning anything and everything about Avodah. So what's the real takeaway message? Whereas all of the Avodah and all of the Avodah are simply disappear into the sands of time. Yet here we are learning about them and not about them. Here we are learning about them and recognizing, training, muscle, helping you and unfortunately, we are able to each and every day bring eternity. This is eternity. What is eternity? That we all shall over this eternity, which is why thousands of years after this country have only live on these stages. But for us, we are still here. We are still here. And we are still there. Which is a conversation to use this in seconds. Springboard to see the power in everything else. And that has should bring us closer to our child. Bring us toward it, should bring we don't serve because of what we're going to do out of it. have served because we have the privilege to serve, the privilege to connect, and that connection with Hashem. Through our journey, through our future receptors, through our journey in years ahead, Mazel Tov on the second side of the Zara, Chayvus Iyot. Hashem begins tomorrow. The journey continues, and together with Hashem, we'll continue to serve for the sake of serving, continue to serve in a way that brings us closer, continue to serve in a way that makes us better Jews, better people that are over Hashem for many years to come. All right, so let's say good morning. Good morning. That's good. That's good. All right, let's good morning. A great spot Hashem to continue the week together. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors. So, hey, this is Rabbi and I'm the Torah sponsor for dedicating all the Shurim Druk and the Swiss, and so it's always found in Israel. I'm the Torah sponsors for them. For the others, I bought them in the Tova, and over. For Aliyah Pishon, for his parents, Avram and Asher Pinchas, David Razel, Nas Zeli, and in hopes that the Kilos and the attention of our entire people will be discovered on by this element in the months of Shmuel Yiduvinites, the Yiduvinish. Rabbi Ari from Rabbi Yitzchak Ari Ben Hakap. Rabbi Yaakov, father of David from we hope that American Yetz Hashem of all of our students. People living sponsors of David Goodness, Leader Mishmas, Romy, Ben Ari is a glory of Rabbi. Rabbi Bakan for all of the Shamsan. Your families in the Chama. Yetz Hashem, Toshba. All of our hostages, we shove them in the car, allow our holy soldiers to be successful. Come out, say they truly share the sword service for all of many months. And of course, another specialized father of Valley Rosenberg. Army engaged in Dr. Simon, Mazel Tov to the brother. The pastor Joshua is a beautiful simple about Hashem. And the Shabbos result of the passing back to the football, the shots are really nice. And those are that last, we have a lot to do today. Hashem, a really great guy ahead of us as we are moving our way towards the end of Avodah Zarah. So today's daf is Ayin Day 75. We are picking up the words Hashem all right. Ayin down here on base 74B with Ibn Ruba. funny enough, one was sent baked bread. Donald Trump. I'm alive. 7 months. 2, 4, 6. I'm alive. Perfect. Thank you. I was great. Thank you. I'm alive. 7 months of alive. Thank you. 7 months. Good Never are suspect. So you might say this house. So once it's known again, we'll be talking about the use ultimately again of a kli. And in the event that, let's say, the kli has absorption to be used from the kli, ultimately again, how do you deal with that? So now, Rabbi says something very interesting. Never are suspect. What does this mean? You look at Rashi. So Rashi is about 7 lines, actually 3 lines into the white line. Na'ava Sasa, Hagat, here's Sicha Beros. If you have a wine press, again, that press is used by an apple. And now you want to go ahead and utilize it, ultimately again, for Jewish use, so you can scald it. Boiling water. If you put boiling water ultimately again on the press, and go ahead and render it fit for use. Was Rabbi, can the shadow move through? So again, that's, I must say that. That halacha, just, I'm going to tell you coming attractions, because it's very exciting. In 100 days, in Eretz Hashem is going to become the primary sugya of kashrut. Yeah. So we're going to see again how essentially when things go in, how do you get them back out? So hold on before you join the conclusions, but again, we're introducing this idea that essentially you scroll in the press, ultimately that is your confused Rabbi. It's just a side point, because we just mentioned Rabbi. Can we shadow Rufi? The Rabbi will go ahead and set the rose of Rufi are empty jugs, earthenware jugs. When you would send empty earthenware jugs, that was a place, what we do? Suffer, and I will say, no. Remember again, when it comes to earthenware, we're going in over earthenware, which is, how do you enjoy it? So you got to be careful. So now Rabbi is saying, empty earthenware jugs, he wants to make sure that they don't get used for anything that's going to render them problematic during the course of their journey. So what do you do? Listen to this. The Gemara says, so you turn the jugs upside down in their gut. Right? So instead of having right side up the top of the jug, the opening of the jug sitting up, he would turn them upside down. We're constantly over on the inside, and we would go ahead and literally like wrap the opening of the bag. So this essentially was a double sinning. Number one, the jugs were placed in an unusual way, top down, or bottom up, and then the outside of the bag was actually sealed as well. So this duct was similar, was enough to ensure that the akum would not tamper with the jugs when they're being transported. Kasavar, Haldar Shemafusha, Kiu, Afilu Fisha. So remember again, what's the again we might talk about the difference between, let's say, jugs and a wine press. What's the difference? One press is used at the side, the stuff doesn't sit there, as opposed to jugs where items are ultimately kept in there for a longer duration. So because of that, that's why the jugs have a bigger issue in terms of big confusion. Right? So therefore, again, Rabbi felt that so once you know that things are used for longer duration, Kazan goes on the even for episodic use. So now you're not supposed to say, you go back to the beginning of this ticket. Then again, what did the Mishnah say? The Mishnah spoke about this idea that if you have a wine press, essentially, what was the issue? Press. The usually the best sacrifices often see the pitch. Pitch apparently has a little bit of negative odor. How do you take care of the negative odor of the pitch? You mix in wine, which is fine if it's a Judas food, but if it's that's going to give you a little bit of an issue. So the Mishnah spoke about the idea that halakha l'meisah, how do you deal with this? So the Mishnah spoke about 3 different types of crust. There was a crust that was made out one crust that was made out of stone. And again, the Gemara said that halakha l'meisah, just write it down. Not wrong. If it's made out of wood, like he says, wipe it down. Just like say, you have to peel off the seals. And then ultimately, again, if it's made of earthen away, everyone agrees, can't be used. So it says, not going to ask the question. You say wipe it down. What does that mean? What exactly is that process of writing? So you go. So the lemma happens. How do you go ahead and wipe take down the price, rendering it fit for use? Rab Amar the 9. Rab says, you just wipe it down with water. Rab Amar the 8. That with ash. You essentially scrub it down with ash. So much as what's happening. Rab Amar the 9 below the 8. Rab Amar the 8 bears. The 8 below the 9. So it's strange. So is Rab saying you only use water and not ash? And again, is Rab saying you only use ash and not water? Ella, what's at that time? Any 75A, Rab Amar the 9. What is the 9? Ultimately, no, they both mean what's involved in quote unquote writing the process. There's water as well as ash. So you scrub it with ash, you wash it down with water. And if you want to look interesting enough, real quick, it's actually not even hard to keep you on. You're talking about 2 different types of presses. Habri Tivasa, Habri Bashka. One is talking about a press that is wet, and one is talking about a press that is dry. If the press is wet, ultimately, again, the first thing you do is you apply the ash, scrub out the moisture, then wash it down with water. If the press is dry, then the process ultimately again begins with water. Or let's say that the process ultimately again of readying the press. Remember again, I want to point out this is a very specific case of a press that was treated with a sealant, right? Killing that the one mixed in with the sealant. So now again, you have to wipe it down. How do you wipe it down? Essentially, ash and water. Which one comes first? Depends on the status of the presses. If the press is wet, start with the ash first, then go to water. If the press is dry, start with the water and then go to ash. Interesting. Ignorant, pick up a big up, Mishmedlat. Ugly, Haraki plus. Essentially, the Shiva Rabbi is swimming about sometimes the way to go ahead and ready the press for Jewish use requires 2 steps, sometimes it requires 3 steps. And as I said, seriously, the big actually just know Haraki plus. So, Tivasa, Haraki, Efer, Naim, Yabesh, plus Naim, Efer, Naim. Now, let's see, what Rabbi is introducing as follows. At the end of the day, in order to find ready the press for use, you have to do a final wash down with water. So some kind of kasher process is 2 steps, sometimes it's 3 steps. How so? So if it's dry, it's going to be 3 steps. Water, ash, water. If it's wet, it's going to be 2 steps, just ash and water. So again, the Shmuel Lower, and I was like, so we're going to see essentially, so this is my point, is, no, that's Shmuel says, slash down. Shmuel says, sometimes the ashering process is 3 steps, and sometimes it's 4. How so? Again, so Rashi points out, over here, it's how much the way is that if the press is red. So it's going to be again ash, water, ash, ultimately red. If it's dry, then it's going to be water, ash, going to see it. Again, water, ash. Soon, so again, here's what's interesting about this. Everyone is agreeing a lot for the right side, but it's the same ingredients for the right example. You might say, what is it? I love that question. And that's right. So that's it. It's interesting. The issue is after the ash, you have to apply water. Now, why do you want to after the ash? Why? To go ahead with the ash. So the focus right in Shmuel is if that last application of water considers to be part of what is called the Hadracha Pagabah, not being part of like the down experience, or ultimately, but the idea of just a utilitarian step of removing the ash. Okay, step not focus. That's why one calls it a 3-step process, not counting the last water. One calls it a 4-step process, counting the last water. Bottom line, I'll say, what's the big deal? That doesn't take away. But also, what's the idea? If you have a wine press that is sealed by an ocular, you know what's what I want to point out here? Talking about also wine presses that were never really used by people. Like the issue over here is just the sealant, not the usage. Now you want to render it fit for use, ultimately again for a Jewish press, for a Jewish wine press, no problem, we're not fun. What's involved in the not fun? Writing it down full with water and ash. How much water, how much ash? That's going to depend ultimately. Again, on the state of press. Incredible. Writing rate, honey, so it's interesting. What's the status of this Rudy Gallery? What is this Rudy Rashi? Rashi is the last line of the intermediate white ones, right before the lines. I call it the garage. You see, the colorful also Spivas Hatakura. Sugar is Kazuha, not only cover for it's your side. So we have one press. What do you have in one press? Number 1, you have grapes. Right? Number 2, the press itself is made of multiple parts. One of the most basic parts, how do you press the grapes? You go ahead and you place the board on top of the grapes. Right? You apply pressure to the board. This piece of grapes. Now, obviously, you have to want to make sure that the grapes themselves don't scatter. So what do you put on the grapes? Some type of netting, some type of mesh ready to keep the grapes together. So you want to say that's called Rudy Gallery. That's just a second. Just afterwards, let's just go with this Rudy Gallery knife. So what happens is you got a Rudy Gallery from an apple. The apple is it. Now, can I use that ultimate? Again, for my grapes, on the level of the syrup, on the shine people who do some like tomatoes, listen to this. Syrup is right, just to be from not the laws of Yahweh, but interesting laws of Kuma and Kara. So let's say a person is ultimate. His one press, his father, his other press, became Tomei. Dedication ourselves to the Father, and now we wanted to purify them. So what? So we are running just that will say that is the war. Adoption is running all and the groups that you used to get, scattered groups or scattered olives. What they call all you used to do is rinse that off. Just rinse that off and you're good to go. Common show in some of the shop is genetic, so whether it's made of beans or other types of materials, not all you need to do ultimately again is now was in that when it's that mushroom had before. Sounds like wipe it down. The shashim of the shangeli, but if it's made out of some type of meat, ultimately again the national is homesh. You let it sit unused for 12 months. But once again, it's very important because we listen to this concept that sometimes for passion, time is only passion is homesh. Shimon says, no, we can make that with that, but we find with that. Essentially, we let it sit unused from one pressing season to the next. You know, that's one second. So you should only let season in this time. And said, don't use it for a year. Shimon says, don't use it for one pressing season. One pressing season, the pastors, how much time is there between pressing seasons? A year. The pastors, time is in the same thing. You give it. And now you start with that. You know, sometimes you have to just let the harvest work out. Sometimes you look at from one harvest for one pressing. Next pressing is a low year crop, a legal crop. So sometimes it's empty. Not really good. Rabbi says, Harot to the Tara. If you want to be lifted, again, let's say in this case over here, my wine press and all its accessories, or my olive press and its accessories. Now I want to make it. So what do I do? My roasted or coated the mazes. Literally again, put it in boiling water or pour boiling water on it, or coated the mazes, or scald it with olive juice, which effectively is the same thing. I scald it. So that's what we would call it on this process as another passion something with boiling water. Shimon says from the sea, Anita Tapas Siro, Shimon of the healthy, takes it underneath the faucet or a pipe that has constant flowing water, open down your Shimon of the healthy, or by a stream that's water is flowing. The king says, I put it there. How long do you have to leave it there? Oh no. Well, no, we don't know how long the hold is going yet to it. Because actually, the guy in SF, how long? So because, so once it's sort of like that, remember, we were talking about this idea that if I would have had I got the full wine press and all the other PCs, all the other wine press accessories from the Apple. Then what can I do with it? So the Marx trying to say essentially the process that one would use to purify a wine press from tumor and tyra tumor to tyra will effectively be the same process that the wine press will undergo to go from what we call your Yain Esef to ultimately again Jewish wine. That's the words that we're giving that. Shall be Yain Esef, Hachamu V'Kara. See what? The same process we use for Yain Esef is the same process we use for that doesn't make any sense. Clapping Lila, the Kara is kind of the process we just outlined the process ultimately again from Tumor to Para, versus right Ella, Kidera Shama Paris, Ha Omer Yagasa. This same process that we just outlined ultimately again to bring a press, a one press, an olive press from Tumor and its accessories, from Tumor to Para, ultimately again will be the same process that you can use for Yagasa. So that's why I say ultimately again, I'm going to let my focus over here. What exactly do you need to do to make the accessories and the device itself, or whatever the process would. So to make that alone, that is the same process ultimately again that will work from the United. That's what I use for Jewish. Whereas, by the way, Kama Ola. So remember that one of the things I said is one of the ways to go ahead and retire everything is essentially leave it under flowing water for an owner. For no, what's an owner? I'm going to give a or your whole life, either a day or a night. That wasn't, it's not 24 hours. What it means is a day time period or a night time period. Anyway, the fact is 12 hours. 12 hours. Now that's an interesting enough in much of the kind of so many times the kind of Shina, but I'm going to do the kind of Shina, I'm going to do Fatsion, the Fatsiala. Now it's half the amount of the daytime period and half the amount of the nighttime period. And so I start to keep it in an argument, hardly to Kufas Nisa and Tishra, hardly to Kufas Tammuz and Kiddies. So that's what is very interesting. During the times of Nisa and Tishra, right, which ascend, right, during times of which essentially is like their fall and spring equal. Right, so ultimately again, the days and nights are the same in length, 12 hours, right? During ultimately Tammuz and Vegas, which essentially is the summer and the winter, days and nights are not the same length. So bottom line, interestingly enough, what Ona means is 12 hours. That's it over. That's it over for 12 hours. But ultimately again, but sometimes you could just a night owner or a day owner, and it's only 12 hours. Sometimes half a day, and that comes to a total of 12 hours. Okay, good. You might say this is fast. Oh, you go. Honey, you're lucky, Garamari, Simazia, Matifu, the Anyanam. That's an interesting case of it. It's really actually. Rabbi Mishmeras, Kimin Sakin, Shinosim, and Shmuel of Simula. Shmuel says this is also like a netting. A netting. Mishmeras literally means like a seed or a funnel. So this would be like a type of netting that you would put the crushed grapes, right? You put the crushed grapes in there because they're still liquid enough to crush in the press. You put like the grape pulp into this netting, and gravity does a lot of work, just allowing you want to know. So the shayla now is, if I have this type of netting from the apple, and I think he's used it for his own one, so the shayla is how, under what circumstances can I use it for me? So we must Rashi says Gemazia, but it is made out of human hair. And sometimes it is common to make this type of netting out of human hair. So my people, all you need to do is simply wipe it down, rinse it off, and you're good to go. You're good to go. The powerful human hair wasn't considered to be a very absorbent material. So because I just wipe it down, right, and you're good to go. The unlock, if it's ultimately made out of wool, you're not done. Ultimately, again, then you have to do this process of that requires a bit more of a drying out. The kisna is made out of wool. Miyashna, you have to let it sit for a while. Ika kitchu shari, when it goes nuts in the netting. So that you think part of the kosherization of the nuts is undue nuts, which makes sense because if wine gets absorbed enough, so undue nuts. Fine. Versus honey to create the chasad the aromoid. So ultimately, what is this? With these baskets over here. So with these the chasad the aromoid. So the Gemara says the hiti, ultimately the chabri, the suri magi. So Rashi says over here, the chabri the suri, chabri shall suri dekel. So ultimately, again, if they're sewn together, the chabri the suri, and again, these ropes of the suri. So the Gemara says, let me find, you just wipe it down. Again, so most of these are all just different tools that these utensils on the left. So like you can wipe it down on the base. It's six if it's made actually with six sun is means getting something. But we ultimately again when you need the process of redoing the kisna, if it's made out of wool, you actually have to let it, you have to essentially let it sit for a while and you it's good to get you into that nuts and show you have to undo the nuts before you use it. If not, what's the interesting case over here is we put this in the Mishnah. I'm an art Shahoshik Yoga Lagat. Remember Bashkolos. Which is the case. I'm art. I'm not saying. What's the difference between I'm art? What's all you said to that? What? So you want to talk about I'm art. What's one of the 20 minutes of it? The arts? In the middle. Right? It's not about
Yo, what's going on?
Yeah.
What'd you think?
I liked it. I thought it was very fast.
I loved it.
Excellent. I think you did. I liked it. I'm surprised, not to some extent, that that's not more well known.
Yeah. That's true.
I'm trying to think.
And there's tons of
Right. And, I don't know if those budgets, because of inflation and such, they have increased, but not in the same way. They'll pour money into digital advertising or commercial, and these more unique options for promoting the organization seem to have gone by the wayside. And I don't know. I think that they're of extreme value to high net worth individuals. It is a captivated audience, and it connects with people far more than what you're just going to see out of a banner ad or a billboard. And
were these musicals like musicals that I thought they were in the description of the movie said that they were like they were like internal corporate sales national sales representatives.
Right. And that used to be really big. People would have organizations would have like year-end meetings where all the they'd all stay in a conference center, and then I think they put on these different types of events. And
they still. I work for a large corporation. They still do that. They still have those big meetings. They're still even today. They are face to face. They fly people in. But they just don't do. They're like, I'm sure they make special movies and a lot of presentations and lavish dinners and things like that, sales awards and all that. Yeah, I just don't think they can justify the budget for them.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Anymore, and this was. It also sounds like this was like New York, Chicago.
Correct. I'm in agreement.
I don't know. In LA, I doubt
People just don't really. Yeah, people just really don't have the same connection with musicals, Broadway type theatrical performances as they do movies. And I think that it's probably easier to produce a short film or a little skit or something that's controlled at many of these meetings. Like, I do know that, people do still have conferences and such. But imagine how much cheaper, like exactly what you're saying, from a budgetary standpoint, that it would be to just have a 10-minute video or even like a 30-minute video, as opposed to these huge scores with all these actors who have to prepare. And it seemed like they were getting paid very well for these, if I understood correctly. Like these paid, you did for a year, and it basically took care of everything for your whole year. And so you have to imagine that exactly what you're saying. Budgetarily, they just don't see it to be perhaps as worthwhile.
I've been to two different conferences where they brought in like Cirque du Soleil. Cirque du Soleil?
Certainly, of course.
Yeah. So they are. Yeah, so they'll do like mini shows for that. Like they still do it performances.
No one goes like, and her husband Christopher loves like musicals and theaters, and then my mom and like their friends like Duncan and Maria, they go to musicals or theaters, like once off the week or something.
We have seasonal tickets to the main thing. So it's about it's 6 or 8 shows a year. 6 or 8 shows a year.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
so yeah. I mean, honestly, so many musicals.
Yeah.
There's still a Broadway market like exists, but as I said in the documentary, like just like the iceberg beneath Broadway that was had all of this money and budget into it. It just seemed like almost like they're just spending so much money on like a Broadway musicals, like at least like that generates revenue. These are just burning cash to make a musical that like some people are
They still do.
I'm surprised they
still do. And all the new
I'm surprised that they.
Such big money.
I'm surprised that they didn't make them public. I would think that could catch on.
Good point. Yeah. Good point.
And it's
I don't know.
Great way to advertise, and the people already did all the work, so it's like, but I don't know. I think probably Broadway and the associated theaters probably have a lot of shows that they could already, sell. And I mean, who wants to go to a Walmart play if you have a choice to go see Cats and Phantom of the Opera and many of the classics? There's a lot of competition, but I think from a niche perspective, it definitely could work. And it does seem like it is still being done, at least from a corporate sales event type of aspect. But I think a lot of it probably has been replaced or just perhaps complemented with video. You can still motivate people in multiple ways, but video to me seems more controlled. Also, I if I were going to one of these events, um, especially like if I'm not into Broadway, or I should say the theater, I would not like. I like it. I like opera. I like theater. So I personally would, but you got to think that some random salesperson from Tucson, they're gonna say, this is just a waste of our time, and it's a yeah, yeah, probably to loosen them up a little bit, but yeah, at least
Yeah, but I hear you though. It's not something that everybody really likes.
that's correct. LA doesn't have a district like that. We have like playhouses, is what they're called, or perhaps theaters, auditoriums, but there's not like a key district. We have film districts more so, and at least in Orange County, we do have some like theaters, but they're not. They're more spread out. It's not all compact and probably is in Toronto. There's like I think I've seen like there's a theater district to some extent. Am I? Yeah, exactly. And probably, and I know certainly New York the same way, but uh, I thought it's really interesting. I like the songs. So the guy Steve Young, I have known of him. I would watch The Late Show when I was a younger person, when it was on with David Letterman, and I remember he was like. So the reason why I remember him, he has the exact same name as a very famous quarterback, and so they would always kind of make this joke, and I really liked that quarterback. He was a San Francisco 49er quarterback, and I was a 49er fan. So it was like, oh, Steve Young? They're having Steve Young on tonight? Oh, it's Steve Young, this comedy writer, as opposed to the big-time quarterback. And they would make jokes. Exactly. They would make jokes about that as well. You know, really, even the idea of that having a live audience kind of a show is going by the wayside. And I dislike that greatly. But The Late Show is ending. The Tonight Show has discussed. I mean, The Tonight Show, when I was a kid, I don't know how it is in Canada, but it still had Johnny Carson. I was at the very end of that. But it was the epitome of late night television. You'd watch all the other stuff, you'd watch the late local news, and then Johnny Carson would come on, and many people fell asleep to that. And it was in front of a huge studio audience in Burbank, and it was a really big deal. And
It's same by the way we watch all American television.
Excellent.
You know, obviously I'm Canadian, but exactly.
Exactly. And then I've heard basically, and then they had the late night wars, and even within NBC going between Jay Leno and David Letterman, and then eventually Conan O'Brien getting it and Jay Leno taking it back, and all of those things that occurred. But now to go to not every single weeknight was to me preposterous. But I do hear it's quite expensive, and then you have these other shows. The Late Show, I think, ends in May, and the
I did not hear that.
yeah. Let me check that. So with Stephen Colbert, it and I. This has to do with the. Let me just check my facts here. Is the Late Show with Stephen Colbert ending in May?
Well, they kind of got rid of him, right? They banned him for a better whatever.
No, that was Jimmy Kimmel. That's okay though. No. Understandable. You're not incorrect. So, yes, The Late Show with Stephen Colbert is ending in May 2026. The series finale scheduled to air Thursday, May 21st, 2026. The cancellation is a purely financial decision against a challenging late night backdrop rather than the result of the show's performance or content. But there's more to this. The decision marks the end of the 33-year franchise on CBS, which began with David Letterman in 1993, and will result in the network retiring the late night slot entirely. Stephen Colbert confirmed the specific final episode date during an appearance on Late Night with Seth Meyers in January 2026, stating he is not being replaced and that the entire franchise is being shut down. However, Stephen Colbert was was a major critic of the Trump administration, and and so they're saying that it's a financial decision, but there was a lot of pressure on the new owners of it's Paramount, like Skydance, the Ellison family, Larry Ellison, the founder of Oracle, who's a major Trump advocate and financier. Basically, there was some kind of agreement there that also took that also affected the Jimmy Kimmel show as well. He was going to be kicked off the air as well, even though that's a different company altogether. And now let me look up the Tonight Show. That because I've only maybe it was only rumors, but what is the issue with the Tonight Show? Is it going to be not every weeknight anymore with Jimmy Fallon, something like that?
Maybe. I mean, I guess there's just so much competing content now. You know, honestly, I used to always watch Letterman, always, and sometimes Leno, like, you know, that kind of thing. But now, we're usually into a movie or something like that, and if you feel like watching it, you kind of get little reruns here and there. Or you can go on YouTube.
That's right. Jim,
you know, that used to be the only thing. There was no other competition, really.
Exactly.
Everybody had their television on. Everybody had the same selection of shows, and of course, it's been a while now. But now, especially since like you didn't have to go to the store and get a DVD or whatever, right? Like it's just all there. And as you say, so you can find anything on somewhere. You decide what you want, and you'll find it.
That's correct. And the Tonight Show doesn't even air new episodes every night anymore. Friday night is just a repeat. And you know that's basically killing the biggest franchise of all time in late night. And they're moving away from that. I understand they say it's budgetary reasons. To me, you're losing one of the jewels of your network. I mean, what comes next? You're going to get rid of the nightly news? Are you going to get rid of the Today Show? There's just not. There aren't that many traditions on anymore. I mean, and like Saturday Night Live is really one of the last bastions of late night that has stayed off the chopping block in the United States. It's a tradition. I know it expanded this year to England, so they have Saturday Night Live in England now, and apparently.
Like I just realized that, like we just got rid of it because Netflix, all these other things, and then so we just from a budget perspective we just thought, well, how much are we going to spend and how often do we watch television? And the reality is we made the decision to cut it out, and I can't imagine we're the only ones,
Absolutely.
because all of the other streaming services IOP, and then you have to make a choice.
Absolutely.
And live TV is like okay, the Olympics or events or even the news.
Agreed. It's a strategy. It's a strategy. No.
But did you have the same selection?
Everything was on.
Everything was on CBC. You're right. So you know what you're right.
It's a strategy known as cutting the cord, and has been very popular in the last 15 years, especially with the price of cable being hundreds of dollars a month. that is just people find to be unnecessary. And the real reason anybody really has television anymore is for live sports, and you can get that through many of the apps. And really, these organizations have never been able to um, stop the pirating of their streams. So that's just a huge loophole that they've never been able to overcome. Why pay hundreds of dollars a month when literally with a couple extra clicks you can have it all for free? And many people have made that decision. I know I haven't had a television in well, I've used televisions as monitors, but I haven't had a television in like maybe almost 20 years. As a kid, I would have it, but then I found everything I needed was on a computer, and it was easier. I use pop-up blockers, so I don't even see advertisements. It's so much more efficient, and I have everything that I want. I can have playlists that just play all day long, 24 hours a day. I don't have to touch anything, and I love that aspect about it. So yeah, getting back to the idea of the theater and shows, though, um, there's something special about that. I have always found it fascinating. How can these people memorize all of this so well and look so beautiful when they're doing it? And it's almost like it's really like a movie come to life on stage. And I've always been fascinated by that and how they don't make mistakes. That's always just been incredible to me. Like I would always think, do they have cue cards hidden somewhere? No, this is just what they do, and it's a different kind of cooking. So I have found that to be.
Shout out to her, and it's like just a lot of practice, memorization and practice.
Agreed.
Little crappy little school.
Well, there you go. So I very much enjoyed that. I'm trying to think of anything else that I want to say about it. I found the integration.
That is funny from like the song writer's perspective. Like yeah, like these like composers and stuff that go on like really great careers. They're just like they have like the songs and the whole thing is like so professionally done. Like the props and the costume, the choreography, and the music is like. Super catchy, like really amazing songs. Like the lyrics of the songs are also amazing. Just the fact that it's customized into like God knows what product.
Agreed. They're talking about industrial foam and all these acronyms and how that's being made into couches and the silicone of the Apollo astronauts' shoes. And I found that to be really interesting and thought it would be fun as a writer. Probably saw it as challenging. I also found it really interesting. I'm somewhat a big Martin Short fan, and to find out like that's how he got his start to initially start paying the bills in these musicals, and I just find him to be quite an interesting person. So that was cool that he was in it. Um, yeah, so I wonder.
Got me as like Burger King manager musical. It's like I think today I think people would go
It could have that viral effect, but
Do you remember? In person?
where
He was dining.
apparently I've been in the same room.
very well. His son Oliver and I we have shared acquaintances, so we kind of have run in the same circles, and always heard interesting, very good things about that family, and they're like, at least in the United States, I'm going to name every Canadian person who comes to mind, and he's one of them. You've got like Martin Short, Howie Mandel, Jim Carrey, Pamela Anderson. I'm like Norm Macdonald. Um, like many of these are comedians. Let's see here. Who else? Wait. That doesn't count. He's the great one. Another mutual. Um, uh, one of my friends is his neighbor. Yes. And Ryan Reynolds. He's big from Vancouver. And there are others, Justin Bieber and Tate McRae and some other people, but like the ones who, like Americans, the ones that I named, many Americans never would recognize that they're not American. Like they've become so ingrained in our culture that we see them as American. And they have American children, many of them, and such. But yeah, they're from Canada. Another one.
Who's the other guy that Martin Short, John Candy?
So he had three really: Steve Martin and Bill Murray. So
sorry, I just can't.
No, that's fine. Dan Aykroyd, of course. Yes, exactly. He's the one that I was really over. He's one who I always thought was from the United States, but no, he's from Canada as well. Those are the big ones that like kind of have, at least in American society. Yeah, it is exactly. Those are the people who we think of as no longer being part of like Canadian culture, but they have seeped into American culture, and they're as American as anybody else, seemingly.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. And most of them live down there. At least most of the time.
That's correct. But they got their start in many of them in small Canadian towns. Not everybody came from Toronto or.
We have Second City.
Exactly.
That's a really big start for them.
Exactly. Yeah. And that's a big move. He's a comedian, but he's not Canadian. I believe he's from Ohio. But that Second City is like the doorstep to Saturday Night Live, which is the epitome in the United States of comedy. Still to this day, it's been that way for 50 years. Where if you really want to get your start and start getting into movies and such, that's how you do it. And that door is Lorne Michaels, the founder, he's Canadian.
No, I did not realize that he's Canadian.
Let me check that. But there's always been something to them. He's something. Yeah, he's a Canadian American television producer. So that's why that has always seemed to. He's from Toronto, so that's why that's always kind of seemed to be. Saturday Night Live always kind of have a Canadian feel to it, at least with many of the performers, Dan Aykroyd and Norm Macdonald and such.
Rick Moranis.
Yes, he is. That's right. And very interestingly, got out of acting for like 30 years or so, and now is getting back into it, I believe, for Spaceballs 2. Exactly. So,
have you been to Canada?
I have, one time. And
where'd you go? Oh, okay.
Yes. So, I was visiting a friend who lived in that area, and we were it was like 19 or 20, and in Windsor you could drink at age 19, and I just wanted to see what Canada was like, and the things that stand out to me were the fact how similar it was to the United States, but there were some weird things. The beer store, that was interesting to me. That's like the first place I believe we went. Then Windsor was amazing at night. there were like the whole town like, shut down in the streets, and people would just have like everyone. Alcohol was very big there. Now, I've got to say, everybody talks about how nice Canadians are, and I can say most of the Canadians that I met were very nice. However, one of the people who I went with, he wasn't my friend, but he was a friend of a friend, went there and was actually stabbed on our yeah, exactly. He was right. On our adventure, and that was certainly concerning. So it was a little different. What else do I recall? I remember just like the currency, like those. It was certainly like, at least when we went then, there was an advantage of going. Um, Basically, they would accept American money. Like Americans won't generally accept Canadian money, but at the time there, you would accept Canadian money because it was actually like 25% stronger or something like that. So we I remember that, and I only went for like a weekend, but yeah, that was an interesting time. Trying to think what else we did. There was.
Well, Windsor is a pretty sleepy town. I kind of went up. Okay, that's pretty good. It's just. Yeah. I mean, it's very different. Very. Obviously, Toronto, Vancouver, like the bigger cities.
Yeah, absolutely. And we just went for.
BC is phenomenal. It's just phenomenal. It's the same coast, right?
Yes, absolutely. The Pacific. Yeah, I wasn't intending necessarily to go to Canada. It was just kind of like maybe there were some plans. I'm recalling I was meeting a friend who was from that area and visiting him at his house, and it was like this is where we go on the weekend. And a big thing too was the casinos there. Something like you only had to be like 18 or 19 or something to go to the casinos. So we did not do that though. All I recall was there was a strip club that we did not go into, but I remember the women who we were outside of it, just at like a pub, and the women who were going into the strip club, I remember they were very attractive looking, but we didn't go in there. That's not my jive really. But I remember being like, okay, well, I see why this is so popular for Americans as a weekend retreat if you live anywhere around here, because basically you get to be an adult 2 years earlier than we normally would, or whatever you want to consider to be an adult.
Yeah, exactly.
And
it's so funny. I have never been to Canada.
Okay.
And they're pretty new. They're in the border towns.
Yeah.
Like that's kind of where they put them. But now there's one in Toronto, but I think I don't know, within the last 10 years I actually liked.
Yeah, I'm not big into them either. I'm not big into them either. I don't know how good it is for the surrounding areas, but if that's your thing, that's your thing.
It is actually good. Some of the surrounding areas, like in the smaller towns,
Oh, sure.
it draws people and creates jobs, and there's some with our indigenous people
Right.
that are run
Right.
by the indigenous, and so it's a resource for them as well. Yeah, it's just
Do they offer?
not much.
Yeah, like at least the ones that we have in California that are run by indigenous tribes, they don't have some. Let me think. Maybe they don't have dealers or something. There's something different compared to Las Vegas. Las Vegas has tables and machines, but I believe the indigenous tribes, they only have the machines, not the dealers. And then there are some places in Los Angeles that have, not Los Angeles proper, but like little suburbs around that have, they're called card rooms, and they only have cards, so they don't have any machines. And then you go to Las Vegas, which is only like 3 hours away, and then you get everything basically. But that's, especially with online gambling, I don't do that either. But I know that a lot of gaming, as they call it, is down, at least in the United States. Actually, particularly in Las Vegas, and a lot of the people blame the government, the current administration, especially because of immigration and the lack of Canadians who would come. Going to Las Vegas for Canadians, for many Canadians, was kind of a either an annual trip or maybe once every few years that people would do. But now it's much the temptation or and such, and just the overall hassle that many people, not just from Canada but globally, feel that they will get if they come to the United States, has kept them out.
It's
So
it's so unfortunate. It is just really unfortunate. The whole thing.
absolutely, absolutely.
It's kind of sad, but they cancel a lot of flights to the state because the people just are not going.
That's correct.
And sad. I hope it goes.
Perhaps one day. Absolutely. Well, that was a really great documentary. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that they covered in it that um, or perhaps we didn't cover.
I just like the dude. Just his dedication over like years and years and years. But it's such a bizarre have like these random musical corporate minorities and cracked open somehow. Like got that guy who had like rare gems of like unearthed material.
I was just gonna say that. Like, what are the odds that this random person's deep passion is shared with someone else at a random swap meet or whatever it was in LA? And he's like, "Yeah, I've got this and this and this," and he's like, "Oh, we need to be friends." I thought that was cute. I also love that kind of music. Just with there's so much going on, the horns and the singing, and it's just you don't really get that in today's music at all, or you really have to search it out. It's not popular, but I thought that was really great. Yet another. One thing, as we've been watching these documentaries, that's interesting to me is whether they have a narrator, or lack one. And this one didn't really necessarily need a narrator. It had the people within the documentary. I felt kind of pushing it along a lot better than um, the at least the Pet Cemetery one, which I thought might have been beneficial. And just it's interesting the art of the documentary doesn't. There was a time, in my opinion, I could be wrong, but like around from 2005 to 2015, where the documentary online was really really big, and then I think a lot of people moved to Netflix and such, and it just maybe people do documentaries, but they become entire series or 5 parts or whatever. I like documentaries on really niche things that I would never learn about previously. So I found this one to be really, really interesting and great.
This is a winner. I thought it was really great.
Yeah,
Really interesting, really entertaining. And as the guy said, well, you just never know where something's going to lead you, right? Like he's just looking for records or letterman, and it changed his life dramatically.
that's right. I like seeing the
Over several years, he doesn't have, just kind of going with it because he liked it. Who knew it led to making a documentary.
There you go. Excellent. Well, I'll let you two get on with your night unless you're gonna watch another documentary. Um,
there's a last blockbuster documentary which you I think you told me about. Have you seen it?
I only know all about it, but I have not seen it to my knowledge.
Okay. I'll add it.
Excellent. It's in Bend, Oregon, and the lady who runs it, she's like the manager there. She is fascinating. Like she's become a cult figure. People get married there. Um, she started there just like as an employee, and now she's raised a whole family. She's a very interesting character. I don't want to say character in like a bad way, but I mean she's just an interesting character of the world. That she has this dedication to keep this going, and um, many years ago, I dated a daughter of one of the executives of Blockbuster, and she had something that I thought was so cool. She had a card that anywhere in the world where she was, she could just walk into a Blockbuster and get as many movies as she wants. I always thought that was very cool. It was like Netflix. Yeah, exactly. It was like Netflix before Netflix. It's a tourist attraction.
Oh yeah, I meant to tell you. I showed my VR headset today, and so
First I hated it.
Okay.
I was blown away by it because like you can like make the screen just giant, and so I put on the new Mario Kart 3 movie trailer or whatever. It's beautiful colored animation by like so or whatever.
Sure.
And she was just like couldn't care less about it. She has a projector, like big screen in the basement. She was like, "There's no difference." But I was like, "I like the VR way more." It's way more clear, like HD, but she cannot spray painting VR games. And then she went in a new space entirely. She was spray painting the train, writing some really brutal, terrible artwork, but she enjoyed doing it. And
No, I loved it. It was very cool. Having never really put on a VR headset before, I had a vision of it, like it would do or whatever. That it was exact. And I'm not just saying that because he's saying that. I swear to God, I really am. I really am.
Excellent. Yeah. How long did you have it on total, if I may ask?
I don't know, 20 minutes, half an hour.
Okay.
that was like 10 minutes.
That was only 10 minutes.
Okay. Yeah.
She hasn't never had that.
No. I was just gonna say that it distorts your sense of time, and it seems like it did for you as well. When I'm in it, it's like a lot of time could go by, and I don't realize it, or it just it closes out the entire world, obviously, to what I'm doing.
What do you do with this? Like, I don't keep what else are, but what do you use?
Yeah, so I don't use it as much anymore because I'm on these streams and I watch documentaries that were made in 3D that have 360-degree view, so I could like look around and feel like I was immersed. I would also use it for Google 360, Google Earth. So it's my room. I would use it for. I found the version that I had. I think Zach has like the Riser has the Oculus 3 or something like that, and mine was one of the first ones. And I used it for the gaming on it. I didn't ever feel was that great. One thing that I did do, and I recommend to anyone who has one, is to get a magnetic charger for their VR because you will, if you wear it enough, pull on that cord and loosen the connector, but if it's magnetic, it just flies off and you won't do any damage to the headset. A friend of mine at the time, when it was launched, he had the Oculus Rift, or the 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 nicer one that's connected to a computer. And so on that one, I got into gaming, and we played um, this Star Wars game that I remember being like blown away. And that's when I had that aha moment where we were using lightsabers and you got to meet Darth Vader, and that was really interesting. And I then like it didn't become that popular, and now Meta is scaling all of its projects. But Riser and I are absolutely shocked that Meta spent $88 billion on their metaverse, basically to make VR popular. $88 billion. That is an incredible amount of money to spend. That no one like it just. I probably would say exactly. And I don't have the Apple Vision Pro. I don't know anybody who has the Apple Vision Pro. It's very expensive. It's like $3,000 to $5,000, and that's just not reasonable for today's market. And I think that hurt things as well. There's nothing to do on it.
Rollers. I think they're going to bring it down. They're going to be 1,500 or something. But I think there's still market for higher like productivity, gaming.
I still think that there's a huge untapped market in board, or it's this idea that it's just a holder that puts your phone in front of your face. You already have $1,000 whatever phone, many people do, and all it has to do is be in front of your face, and it can do the exact same thing. Google launched this project like 12 years or so, and literally they had instructions how to make their like I have a piece of cardboard here, literally out of cardboard. You could make the holder, and you put your phone in it, and it worked extremely well. And they never continued to move with that project. I think that is more feasible for most people. They already have their phone. All of their apps are already on it. All their friends are already on it. They don't have to go and get a separate device. Just use their phone. Put their phone in front of it. It works exactly the same way. So that's what I think is probably the missing link. People don't want to they just don't have the money to spend on either hundreds or thousands of dollars. And then on top of that, not everything is synced. But with their phone, everything is synced. They don't have to buy anything more, and they get to do everything that they want to do. So I think that is an excellent alternative. And Google did not pursue that project too much. I think you can still get it, but to me, all you need is a holder of a phone in front of your face, and it's basically the exact same thing. Another issue that arises is the ability side of like a lot of people knowing what's going on in their periphery when they're using it. So I know that some, at least the Google Vision or the Apple Vision Pro, allowed it to be like tinted so that you could see what was going on outside of the screen.
Yeah, well, I felt even I was so caught up in this hating thing that I sit back. I'm afraid I'm gonna fall.
Exactly.
Because there's a train, and I just want to walk to it.
Exactly.
And if I relaxed enough, I would have I don't know, I would have walked into a wall or something.
I agree. You do need a little bit of space.
Very, very, very easily.
I agree.
There it is. It's just
So they have like a feature where you set up a safe circle with a radius, the radius that you just like can see again. Because it can flip in and out of broadcasting in your room. versus like the negative.
That's good.
They thought it.
Anyway, do you have other people to talk to?
Yeah, I'm sad Oz did not.
He did watch. He just left at the end.
Okay. Yeah, I was curious what
He'll check back in. I am happy that I don't have other people aside from you guys that listen to me talk. I've been getting into writing. I shared some with Riser, and I've always been someone who enjoys using just writing, either creative writing, but really more perhaps like I don't want to say political writing, but like philosophical writing. And with ChatGPT or different apps, I find that I can write a lot more content much faster. So what I've been doing, I think, is somewhat brilliant. I'll come up with a philosophical philosophical premise, whatever it may be. Dogs are sweet, something sweet, and then I will take that and have ChatGPT draft, let's say 1,000-word essay on it. I'll take that essay, copy it, and rate this essay out of 10 for its logical soundness. And Claude will go through and say it's a 9.7 out of 10. Here's how it could get stronger. And then I'll take that and I'll put it into Gemini. And I'll say, hey, Gemini, please rank this out of 10 sounds. And it will give me, it'll say, all right, it's a 9.8. Here's how it can get stronger. And I'll say, okay, draft that. Take that, put it into Grok. I'll say, Grok, this says 10 out of, rank this out of 10 out of 10. And then I'll go back to ChatGPT. And sometimes ChatGPT says, oh, it's a 9.4 or something like that. And then, but I will eventually get it so that all of them say 10 out of 10 from logical certainty, and then I will publish it. And I find that to be a very interesting way to be able to ensure that my arguments are fully sound and tight. And recently, some of the subjects on which I'm writing are very, they can be very complicated. And ChatGPT, complicated.
Complicated.
Yes. So they might be on a religious subject. So, like for instance, one of which that I've written on recently. This one isn't that complicated, but the role of Mashiach within Judaism. What is Mashiach? It's our Messiah, basically, who we believe is going to come and rebuild the temple in Jerusalem. These kinds of things. There are a lot of complications though in that, and so one thing that I have found is I will ask ChatGPT. Instead of saying, hey, write a 10,000-word essay, which is 10 times normally what I do, and many times it's too much for ChatGPT, I'll have it build an essay for me, or build an outline for me. And then I will construct each of the 10 sections until it has 10 out of 10 clarity, and then I'll say, okay, this is section 1, and then I'll do that with the next section, that's section 2, and then I can combine them all into an essay and then publish it. And I have found this. It's like 10,000 words. Yeah, and then I published. Found that this helps me a lot online. Immediately, I have found, like just in the last week, all about my discussions on futurism. That's really what I'm passionate about, is the future, life extension, and perhaps those things. And so, previously, if you would ask AI about me, it'll just say, Rabbi streamed their life for world peace, yada, yada, yada. But now it will say, in addition to being a live streamer, Rabbi is interested in these different topics: de-extinction, AI, artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence, teleportation, all these other things. And that's what I wanted to know about me, because I am much more than just a streamer. And then when you look me up, there's a lot more in there. So I've been very satisfied with that, and I
That's smart. That's very smart. That's very,
yes,
very
I
good.
appreciate that.
It's building your profile. It's getting you, as you say, as you say, that's a perfect way to do it.
Exactly, and it's actually creating a new industry that isn't discussed. So previously, this would be known as search engine optimization (SEO) or search engine management. But there's really
And you pay for it.
and you pay big time for it. Absolutely, yeah. So this allows me to inject my ideas for free, and I'm basically creating my own industry, or at least the discussion of it, which really hasn't been a thing. But you can manipulate what AI knows about you if you want, from being just anonymous to everything that you do in a positive manner by. And so I have found this to be incredibly beneficial as well. That I'm
I
a,
have a question about that.
it's
It's a little bit like the services that you buy that will rub anything negative about you or about you.
that's true. I mean, that's search engine management, certainly. I want them to know more than like than just more than a streamer. I wanted to know really specific things, and if people are interested in it, then it takes my writing and puts that into basically learns from it through AI and what I do, and yeah. So I recommend, please tell Christopher about it, because it is incredibly beneficial. I don't know why companies haven't talked about this that much, because it's so important that in the I talked to Reiser about this a little bit. In the EU, there is an upcoming case between Google and the EU, or Alphabet, Google's parent company. And basically, the EU is saying to Google, or Alphabet, that you have a monopoly on your browser, and you have a monopoly on AdWords, basically what people are searching. And you can't have a monopoly on both, at least if you want to operate within the European Union. You need to drop one of these. And I've heard the rumor that Google is going to drop its promotion of Chrome, because Chrome doesn't make as much money for them. The market share is going to be filled perhaps by OpenAI and ChatGPT. OpenAI launched a browser less than a year ago. It's not out it's only out to like Mac desktop users. It's called Atlas. And I think Atlas will be very big. And in the future, you won't necessarily have to go to a search engine. You will just literally have everything that you need from AI. We're already seeing this when you search Google something, and Gemini shows, a pretty good summary of whatever it is you're looking for. And there's an argument to be made that even the browser is changing. So I'm kind of doing what I can to be ahead of the curve in terms of the information that I have, and I think we live in a really exciting time, and especially with AI. I mean, you and I and Reiser had a discussion recently that AI is definitely the future, and it is going to replace a lot of people. So you can either have it work against you or work for you. And I am in the business of having it work for me. And so why not program it now while I can, while it's in its infancy, to think I'm just.
Well, so I'm curious. So, did it take the content that you published?
It did. So I put out a press release earlier this week saying that I was going to be on a podcast, an upcoming podcast for the next 5 weeks. on an Australian podcast. And if you go into Gemini right now, even just if you type in, I'll read to you what it says. It shocked me.
Yeah, but that was because you published it, right? Like you published this thing that said this is where I'm going to be.
Yes.
It wasn't. Yeah. Okay. So that's the missing piece that I was just gonna. When I relate this to Christopher, that is what I'm going to relate to him. That when you publish things, it uses that content. It learns about you. It knows about you. So if somebody searches on you, they find out your interests.
That's correct. And from a time standpoint, for that Google gives every website, it's known as PageRank. And so things that have like a 90 and above PageRank are things like Reddit and things like YouTube and things like Medium, and things that are lower than that are things like maybe you just created a website of your own or whatever. On one of these high scoring PageRank, Google traditionally crawls the internet twice per day to see what changed, and then we'll add that to the search results. And so I can say within about 5 days, I was able to have Google know exactly what I wanted it to know about myself, and with just very minimal press release. I put out a couple press releases, I put out a Reddit article, and I created a Medium account. And now it knows everything about what I do. And the big thing was I wanted it to know I wasn't just a streamer, but I'm a discusser of futurism and all those other things. It provides all that now. So I'm very happy with it, and I'm just going to continue.
Have you
everyone read everything to this person, independent consultant. So he has to promote his works and find new business, find new business. He does that in very non-traditional ways, and he got quoted because they just hit it. But his main thing, like just LinkedIn, but this is interesting because people are going to go to LinkedIn. They're gonna just AI this person, right?
Exactly. LinkedIn is in that top 90% or like for PageRank as well. The issue is it's behind a paywall, or I shouldn't say behind a paywall, but behind a login. And at least with my LinkedIn, I mean, I've used it to get really great jobs, but I don't necessarily want to publish on religious topics on my LinkedIn. I'm a certified project management professional. My interests are in technology and apps, and I may publish something, but it's on philosophy or maybe on religion, and I don't necessarily want, if I ever, God forbid, need a future employer or something like that. Exactly, but on Medium, you don't need it doesn't have that login. It's available to anyone who wants to see it, and it populates within Google extremely well. So I have found a lot of benefit to that. And the big thing that allows, I would say, the like 1-2 punch is if you publish something on Medium or LinkedIn, either one works, and get that posted somewhere on Reddit, Google goes crazy for that, because Reddit and Medium and LinkedIn all have very high PageRank, and about 55% allegedly of what ChatGPT knows is is based on Reddit responses. In fact, 10% of the founder of ChatGPT. So they work in then it's going to very quickly be absorbed into ChatGPT, and thus then Gemini and Grok and Claude benefit by using these different sites in combination with each other.
getting subjected from some random party from publishing a bunch of nonsense about the history and publish it and post that on Reddit. Is there a way, or like, is that same thing like some heavy political figures like Trump, where there's people on both sides just sucking crap into the pile of information?
There's certainly freedom of speech on there. I've discussed previously. I was trying to get people on the Kick subreddit to talk about me because I've created a bot that has just created tens of thousands of clips on people. I wanted people to talk about me. I wanted anybody, good, bad, indifferent. I wanted somebody to talk about me, and I kept submitting a Reddit post that, hey, who's this Rabbi Rothschild guy? Why did they keep spamming me? And I couldn't get it published in there. Eventually, somebody published it without me having to do it. And for a little while, when you would look up about me, it would say, I live stream my life, yada, yada, yada. But there'd be this little blurb at the end that said, Reddit users have found this person to use like avant-garde strategies in order to spam themselves. Some people call them a spammer or whatever. It wasn't the worst thing in the world. They could call me way worse than that. However, I wanted it chat, and now when you read it, at least it says something like uses. Oh, here it is. Uses lighthearted and casual strategies in order to be able to promote themselves. Something like that. Like lighthearted is much nicer than spammy, and but nevertheless, spams everybody's chat, which is absolutely what I do. I can't deny that. But I do it for world peace, and you and I have had the discussion previously that it's not necessarily it's not with there's no malice in it. It's much different. I'm not trying to drain someone's crypto. I'm not trying to steal someone's bank account. I'm not trying to dox anyone. I really am just doing it for publicity. And I feel like that's, while some people may consider it to be spam, other people may see that to be admirable. And as Riser and I discussed yesterday, I believe it was, what's the difference between spam and promotion? It really comes down to, are you paying for the type of marketing that you're getting? Marketing organizations consider advertising that's paid to be legitimate, and anything that is not to be spam. There's no way to really win that.
Joe, we should have a computer virus that in fact it sends messages like for world peace and stuff like that, like a positive.
That's quite
maybe one that is dreaming messages are positive.
Absolutely.
There's never a positive virus. It's always a positive. Really got with that.
Yeah, well, that's true, but that's it's
But
quite
it sounds like whatever you're saying.
yeah. Perhaps I filled that role.
Yeah, you didn't quite use it.
No, absolutely.
No, I can't believe I actually caught you at last time. This is like a lot of times I try to I join these VCs, you're like sleeping. Join these VCs, maybe
not there, but like right now, like you're here, you're active. Right now, you're here, yeah.
Absolutely, Paul. How'd you find out about me?
I've seen you at Socialize. I've seen you at G, and I've also seen the interview with Sam Bond.
Oh, excellent. Okay, very well. So you know a little bit about me. Do you mind if I tell you more?
Oh, I can say like sarcastic things.
I hear it in your voice. You're heartfelt. I appreciate that.
Yeah, you know, like you see you at Socialize and like the very first BC. I've seen you in Edgy, and I've seen like it's yeah, watching that interview, it's like you're an interesting guy.
Thank you.
I don't think I could do this.
I appreciate it. Well, thank you for the opportunity. Yes, I am Rabbi Rothschild. For those of you who are watching, perhaps not in my Discord, if you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the Tatooine. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. Paul or Meepy, have you ever seen?
Yep, I've seen them all. Yep.
Excellent. Well, then you get a gist of what I do. My entire life is on camera. In the 1990s, the phrase "content is king" was coined, and I'm making it true today. In my own way, I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2017, the Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken any person ever, which is making me very influential. I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that your generation already, and I want to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
That sounds excellent.
Excellent. If you haven't had that opportunity, you should, at the top of this Discord, there's a red circle that says 24/7 YouTube streams. You may have to scroll to the top, and it's like maybe the fourth or fifth thing down. It's a red circle. Do you see it says 24/7 live YouTube streams?
Yep, I see it.
Okay, either one of you, I want you to, you can either click the link in there, you can check it to make sure that it's or whatever. Some people in here, and you know me, I'm not trying to scam anybody of anything. It's a good link. You put that into a browser, and I want you to count how many live streams you see currently.
Way too many to count.
It's a lot. And so I may ask, like, you know other people live stream, but really no one live streams for more than one stream. And certainly not 2, and certainly not 5, and certainly not 10, and certainly not 20. And if you imagine, I've been doing this for multiple streams for over 4 years. We're coming in close to 5 years. That's a lot of data for the world to be able to study. Agree?
Fully agree.
Excellent. So, in addition to streaming my life for more than 20 different streams, I like to talk about things that help the world. Things like ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, there. Sponsored by cryptocurrency. That's what all my betting is and my merchandise. And it's worth tens of millions of dollars. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations, such as Nigeria, for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program and most to make it drinkable. How do those things sound to you? I agree, 100%. Additionally, I'm a futurist. I like to talk about things that involve the future, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, things like space tourism, terraforming of other planets, interstellar travel, teleportation, telekinesis. I like to talk about things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction has already took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which is a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 2 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind-blowing goal. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I think will be really exciting to be able to witness. What are your thoughts?
Really agree.
That's an excellent point. Yeah, no, 100%. I'm in agreement with you. It went extinct around the beginning of the 17th action. Some say it was hunted. Many people think that the rise of the location as well, basically an apex predator, where it was not. We do have stuffed versions, basically taxidermied versions that have its DNA, and we may be able to create some type of hybrid version of it, and eventually have what many may consider to be another type of de-extincted animal. So I think that's really exciting. I'm also an advocate for things like life extension technology. When you were both born, the average life expectancy for you or someone like you is probably about that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology, such as agriculture, such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryogenics, things like cold shock therapies, testosterone replacement therapies, ambrosia therapy, red light therapy, nootropics, peptides, to get you to be 120 years old, if not older. But when you're 120 years old, you may say, Rabbi, back in 2026 when we met, everything's starting to break down, though. What's the next plan? And again, this is with your consent. If you don't want this, no one's going to force it on you. If I have anything to do with it, but if you'd like, you can utilize another type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download. As an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to you, Paul and Mipi, is that you may have an opportunity at digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
I mean, I'm all for that. I'm all for that. As you probably this is something that remain and maintain their peace. And as long as it's actually, becomes accessible to the majority of people, not necessarily which I think we can hopefully all agree that the top 1% is access to especially many other things that are becoming luxuries but shouldn't be luxuries.
I am in agreement with BP, but guess what? Did you know that you're a member of the 1%?
Really?
Yeah. In order to be a member of the 1%, you essentially have to come from a family that makes at least $33,000 a year. And if you have a computer right now, you probably are from one of those families.
You know what? That is a solid point. I don't think it's a way to rebuttal that.
So I know what you're saying, though. The top 1% of the 1% of the 1%. I get that. I 100% understand that.
I you are right. It's kind of like look at stats too. They do still say, right? We assume everyone right. In reality,
agreed. And ours never used a computer.
We are done with our old technology. Most companies break it all down, right? I think that was enough to go, a long way fighting and helping them build a better future.
100%. So that's a little bit about me, Paul, and hobbies. Excellent. What are your favorite movies?
The Blues Brothers, actually. They Ben-Hur from the 1928 silent version epic as well. I do like silent.
Okay, let's talk Blues Brothers first. Who's your? Okay, that's an excellent one. All right.
And I think music in general is fantastic. And I mean, the amount of cameos that Aretha Franklin's music. I think it's one of those films that all the time lives in today, but it's also especially
Yeah, I'm in agreement. You know who my I mean, I love a lot of the cameos. Everyone from Ray Charles to Captain is Steven Spielberg. Exactly, and come back. Okay, great.
Actually,
I agree.
And I know there was also another like remake now, so I think like maybe 10 years ago. That one I think is terrible. That one I think is terrible. Morgan Freeman, which other actors in it? Yeah, hopefully they stop remaking the greats. Stop remaking the greats. Remake something that's not that good.
I'm in agreement. Have you ever seen the set that they had for Ben-Hur? It was absolutely giant.
Haven't actually read the first movie, the 1928 one. I haven't read a lot about that one. And I was always curious if like the actual like great stories, the boat scene drowning, if it was actually real. And they apparently actually claimed that it was actually real because the people signed up to do the part, but lied that they could swim, but they actually couldn't. But then they actually used the boat afterwards. Things like 40 or 50 people that actually recording of that version, which is something you don't really think about when watching it, right? That's real. Because everything is actually real.
Absolutely. It's fascinating. All right. What's your favorite uh, genre of movie?
Favorite genre? I'd say it's generally, I mean, almost everyone I watch the most. I'd say it's diversity. I think every genre has its good and bad. But this one is inherently better than the other. And I'd say horror definitely fills that for me the most. And horror films.
Okay. What are your favorite horror films?
Favorite horror? Definitely say Videodrome. Videodrome is definitely up there. I actually love the Saw franchise.
I was just gonna say that. Do you have a favorite Saw?
Actually, the first Saw is the best one.
Okay.
I think One Room films in general, or chamber films, as they're being dubbed now, are really captivating in the sense that they have to be engaging and have an interesting story while maintaining singular position, which Saw One mostly is a
Right.
so I like that they focus right on the actual story and the characters, the aesthetics, or the plot, visually. It's got that grittiness to it.
I agree. I also like Saw 2. Love Saw 3. Those are.
Did you see the Jigsaw film?
Yeah. I want to say that I did, or I had it on, but yeah, to get like his view, I thought was really interesting. Wasn't that like, if you considered them all, was it Saw 7 or 8 or something?
Yeah. I think that one technically is, for sure. Well, I guess there's also Spy as well.
Okay.
No, direct main. I guess that would be
Okay. Yeah. Very interesting. Remember seeing the Saws in the theater, and how they were foreshadowed that there would be more, and it's really become an interesting uh, type of genre in itself. These like psychological manipulation of an individual enjoy. So I thought that was really interesting. All right, what's your favorite war film?
I say take on Heat, about the war between the South during the time it takes split in half. Highly recommend it if you have a chance.
Excellent. Do you have any other recommendations?
Have you seen Apocalypse Now? I think it's really good.
Absolutely. All right, of those Vietnam films, we've got Apocalypse Now, Deer Hunter. We have Platoon. We have. I think I'm missing another major one in there. Is Apocalypse Now your favorite?
Yeah, I'd say Apocalypse Now is definitely the best one of all. And then the Deer Hunter. The Deer Hunter is great. That's like very solid pick. I think the strongest one for Mel Jack is an action show. Right, that initiation and those two segments rather than just one segment. That's kind of do.
That's great. All right. What are your thoughts on musicals?
I don't mind them. I wouldn't say I'm big on them, but as long as it's music that I'd say pertains to my life, I like music.
Sure. Do you consider the Blues Brothers? Do you consider the Blues Brothers to be a musical?
It definitely is. I think Blues Brothers is right in that point where
I agree with you, and it's not normally seen as that, but it is. It most certainly is, in my opinion. They've got
definitely, and it's very rare you find a movie that has action.
yes, yes,
It could be wrong, but
car crash. Yes,
all those cars are actually sad and rolled over the hills and stuff. It's crazy.
and of course CGI and such. I don't know if that record will ever get broken. That's a lot of money, especially.
Yeah. A lot of films is really just the fact that studios slow down where it's just shooting.
Right, and it just seemed like that the car crash scene is amazing. John Candy is amazing. The where they are storming the city hall or whatever with all the army people, that's amazing. The scene where they turn around and everybody's got guns on, that's amazing. I mean, the Penguin, the Illinois Nazis, the jail scene, even the end. I mean, they play like such big songs. Like I don't even know if $1 billion budget, but they're playing Elvis at the end with Jailhouse Rock. They play like Soul Man by Sam and Dave. They play huge songs to get into one movie. It'd be difficult to do today.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. One of them. There are still a lot of good films. There are still a lot of good films. I think horror films, despite visual theatricals and dramas. But there are still good films. There are still good films, especially just gotta look for it.
Are you excited for Michael?
I'm intrigued.
Okay. I'm excited for it. It should be a 2-part movie, as I understand. At least from a music standpoint, it'll be really into
For
films.
sure, for sure. And I do know, I think I recall Miles Tyler and Coleman and going into to very slowly, and getting a lot more confident in the last few years.
Excellent. I think Jafar Jackson is playing Michael. Is that correct?
Correct, yeah.
And I feel like anybody else, if it were not Jafar, they'd either maybe be, everybody would say they're not good enough to play Michael Jackson, or Michael Jackson would have done it so much better. But this is someone who's related to him, so he's difficult to critique from that standpoint. If Michael Jackson were making a movie, there he probably would prefer someone with whom he has some relation, perhaps. I find it interesting, at least from the rumors surrounding the movie, that they are going to tackle all of the good and the bad with Michael Jackson and the controversy that surrounds his life. And so I think it'll be really interesting if these big time, what did you call them? Not just rock biopics exactly. Almost a merger between a rock opera and a biopic, where we've had them recently. So you had like the Freddie Mercury and the Elton John and the Bob Dylan and the Bruce Springsteen, and those are fine. But this one I feel like is going to be big.
Yeah, I think this. I think this was Michael Jackson. It seems like there's definitely having a lot of nuance depending on the vibe. I think some of them do tend to lean, too hard into like one side, a couple of persons as the other, whether it's showing the upcoming or showing the down. Highlight the negatives, and avoiding, controversial things in the personal lives. Or I think good biopics tend to try to remain unbiased and just, display it in a manner that can articulate accurately. That represents the individual's own aspects.
I recognize that and I agree with you. So yeah, that should be interesting coming up. Paul, how about you? What kind of music? What kind of movies do you like? Is Paul there? Paul there?
I mean, he's not saying anything.
Okay.
Sure, if he's there. Maybe he'll come back at some point.
Absolutely. Mimi, did you find out about me through Paul?
Sorry?
Did you find out about me through Paul?
Yes, I did actually. He actually told me, he's informed me, I should say, about someone who's just like streaming on cuts of every platform. And my initial response was kind of like, why does that? You're like, what's the point? Kind of thing. But after looking into the words of it, and talking about Paul actually, about things he's and stuff that he's watched and listened to reviews, definitely made you sound like an intrigued wanted to chat directly,
Absolutely, 100%. Do you have any questions?
I guess one thing I'm curious about all these streams and all the accounts. Are you using that? Are you using it individually? Set up to do it?
No. I have. Sure. I have over 33 different devices, including laptops and Chromebooks and tablets and handhelds. I multi-stream, so basically, for many of them, each one of them is streaming not simultaneously. I'm live on, like more than 20 different YouTubes, a similar amount on Rumble, a similar amount on Twitch. I'm live on Instagram and multiple X, like at least a dozen Discords. I'm live on BitChute. I'm live on YouNow and a bunch of just to be as uncancelable as possible. I have more unity. Do you know what Linktree is?
I do.
Go to my Linktree, linktr.com/Rabbi Rothschild, just like my name. And like you normally see someone's Linktree and it's like, okay, it's got like 3 or 4 or 5 things, and that's great. Look at mine.
Yeah, you're not kidding.
Yeah, scroll down, and that's not even 1% of all my accounts. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 X accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more social media than any person ever. And of those, like something like 90% of all those links work. Occasionally, I'll get a ban here or there, or a suspension or whatever, and I have to appeal it or whatever. But basically, from that Linktree, you'll see I have interviews there. I have press releases there of all the interests that I have. I have everything from TikTok to YouTube to, of course, X to, of course, Kick to Africa TV. I've got D Live. I've got Trovo. I've got just too many to count. But when people find out about me, as Paul has, and now as you have, it has the opportunity to change the world. When you have someone who is given a platform to be able to discuss not hot or not, how hot is this chick, or what can I do to piss off this person in public, and actually wants to talk about real issues about the future and how we can benefit as a globe. That's interesting, in my opinion. That's extremely interesting. And on top of that, what this is going to do for AI needs human examples on which to build its models. And I am the most documented individual in global history. That means everyone from Muhammad to Leonardo da Vinci, Napoleon, John F. Kennedy, Donald Trump. I have more data archived about myself 24/7 than all of them combined. That's an incredible amount for the world to be able to learn.
Have you actually ever been contacted by any digital corporations?
Certainly influencers. So on my stream, I've had Aiden Ross, I've had Dr. Dutch, I've had Amaranth. I'm the number one streamer all time in Aiden Ross's stream. Number one streamer all time in Kaisenat's stream. Number one streamer all time. I shouldn't say stream, in their Discords. Number one streamer all time in I Shall Speak's Discord. Number one streamer all time in Kaisenat's Discord. Number one streamer all time in Action Man's Discord. Basically any of the Mr. Mod. So at least from an influencer standpoint, I have certainly had them contact me. I'm friends on here with the owner of Kick, at least on Discord. His name is Eddie Craven, so he certainly knows about what I do. In terms of the data companies, the ones that are really going to matter are Alphabet through Google and YouTube, Amazon, certainly perhaps ChatGPT. One really interesting aspect of this, meaning OpenAI. I was streaming a year before ChatGPT launched. I was an early adopter of ChatGPT in November 2021. Pardon me, November 2022. I was a user of it November 30th, 2022 when it launched. So I've been able to see its different iterations from ChatGPT 0 to 1 to 2 to 3 to 3.5 to 4 to 5. And I've been able to see image generation and now short form video generation. Basically, I have a complete view, time capsule of AI, at least large language models and related entities, going back to the pandemic. Very few people could claim that they've even been streaming this long, let alone archiving all of their streams every 12 hours or so that they're available to the general public. There are some people out there who say, oh yeah, I stream all the time. Okay, that's cool. Can I go back and see what you did last month? No. How about last year? No. How about 4 years ago? No. Because they don't. They just keep one long stream. I'm different. I stop my streams every 12 hours so that you can literally go back yesterday, last week, last month, last year, 4 years ago, and see what I was doing. And I would like to. Anticipate doing it for the rest of my life. I think that's a really exciting opportunity for the world to be able to learn.
I fully agree. Actually, would I be able to ask you a question?
Absolutely.
I'm curious, how do you fund yourself?
Yeah, great question. I'm a certified project management professional. I've successfully launched apps on the App Store and Google Play and have been able to utilize my success in that industry to provide for some financial independence. I've also had contracts with major Fortune 100 organizations that have allowed me to fund this. When I first started streaming, I was simultaneously working, and so we have that element of my life as well. And I'd made enough money and invested well enough that I recognized that I might not have to work for the next half decade or so. And so that's what I do. And then I have found people who have volunteered to sponsor me. Certainly cryptocurrencies, and I also make some money streaming. So I don't really pay attention to that. But yeah, so long as I don't take exotic vacations and live within a budget, I can do this for another few years or so at least.
I think that's amazing, man. Because at the end of the day, you are doing, what you set out to do. And I think a lot of people would definitely, whether it's safe to say whether or not, I think it's definitely something that is actually pursue, truly desire, want to pursue. Whereas a lot of people can do right by their jobs, or things going on in their lives, will actually pursue those things.
I agree, and I have had to make some sacrifices, certainly from perhaps romantic relationships and such. But I recognize that if I go viral, I'll be able to get any girl that I want. I just have to be patient. I've had many female relationships in the past, more than I can count. Of really great women, beautiful women. But I know I can take my game to another level. Every woman wants to be famous, and a lot of women would want the opportunity. I shouldn't say every woman, a lot of women do. That they could be perhaps with the most famous person on earth, or at least the person who has the most amount of data. I essentially, in my own way, could say, "Hey, how would you like to be in the Epic of Gilgamesh, or the Bible, or the Talmud?" Basically, I have this huge amount of data, and I can make you a character in it. How would you like that? That's really exciting to a lot of people. You're in it.
That is true.
Absolutely.
I'm actually curious. I know it costs money to do so, but have you ever contacted Guinness or anything to records?
Absolutely. So I have been in talks with them actually after the first year, and it's a very difficult record that I'm going for, which is difficult to uh, I don't want to say create officially. I At first they were like, "Okay, so you have the world's longest stream," and I say, "No, that's not what I have. I stop my stream every 15 minutes." And they say, "Okay, so what is your record?" And I say, "I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever." And they say, "Okay, that's great. How do you know that?" And I say, "Well, no one has been live streaming as much as I have from so many different streams at once, simultaneously." And so they say, "Well, it's a difficult thing to quantify. When you have achieved a level of notoriety, we will be able to certify this record. But at this point, we don't have the manpower to be able to watch all of your streams to be able to confirm this. And if you know anything about the Guinness World Records, they want everything on camera. Well, literally everything is on camera, but they don't have one team that could sit there and watch it all and make sure it wasn't just repeated. And so they have said that you're certainly perhaps the top candidate for this. But once we have the globe to be able to watch you, then we can add you to the list." So yeah, it's something that I've looked into. It's also anywhere between $5,000 and $25,000 depending. But it's the certification aspect of it that is difficult. Even if we were they were to say, okay, you have been, we can certify you've been doing this for 4 years. We don't have the manpower to be able to watch it all. But when the world has the opportunity to see it, and we can see that it is not redundant streams, that's going to be really something interesting. And I'm okay with that. And I do have some friends who have world records, and so we've talked about that process and such. And but I even know that like they've made attempts to get their world records, and if their cameras fail or for whatever reason any technical issues occur, they have to start over. And I know that the Guinness World Record is considered the epitome of world records, and it's something that I'd like someday. And I'd like it to be one of those records when I do go viral that I'm fine with paying for it, but I want them to come back to me and say, we want to give this to you. We want to bestow it upon you. So that's an exciting opportunity. And then there are a lot of other Guinness World Records that they might be able to that I might have as well. So I think I might have the most amount of content created by a single individual on social media, not just video, but like I have like tens of thousands of accounts that have tens of thousands of posts that are just videos or music or whatever it may be. And the way that I'm able to create so much content, I create robots that just automatically upload segments of my life to social media, which is something that nobody else does. So you literally can go on many different platforms and be able to see a snapshot of my life, either in 1 to 4 hour video, or some of them are short. Some of them are just like 1 minute songs or whatever. I have another opportunity, I think, for Guinness World Record to for the person who's listened to the song the most. I have a song that I play in the background of my streams 24 hours a day. And what that does is it confuses the algorithm, basically the AI of YouTube, so that if I'm ever watching anything that may be considered copyrighted material, it alters it just a little bit so that I don't get flagged. I still get flagged for some things, but so I've been listening to the same song for 24/7 for years, but it's in the background. I barely hear it. Additionally, this isn't just a story of my life, but it's a story of world events. I say we've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. We've seen assassinations and assassination attempts. We've seen peace and war and everything else. I keep a radio on in the background 24/7 that documents world news events. So, like, literally, you can go back to any moment of my life since the pandemic and know not just what was going on with me, but what was going on in world events, like a time capsule or like a timestamp, which I think is really interesting.
That's actually a genius way to do it. That's really intelligent.
Absolutely, you're.
I think the idea too of having the news behind and all the updates as well, as you brought up, I think that's actually a perfect example to how you're kind of building this digital time capsule that, theoretically can always be referenced back. If people wanted to see, things of our current times, and actually in the flesh, in a way.
Absolutely, and you see my reactions to what happened when the Queen died, what happened when the war started. These are really important things that not everybody has on camera. And you who are into cinematography, you know that there's always a reason why a filmmaker will put something into a film. And many times you may have someone in a film who's just listening to the radio, and it gives you a sense of the time period when you can hear those things. Or I don't know if you ever played Grand Theft Auto, but the radio has a big role in Grand Theft Auto for you to know what's going on in the city. In the same way, you know what's going on in my life by the radio, and it's constantly going. And it's not just radio talk. There's a lot of music that's played on the buffer music, or the bumper music, I should say. So there are going to be a lot of people, artists out there who are already on the stream. I've already done my best to show on different streams basically every single Oscar nominee since 1929. Play every major music album. Have at least one video of every single song, every major song of the 20th and 21st centuries. Um, like, do you have TikTok?
Personally, no, I don't.
That's okay. No worries. So I've created robots on TikTok that literally just I have tens of thousands of posts that just have 1 minute of my life that has music going over it. So even some like some non-known artists are on my stream. In fact, I think it's really interesting. Sometimes I'll have this bot post, and I'm not even paying attention to it, and I'll get one of the artists. I use their song, and they will go to my stream because they'll be like, "Hey, no one uses my songs. I'm just a small time creator. This is really amazing." Sometimes they're bigger, but they'll recognize that I made a video of their song, and that's basically free promotion for myself. So I think that's there's all kinds of really interesting things, and we have almost 3,000 people in the Discord now, and many of them. I mean, it's right now like 11:23 where I am, and we've got a lot of people in this Discord who are active. And when people find out about what I do, this thing's going to blow up. It just and next week, starting Monday, and for the next 5 weeks, I'm going to be on a series of podcasts with an Australian podcaster and radio host, and we're going to be talking about futurism. The first session is on life extension technology. The second section is on Earth improvements. The third section is on mega projects. The fourth section is on space exploration, and the fifth section is on intelligent life. And these are some really great conversations that we're going to be having, and I'm going to keep just connecting with individuals to be on podcasts, and eventually this will go viral. I know if I do it long enough, it's going to be a really big deal, and I think it will have the opportunity to change the world, and I'm really excited about that.
It's really rare to actually find someone, whether in real life or online, pushing the boundaries or trying to do something others truly have. And because you always hear someone doing something they think no one's ever done before, but and then you find out it's been done many times, whereas in your case, I think this is actually one of those rare times where you're truly pushing the boundaries of doing something. I think no one else would really think of it, even if they did. Probably thinks it's out of their scope, so they never actually do it. And I think it's cool you actually went and did what people wouldn't imagine actually doing.
I appreciate that. I had someone who came in, and they've become a friend, but they came in maybe like 2 or 3 months ago, and they said, "Hey, we just got to talking or whatever," and I explained to him what I did, and he's like, "Hey, I know someone who does what you do." Whenever I hear that, my heart sinks because it's a good thing. I want other people to do it, but then it becomes a competition. Like, who's been doing it longer? And he made me aware of who this other streamer was, and they do what I do to some extent, but they only do it on one camera, and they've only been doing it. This is still a lot, but like 315 days, which is great. But I've been doing it like 1,666 days, which is a lot of data. But I think it's going to become more popular in the future as well. I don't call it live streaming, I call it life streaming, where you literally can live your life alongside someone. There are other people who have had like city streams or intersection streams, but you can't go back to the archives of that and see what was happening 5 years ago or 3 years ago. They're just continuous streams, which are cool, and I don't want to put that down. I think that's helpful. But it's a thing like, if you can't go back and see it, did it really ever happen?
That's true, and I think you're supposed to know what's wasting as well, and what you're trying to achieve is definitely a lot different as well. In fact, I mean, you really are just like you said, live streaming yourself, like reality TV shows. Everybody knows them are really real. They're all scripted. Yours is actually the real deal of getting to a reality stream. Just doing your thing. It's you.
That's absolutely true. And it's real life. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far east as the desert and mountains, as far west as the Pacific Ocean. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, in Los Angeles, at Disneyland, really everywhere in Southern California. So I have a lot of IRL content as well, in addition to desktop streams. I've had people come visit me from Northern California, from places like 8 hours away in some instances. So I have had visitors, but generally I'm the only person who's on the camera. I'm respectful of other people if they don't want to be on the stream, or they don't have to be on the stream. And I live my life just the way that a lot of people live their lives right now. Right now, you're just sitting in a chair, sitting on your bed, or sitting on a couch, talking on Discord, right? It's completely correct, and that's what I'm doing, and that's what a lot of people do, but they just don't have the courage to put the camera on themselves, and they certainly don't have the courage to archive it. And once you can get past that, and you get past sleeping on camera, and bathing on camera, and showering on camera, and going to the bathroom on camera, and brushing your teeth on camera, you can get past all that. You recognize that you have given the gift, given the world quite an incredible gift, that you have no fear, at least in terms of the public aspect of your life, and people will learn from this. I know that we look back on pictures from the 19th century and say, wow, isn't that really interesting? This couple or with their children, and they're like, what did they do? Who would they become? Those kind of questions. Or in the 20th century from video that we see, and we say, wow, that's what San Francisco looked like before the earthquake, or that's what New York City looked like at the time of the Great Depression, or that's what life was like during World War II, or Korean War, or Vietnam, or whatever it may be. And we see how video has changed our life and given us a snapshot of what life was like during that time. I have recognized that I'm living at a time that no other generation could really do what I'm doing, just because of storage capacities of the video. And I see these as like home videos that I have, and there have been other people who have streamed their life. That's how Twitch started, but those streams weren't archived. And my big thing is the archiving of the footage. That's what's important to me. That's why I'm live on so many different streams, because I want the redundancy. I know I've lost YouTube accounts for whatever reason, so that's why I'm live on so many different ones, so that if somebody wanted to scrub the internet of me, they would really have to work at it. I would say I would be the most difficult person, almost certainly, to scrub the internet of it in global history. Well, hold on. From a video standpoint, I would say there might be writings of people, of like major figures, that would be difficult. At least, like if you look at the president might have a press conference, and that might be shot from 10 different cameras, which is cool, but it's only for like 10 minutes or 20 minutes. He's never on camera, aside from the State of the Union, for more than 2 hours, ever. And it certainly is not sleeping on camera or eating on camera. Those are things that he reserves for his private life or whatever. And I have just recognized that the world can learn a lot from that in the future. And I really want people to recognize, no matter where they are on Earth, we're all not that different. Whether you're in Asia or South America or Oceania or North America or Europe or wherever it may be, we all laugh, we all cry, we all sneeze, we all cough, we all blink. All of the things that people do, we're not that different. We're 99.9% all the same DNA. Whether you're a man or a woman, whether you're rich or poor, whether you're black or white, we're 99.9% the same DNA. And there's really a unifying force behind that, if people can just recognize that it's available to them and learn who I am. And on top of that, I think it's very important that people know, and I think people will really like the fact that they can always have something to do. If they're ever bored on the internet, I can go see what Rabbi's doing, because I'm literally always creating content. Anybody else, Mr. Beast, PewDiePie, anybody, any celebrity, you eventually run out of their content. Not mine. It would take you 100 years right now, more than 100 years, to watch all of my content just on YouTube. That doesn't include TikTok. That doesn't include Instagram. That doesn't include on Twitter or Twitch or anything else. And that's incredibly exciting as well, that we basically have unlimited content from someone, a fountain of content. That's exciting. Like, you'll never get bored of what I'm doing. And, we have people in here right now who are asleep. They just like to know that they're not alone in the world, that they have a connection to someone. If they ever want to connect with me, they can. If they ever have a question, they can. I play games with people in here. We sing karaoke. We watched documentaries in here earlier tonight. I do my best to be as hospitable to people and let people know that mi casa es su casa. My home is your home.
I think that's a great standpoint, and I think it definitely sets you apart from others. Happening right now, you create content, but you openly give people the avenue and the opportunity to join in, kind of be part of that fight with the ability to create more content alongside them. Because like you said, content creators, there's really no opportunities right now to really feel involved with them. Maybe you could send a message.
Exactly. In the chat. Exactly.
Even send emails to these YouTubers, and let's be honest,
they're not reading them.
Never going to contact a random viewer because you're just another viewer today.
That's right.
Whereas you are definitely you're hands on, like you're genuine. You're actually talking to actors, and not just for the sake of financial.
Oh, absolutely. I don't want the money from it. I know that this has the opportunity, as I said previously, data in 2017 overtook petroleum as its number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. And I know that is going to make me more money than I could ever want, and make my friends and everyone else more money than they'd ever want. And I want to give back to people like you, to people like Paul, to everyone in the store, to everyone who's helped me along the way. And I think I'll be able to. We have to think of all of the oil in the world and all of its value. Data, specifically human data, is worth more than that. So I'm sitting on my own little oil derrick here. It's not a little one, it's a big one. It's bigger than anybody else has. And I'll be able to sell not just the monetization of the data, but I'll be able to do endorsements. I'll be able to perhaps start different currencies and definitely market myself so that I very easily become that top echelon that we're talking about. And it becomes about power. It doesn't really become about money anymore. And I want to give that back. I ideally would just want to start one giant trust, basically a not-for-profit, and that trust just streamers out there like Mr. Beast and some of the others who have started, or at least try to help people, help the blind by donating vision surgeries. I would love to do those things, but bigger. I'm not about making a profit. I don't need the money for the monetization of my shit. Exciting part of that. I mean, I have I'm a very long name, Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10. You knew the ticker's Bitcoin, but basically very easy. And perhaps Coca-Cola or Pepsi or perhaps both or whatever it may be. And the exciting thing for an organization is I don't ever stop my stream. So their logo literally would be seen in front of thousands or millions of people simultaneously 24 hours a day. That's an incredible tool of marketing that really nobody else does. If you've ever seen an F1 driver or a NASCAR driver or anything like that, and they have those jumpsuits basically, and they have companies who sponsor them, I would feel very comfortable doing the same thing. And I think that's a really exciting marketing opportunity for these organizations. And they'll have not just a banner ad, not just an advert, not just a commercial, but literally 24/7 coverage for their brand. And that means people are going to talk about it. That means people are going to see loyalty on it. There's a really exciting opportunity from a corporate standpoint in sponsorship. So I know that the money will come. And, when I started this for the first at least year, I didn't talk to anybody. I didn't have a Discord for the first 3 years. It was just like, people would write in a YouTube comment, but because I had so many streams going, it would take me 2 hours to see that somebody had posted something, and a lot of people say, "Hey, why don't you use text to speech?" I have, but it doesn't always work that well. Those text to speech systems are kind of buggy. And, YouTube could make a really simple system that if somebody writes to you on YouTube, it just makes a noise. They don't have that. It's really unfortunate. So you have to use third parties. But when I first started, I just basically was someone who was just saying, I'm going to give people a portal into my life, and I'm going to continue to live my life the normal way. And then slowly but surely, I got into different people who were interested in what I was doing and wanted to connect with me, wanted to visit with me, wanted me to stream in their Telegram. I've been live streaming on a Telegram now for years for a cryptocurrency. And then getting into Discord, I started into 2 years ago, and then I started this Discord about a year and a half ago. And we now have like 3,000 people, and I've been a major character in the in Twitter Spaces, especially crypto Twitter Spaces. So I like to say that this is the center hub of the internet, and I really think it is. You see how many different Discords I'm in, and you see how many different YouTube streams I'm. Nobody else does what I do. They would think project for the world to be able to discover someday.
Try to get out there. And I think with this, I mean, it's obvious. So it definitely does help to have that actually get to get hands-on experience with you yourself, rather than just watching you do your thing right through a stream.
That's exactly right. And you raised an excellent point. With any other influencer, the best you're ever going to get is them reading your chat submission, if they're going to do that. And a lot of times you might have to use TTS. You might even have to pay. Very few times do you have the opportunity, not just for me to schedule a call. I was ready for you when you came in. Like, there's a whole different aspect of that, where 24 hours a day, you have someone to talk to if you want. Now, I know I may not be able to do that if I got super popular, but I could make time for people in certain arenas that we have in here, or different calls that, hey, if you know that you're being live streamed, but you want to talk about your situation you're having with your girlfriend or your boyfriend, or a situation that you're having at work or whatever, let's talk it out. I get people every single day who come to me for pastoral support, and I do my best to give them as good advice as possible. And they come back to me and follow up, and I've heard just about nothing but really high praise, and I'm really appreciative to have the role that I have to be able to help as many people as I do.
That's a really good point, actually, about being that avenue for people to have someone to talk to. I mean, it's easy to say everybody has friends, right? But everyone has those avenues for themselves are more sensitive. And I think, especially for communication as well, you can, of course, incorporate it into Twitter, I think it's definitely the case when someone actually sitting there, ready to talk, ready to talk, and express themselves really in the spot, right, rather than sit there and read the response. These verbally, especially in this case, you can feel the energy, feel the positive vibes, and actually feel genuine rather than just being
Couldn't agree more, my friend. So you did have some questions. Any other questions that you may have?
Yeah, I'm curious. So before you started all of this, what was your general routine? Things you did? Did you just live the same life?
No, it was quite different. That's right. No, quite different. I wasn't a streamer. Didn't have a YouTube. I'm a very religious individual, so at least 3 times a day I would go to shul, synagogue, starting at 6:15 in the morning, many times at lunch, and certainly after work. Being a certified project management professional, I have a technical background. I've also, in my life, been an accountant and a controller, so I have a financial background as well. And just really was living what you would consider to be a normal life of a professional in Southern California. And then the pandemic happened, and many aspects of my life went virtual, including my job went remote. Um, Many of our classes that we would have at synagogue went remote as well. So we'd be on camera. And I recognized that I went from never being on camera to immediately being on camera from anywhere from 8 to 12 hours a day. And that meant not only was I on camera for a major corporation in the world, but I was on camera for different synagogues of which I'm a member, and the different classes, be it Chumash class, which is Torah class, Hebrew studies, Hebrew language studies, Gemara classes, which is Talmud, and even into Chaversa, which is like paired learning. And I started learning from more and more rabbis virtually, and then eventually, over the course of years of study, became a rabbi myself. And with the role that I have, I was around congressional rabbis, and some of my rabbis were in congregations, or rabbinical colleagues, I should say. But others have other jobs as well. They're lawyers, or perhaps they're business owner. They're also a rabbi. And I recognized that I could kind of go 2 different routes. And the congressional route is something that I may want to do someday and have a brick and mortar shul, synagogue. But for the time being, I recognize as well that there was a change that we were seeing in not just Judaism, but globally, of this virtual world that people were living. And I was already basically, I'd overcome the anxiety that a lot of people undergo when they first have to be on camera for work or have to be on camera for class. And the way that it happened was after work, I like to play golf, and I would go to Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim, California, not too far away, and I would hit golf balls at the driving range. And I wanted to improve my drive, and I never had the opportunity to see what my drive looked like on camera. So I started with my iPhone, just recording myself and my swing. And if you've ever played golf, sometimes you hook the ball, sometimes you slice the ball, sometimes you top the ball. And I would make jokes to myself just on camera, like, oh, that didn't go too well or whatever. And I thought, especially at that time, I was looking to get married. And I thought my future family, my future wife and future children may want to see what their dear old dad was like during the pandemic before they were even a gleam in his eye. And so I thought, okay, well, maybe I should start uploading this content to my Google Drive. And so I started doing that. And I would do it after work every single day. And it was just taking me a long time. If you get into the whole archiving footage and then downloading it and re-uploading it can take some time, especially if you're getting throttled from an ISP or your cell service or whatever, because you're using so much data. And I recognize that, what, if I'm going to do this, I want to do it better than anybody else. So I went to Verizon. I bought 4 different data lines so that when I do IRL streaming, I had a lot of data. I had a family plan as a single individual, which is quite interesting. And I bought a bunch of different laptops. I bought tablets. I bought handheld devices. I'm very familiar and had been with my technical background of launching both apps on the App Store and Google Play. So I know iOS devices very well. I know Android devices very well. I've gotten into Windows devices, of course, Apple devices, even Amazon devices. And then I put cameras around myself in 360 degrees. And then just started learning how to stream. And I figured, you know what, if I do this 24 hours a day for a month, this will be huge. I'll go viral very easily. I'll have more followers than I'll ever want. Well, I didn't recognize it was going to be much more difficult than that. And you run into issues of copyright restrictions. You run into issues with, like, I don't generally talk about anything medicine related on my streams, generally not. But if I'm watching a podcast like Joe Rogan and he talks about something medical, well, then I can get a flag for that, or I can get flagged for that, for medical misinformation. So I had to learn about all of those different aspects of streaming. And then I had to learn about redundant streams and multi-streaming. And if it's possible, if it's possible from a device, I will figure out a way how to stream on it. And then from there, like I said, the first year I didn't really talk to anybody. The second year I would talk to people, but I didn't really. I That's when I started to open up a little bit more. The third year I got into starting my own Discord, or so, maybe into the third and fourth year, and now I'm just open to the world, and that's basically how it started. Does that answer your question?
No, more than answers. More than answers. That's why the response I received for a question is correct.
Excellent. Excellent. So that's how it happened. Basically, before my life, I was not a streamer. I was your classic black hat Orthodox Jew that you might see in a local community, and had nothing to do with the streaming world. Didn't want anything to do with the influencer world. But I should say as well, I know I did answer that question quite thoroughly. So I've both had positions at startups and positions in for major corporations. And in the startup world, I had a very unique opportunity. I'd be happy to tell you the name of it, but I have an NDA. So, but it became a very popular app, and especially in Los Angeles. And I was able to manage the marketing department for a startup, and we had an angel investor with quite deep pockets. So that meant that I was able to be in commercials, that I was able to design billboards, write jingles on the radio, even have product placement in movies, or like help to be sponsors of the Oscars. And so that allowed me to learn a lot about marketing um, and just advertising, digital advertising, social media advertising. So while I personally didn't do social media, I ran departments that did. So that gave me an inside track of how these things work. And it really comes down to impressions. If you don't know what an impression is, it's basically when somebody sees your advertisement or hears your advertisement, that's considered one impression. And I recognize that the power of the impression. So I utilize that to my advantage. That's why I'm in so many Discords. And maybe I have my camera on. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. But I'm always in there. I'm always an impression in it. Eventually, somebody will get curious enough about me. They'll look at my profile. They'll click on it. They come in here, and that's how they join. So I did have a little bit of an advantage from my previous work experience on how to market myself well. And as you see, it's working pretty well.
Curious, do you ever get people that join you by other intentions?
Oh, every day. Yeah, absolutely. I get people. Absolutely, I get people every day who say the N word. They just come and say the N word. They just come and like just just as long as they can until I ban them. I'll get people who come in, and the big one that people like to do is they like to wake me up. So if they see I'm asleep, they like to play chainsaws when they come in. Generally, I have those things muted, but not always. So they sometimes do wake me up, or they'll play air horns. I get people who certainly, say death to Israel, those kinds of things. I get those kinds of things all the time. But I'm like a duck, and I just let those types of hate, that type of hatred, just roll like water off a duck's back, and I just reject it all. I recognize that if they knew that they were being archived for the history of humanity, they would not be acting in the same way. But eventually, people are going to see my streams, and they will find out who all those people are, and they will have to be judged to a certain extent. I like giving people second chances. So I could understand, hey, I understand. You were 19 years old and you thought it would be funny to do that. Okay, I get it. I understand. But it will be a lesson for people in the future, I think, of how we should interact with people online, that we aren't as anonymous as we may think that we are. And, but yeah, every single day I do get people who are bad actors, and it's no big deal. I just have to press the ban button, and I do have a ban. I do have an appeal Discord, so an appeal server. So I get some people who say to me, "Sorry, I was drunk. Is there any way I can come back?" Yeah, of course. I give people second chances. I'll give you a third chance if you need it. Yeah, I'm very easygoing. The main reason why people get banned in here, though, is because they're not 18 years old. That's why whenever I send out an invite, it says, please join if you are an adult. And to join in here, at least to join this call, iOS doesn't have it. I would have it if I could, but Android does. It says you must be 18 years old, and it from a desktop computer as well. And if you're not, or if you're in some countries, they make you verify. Even still, people do get in one way or another. And so the way that I solve that, if they sound young, or I have any kind of suspicions, then I just ask them in what year were they born, and if they hesitate, then I basically have to say, I'm not here to be a bad guy or a mean guy, but I am here that I don't want to talk with children. I think children are great. I don't have anything against them, but I don't think that, at least I talk about things that many times aren't for children's ears, arguably. And people who come in here will say, hey, Rabbi, I'm having trouble with my girlfriend, or hey, Rabbi, I'm having trouble with my boyfriend. And these discussions can get rather specific and detailed, and they're just not the right discussions for children. And also, there's a certain level of maturity that I want people to have. When I come in here and I say, and I share my life for world peace, blah 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 blah, I don't want somebody saying, okay, but who's your favorite Fortnite character? Like that's not important to me. I want children to be children. I want adults to be adults. So the main reason why people are banned in here is because of their children. I get people though quite often. They'll be like, I'm 17 and 364 days old, and if they're really really close, I'll get other people who say, oh, I didn't know you had to be 18. Anyway, you won't ban me. I'm like, yeah, I won't ban you. Just leave the server and come back when you are 18. They'll come. Then I do get some people, but yeah. So in answer to your question, do I get bad actors in here? Absolutely. I do give people second chances. I give people third chances, and I think that's important. And to give people a way to ask to be unbanned is important as well.
I think that's cool that you actually do have, a place for people to appeal, especially with with what you're doing. I think it's with an appeal because it takes time. B, it's just less something more effort, right, to come out of the gate to do. So it does try to appeal. And I do agree with you on the second chances for sure. And especially on the internet where it's easy to think, well, I'll just, use your name on the screen or an avatar at the end of the day. You say whatever, that doesn't say whatever matters. But I do think your perspective on being able to actually keep doing, yes, positive, consecutively, because they are, despite those bad actors coming in and trying, to get shut down, copyright, down, especially when they're religion as well, which is a low blow in my opinion.
It happens.
Pretty courageous of you.
Thank you. It happens, and I understand. I've been a young person, and generally I wouldn't say anything like that about someone, but I recognize that people do change, and with the consistency aspect of it, some people say, you must be the most consistent person on earth. And I would say, I don't know if that's true, but what I do know is true is I have more consistency archived on the internet than any person does. And I've always been a very consistent person in my jobs. I go years without missing a day. I like no matter what it is, we could have fires in Southern California, we could have earthquakes in Southern California, whatever it may be. Um, in synagogue attendance the same way. Um, and I recognize that consistency is important for people, and especially doing something that I'm doing. Like people don't want a hit and miss individual. They want something that they know for long periods of time is consistent and true. There's something beautiful in that. And as I say, I would just basically be living my life uh, in some ways the same way. I think just chilling on the internet, surfing the internet, watching podcasts, listening to the radio. Those are things that I've always loved to do. In terms of like my IRL friends, I don't want them to have to feel like they have to be on the stream. So we may email, we may call or whatever. And I always know I'm not a prisoner to the stream. If I want, I can just go and I go outside if I want. Now I have like security cameras, but that's not like being streamed. Like that's just archived from a security standpoint. But I can basically leave whenever I want, and there's a lot of beauty in that premise that I I just leave the streams going 25 if I want, and nobody gets kicked out of here. Everybody can stay, and then when I want to come back, I come back. That's a cool aspect of it too. Like I do have handheld devices that I use. If I ever, fortunately, it doesn't happen often, but like if we ever have to maybe if I have to have um the ISP come out and change out the router or something. Like that's why I say I don't have the longest stream going in global history. I don't really want that. That's a lot of stress on my life that I don't want. I like having the most amount of data that's important to me. And so I have GoPros that I use if I ever am having issues. And then in the bathroom as well, I have GoPros now. I do have myself going to the bathroom far more than probably anyone in global history, but that is not highly ranked content on YouTube. YouTube actually does not like that kind of content. Now, when I shower, I have a lot of singing in the shower videos, especially on Instagram, but they'll be from the waist up, or I'll wear swimming trunks, something like that, because of the nudity issue. And then with the GoPros, a lot of times if I'm going to the bathroom, I'll just turn on the GoPro, and so I have that information archived. So I have some offline. Actually, a lot of offline. I have SD cards, just a huge bag of SD cards, like 512 gigabyte SD cards, terabytes. I have lots of offline data as well. So when we go viral, I'm going to upload all of that as well, and people will have the opportunity to see behind the scenes, so to speak, which I think would be really interesting as well.
Happy passing.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
I'm curious, how do you determine how you interact locally and what streams?
Yeah, excellent question. So before I started doing this on live streams, I started the live streams in fall of 2021. But I have an entire summer before then that was just on SD cards, SD card after SD card after SD card. I would order 10 SD cards a week from Amazon. And so at that time, it was just everything. I just SD carded myself sleeping. A lot of those SD cards are IRL content, though. I would run into the issue, especially that summer, where my phones would overheat in the Southern California sun, or I'd have issues with power. Just the phones. If you are live streaming, or even just using your camera for long periods of time, you won't get 8 hours out of your battery. You might get 1 or 2 hours out of your battery, and I would still need these phones as well for like GPS and things like that. So the there's a lot of IRL content on the SD cards, and I would say if I wanted redundant streams while outside, that's what a lot of those SD cards are. For now, some of the SD cards are IRL content, but they're really things that I can't show on um, on YouTube. So um, like if I'm going to the bathroom, YouTube does not like that. Even though I do have, especially on TikTok and Instagram, a lot of that kind of content. Um, it'll just get flagged as being, inappropriate or whatever reason they want to give. Uh, so I have just like SD cards of myself going to the bathroom or showering. Really, a lot of IRL content usually because I would live stream with a device and then as a backup have the SD card. So, in answer to your question, the things that I use SD cards for most are IRL content, and yeah, I hope that answered your question.
Well, yeah, definitely it does. And I'm curious how much data would you estimate you actually have stored back to that?
Okay, this is a great question. At least 100 terabytes. So I've got quite a few different terabyte, 5 terabyte, uh, 5 terabyte um, hard drives, and then I have just a huge bag of SD cards. Each one is anywhere from 256 gigabytes to like a terabyte itself, and I have like hundreds of those. Um, so at least 100. What I put out, I've calculated it. I have like at least like 20 petabytes that I've archived on the internet over the course of the last 4 years. It's just a huge amount of data if you know how big a petabyte is.
Yeah, that's amazing, man. That's amazing. You actually label them, or you kind of just throw them all in one big bag?
No, they're all in just a well. If it's like a hard drive, yeah, where it's like plugged in on my computer. But if it's just a card, no, I have these cards like chips, just like boom. I'd be done with one, just throw it in there, and it's really easy to identify because they all have the date on. Like all of they're all formatted in a way that it has the date and the time and everything. So it's all labeled digitally. So all I have to do is put it into a card reader and it tells me everything that I need. But if you know how little an SD card is, you can't really write that much on it physically.
That is true. I imagine myself it's the same size. It's just sitting around
Any other
I'm also
excellent
curious,
questions?
when you first started streaming, which way did it impact like your personal relationships with others? Like did they take it well? Were they kind of like think you're crazy for doing what you're doing?
Yeah, great question. So I was at a friend of mine's wedding right when the pandemic started, and I saw all my friends at this wedding, and it was like the last time that we were all together. My friends got married, they have children, thankfully, and so we will do like FaceTime or we will do email. But they recognize that this is really important to me, and they also recognize that it's never been done before. So they're very positive towards it. But in terms of like what we used to do, where we would just go to our local kosher deli and shoot the breeze or whatever, um, those kind of things, those kind of days, I don't want to say are over, but they have wives now and they have children, and so they don't have the same time that I do. So it was actually pretty convenient when it all happened that they were moving on with different aspects of their life, and I was about to do the same. I had a match and was looking into basically sitting down and getting married permanently, and then the pandemic really changed a lot of that. I had intentions perhaps to move from Southern California to Israel. That changed during the pandemic. A lot of those programs were basically delayed. And then it became pretty unsafe to, I'm not saying it's completely unsafe, but Israel's been involved in some major conflicts since then. And from that perspective, my intentions to perhaps move abroad have at least been delayed. I'd like to live there as I get older. I know exactly where I want to live, the friends that I want to have there. And that's another thing. I had some friends, quite a few friends who made Aliyah right before the pandemic. So, they we went from being seeing each other multiple times a week to they moved. Um, Other people in my life, certainly from a synagogue standpoint, as being a pillar of the community that it was, and being in shul multiple times a day, I basically said to my rabbinical colleagues, "This is what I want to do," and I have their blessing to live my life any way that I want, and certainly get their emails and follow ups and everything. But I think they kind of consider it avant garde, but this isn't necessarily uncharted territories within the Jewish community. We have people who do gap years. We have people who go travel the world in Bangladesh and in Burma or Myanmar or the Philippines, and they'll just take like 2 years to just go backpacking or whatever it is. We'll have people who just go and start a shul somewhere in remote locations in Indonesia or Thailand or something like that, and that's kind of how I see it. The friends that I have, when we'll do like calls together on Zoom and things like that, and it's like we're together again, like we are at that local Jewish deli or perhaps in the parking lot of shul or synagogue or wherever it may be, or at Shabbat dinner, whatever. There are bonds that don't really weaken with time, and I like to see their their pictures of their kids and their if they go on vacation or whatever it is. That's all. Those are things that I recognize that perhaps I'm missing out on. But I don't mind it. I'm fine with not having that life. I'm fine with not having to make tuition payments for day schools, and I'm fine for not having. I mean, I got to say that not all relationships are always great. There are people who have divorces and such. Fortunately, it's avoided my friend group for the most part. But a relationship takes time and it's a lot of effort, and I've certainly been someone who has looked has been with many women, really great women, with the opportunity to perhaps marry quite a few of them, but just never wanted to pull the trigger on it until I was older, more established, especially from a financial standpoint. And now I'm at the point where I feel I'm on the verge of something really special. That it could be this time next year, everybody in the United States knows who I am, or perhaps the world. Um, Very few people have that opportunity. I know my other friends; they're like accountants, or they're like working at they're like an executive in some organization, or they're a lawyer or something. But it's not like tomorrow their law firm is going to be the biggest law firm in the world. They don't have that. This is like a almost like a lottery ticket that at any time this thing's going to hit. If I do it for long enough, and when it does, I'll be able to buy their companies. I'll be able to buy their law firms. I'll be able to do anything that I want. So, they certainly know that I've been a different, very consistent individual. I think what would surprise them most is that they saw me going down the road of getting married and having children. And the fact that I've delayed that, and I recognize that I'm having to delay it for like 5 years or so, that might surprise some of them, but for other ones that I have, especially the women in my life, I would make it vocal to them that I thought I would be like 50 years old before I got married. I had a lot to do. I wanted to travel. I wanted to be established. I wanted to have a career, and then have children. And I didn't understand why that wasn't more common. Everybody had to get settled really early on, and I understand that's part of the culture. But there's an ethnic direction. So the friends that I have been positive of this. I don't really have anybody who's been negative about it. At least they haven't vocalized that to me. And we still keep in touch the way that many people keep in touch or have since the pandemic, and especially long distance that we have with many of my friends who have moved in. I mean, some of them have moved to England, some have moved to Israel, some just might have moved from Orange County to Los Angeles County. So even still, they moved. And trying to think of one person who's been negative in my life about this situation, and none come to mind. So that's been a blessing in itself as well.
Yeah, that's amazing. They're very fortunate to not have those negative reactions. I feel like it is one of those things. There's definitely a lot of people that have gotten taken aback by it, I think for second century. And so it's not crazy, but I would not, sacrifice other hours of life just to pursue that. At the end of the day, someone is satisfied and content with, the pursuit of right with your life.
That's exactly right. It's incredibly freeing doing what I do, and I have learned that no matter who we are, we all, like I've said previously, we all laugh, we all cry, we all sleep, we all snore a little or whatever, we all cough, we're not that different. And in order for us to have world peace, and that's my main goal in this, in order for that to occur, we need leaders who talk about it. And there are a lot of people out there who want it, but they don't talk about it. They're afraid to talk about it. And I would say my friend group recognizes that how important world peace is to me personally. And I recognize there's a quote of Margaret Mead that I really like: never doubt the actions of a small group of people to change the world. In fact, it's the only thing that ever has. And I agree with that. The idea that it just takes one person or a small group of people to be able to make a huge impact on society. And I'm very difficult to cancel. And that's an important aspect of it too. That even if YouTube took down all my streams, I have redundant streams on Instagram and on TikTok and on Twitter and all the other places. And if you took me down on Twitter, or I'm still on Rumble, I'm on a lot of different places. And I don't talk about anything that I feel is that controversial aside from world peace. I don't get into politics that much. I do my best to maintain neutrality. I think generally that many politicians are corrupt, and I don't blame them for that. I understand that's part of the game. And I talk about things that unite people and avoid things that divide us. Things like life extension technology, transhumanism, de-extinction. These are all really exciting things, and they're not talked about enough, but they're happening today. People are using life extension technologies to increase their average life expectancy, and it's not just the top 1%. It's a lot of people on Earth. It's lowering the obesity epidemic. It is allowing people to live longer lives with peptides and GLP-3s and such. I think that is fantastic. I am an advocate for people improving their own lives and positivity. And it just, you never know. I could be on this series of podcasts in Australia next week or in the coming weeks, and it triggers something. And when that occurs, it will be like a catalyst. It's like I am a barrel of gasoline, and it's just going to take a match to light this thing up. And that's when it gets really exciting. That's when I start to travel the world and go to impoverished areas and help to physically build wells. I already helped to fund them, but then we're able to make a difference in people's lives and advocate for peace globally in person. I feel like that's really exciting. And a lot of times people say, well, don't you feel like you could be a target for an assassination? I'm only one individual. I can't let that stop my message. And I'm an advocate for life extension technology, but also mind uploading technology. And then there's another kind of technology known as revivification technology, revivification technology, where you can actually bring someone back who was once dead. Uh, these are all opportunities. So if I did, God forbid, get assassinated, there might be some future scenario where somebody or people want to bring me back, and that becomes a project in itself. I can't live my life in fear. Perhaps at the end of the barrel of an assassin's bullet. So from that aspect, I feel I have a really great message. And look, we've talked for the last hour or so, and you've known a lot of influencers out there. They don't talk about hydroponics and vertical farming and cloud seeding and desalination, and these are words that a lot of people haven't even heard. We have to educate the world that these things are actually real and that they can actually help people. And I'm an educator at heart. I want to teach people that there are options out there to better the world. And I want to motivate a generation out there who feels that AI is replacing their jobs to go into nuclear physics and hydrology and into medicine and life extension technologies and to create new types uh, of oxygen tents and oxygen um, uh, um, uh, uh, oxygen chambers and just people who want to get into nuclear energy or space travel or environmental study discussed enough. And I want to inject these conversations into the average. And yes, what's going on Love is Blind and that's not who I am. You can go to the people on Twitch and Kick and YouTube for that. I'm something different. I am a force for good, and I feel that my impact is very close to becoming realized. There's a meme. I don't know if you've ever seen it. It's big in the crypto community. It's basically a picture of a man who's digging in a tunnel with like a pickaxe, and he turns around right before he hits all the diamonds. Well, I've come too far to turn back. At no point do I ever want to stop doing this. This is extremely exciting for me. I enjoy every single day of it. Um, I want to do this for. Hello, may I ask how old are you? Hello, may I ask how old are you? Okay, excellent. Welcome. How are you? Okay, you're welcome. Excellent. Did we have a chance to meet? I'm well, thankfully. Did we have a chance to meet them? Absolutely, yeah, there you go. So you can see here, Neepy, that I do spread this word and people remember.
Yeah, no, you're very contagious in terms of positivity. To be honest, I think you're going to stay motivated this time. Keep up this energy too. I'm sure you give yourself that's all you about. You're still as energized, and I can tell you personally actually the stuff you're saying.
100%, absolutely. Well, let's check in with our friend. Is it Cartier, correct? Excellent. How have things been for you recently? Excellent. Well, what's new? No way. Okay. Do you want to talk about it? We don't have to talk about it. Do you mind if Absolutely. I was just going to say, I've had some other people who have been paralyzed on this stream, and you should know there's a lot um, to be positive about. And so, if I just may say, the big thing is Neuralink, its brain-computer interface. The first successful Neuralink took place in the year 2023 with a man named Nolan Aspro. He's a quadriplegic individual who became paralyzed by just diving into some water, and there was like a log, and it snapped his vertebrae. And he's able to play today, less than 3 years later, after having this Neuralink uh, inserted in him. He's able to play video games better than you ever could have, or I ever could have, or me, or Paul, or anybody else. He has basically an auto aimer in there because of this brain computer interface, and they have successfully Neuralink has Mega Chain AI. Yeah, are you saying Mega Chain AI? Oh, please enlighten me. Okay, well then let's look it up. Just for a moment. Yo, can you please tell me about Mega Chain AI and everything about it? Give me bullet points, please. All right, excellent. All right, so we have Negative Chat. No, that's an AI character.
It's NIGGA chain.
Okay, well, that's different. I don't know what that is. Okay, so you tell me about it.
This is new blockchain. It's turning. It's a little racist. It's a movement. It's not like it's just a movement. It's just great. They're basically turning black people that do bad stuff, like join gangs and like rob people and stuff like that. They're turning them to cyborgs that basically help the industrial business. And they've been kidnapping people, basically black little kids from like Section 8 housing and stuff. It's real bad. But the technology is actually pretty good. Motive, but like just the stuff they're doing is bad.
Okay, well that's cool. You can come back and tell us about some other time. So I think that was a troll. Exactly. So I let people say what they want to say, but then that's just how it is. Absolutely, and you noticed that I didn't know what he was talking about, and I didn't necessarily hear him correctly. But yeah, I'll give people who do that, and that's fine, whatever. But yeah, just overall, I don't let those kinds of people stop me. But remember what I said, I get people who come in here and say the N-word and all kinds of things. I don't know why people are so obsessed with race. And again, like that guy's now on my stream forever. And his kids are going to be like, Dad, why were you such a dork when you were 19 years old? And he's going to say, I was 19 years old. I just thought it would be funny to troll somebody. And they're going to be like, yeah. But now the whole world knows that our family was a bunch of like losers who like to use racism against individuals. And they'll be like, I know, I hope the world forgives us. And, they will. But he's just a perfect example of people that we have to deal with.
Yeah, I think a lot of people rouse the responses for the sake of it, really.
That's true. And then
it's for attention, for entertainment, genuinely just like that in general. It could be either way.
And there are gotcha moments where somebody, if I said it, then he can go to my stream and say, here's Rabbi saying the N-word. Like, that's what people like to do. And that's why I have to stay very, I have to keep. You never know how old somebody's going to be in here. All right, you want to say you're 19? That's fine. Um, and I don't know. I make myself out to be a huge target too in so many different discords, and I invite people in. I don't actively talk to people in other discords though. Generally, they have to come in here, and the reason why, again, if I'm in a Discord with like 25 people, let's say in Socialize or Edgy or whatever it could be, chances are there's going to be some person in there who's not uh, 18 years old, and you're going to have other people in there who want to use the N word, and other people in there who want to, troll me or whatever. It's too complicated. That individual, I was trying to show compassion because it sounded like he had become paralyzed, and then who knows? But I do get some people on here who have been really paralyzed, and I mean what I say with brain computer interface. There's a way, basically, for the brain to be able to transmit messages past the area in their spine that has been broken using multiple ways, but the easiest one currently is with Bluetooth. Basically, there is a message that's sent from the brain to the end of the spine where it's broken. There's a little Bluetooth communicator that sends the message across the break of the spine to another Bluetooth receiver and then sends that information to the lower limbs. And people have been able to use this kind of technology to be able to slowly but surely walk again. And I think that's incredible.
I fully agree. I think the developments they've made over the last few years in terms of allowing death to actually hear things for the first time. It's always possible to watch those videos, that progression being made in humanity, and even how they break down, this experience, and they probably can't even imagine that exists. It's just everyday things we don't think about.
I couldn't agree more. Those cochlear implant videos are incredible, seeing young children who can hear their parents for the first time, or even children who have never had glasses before, and they can eventually see their parents. It warms my heart and brings tears to my eyes. So that's what I'm doing. I'm in the middle of, we were just watching a documentary. We watched a documentary tonight on musicals, basically, corporate musicals. And then I played some games with some friends earlier. And I am basically developing some outlines and theses for some different some different really religious topics. If you would, could you please go to RabbiRothschild.medium.com. So it's my name.medium.com. I just started this week publishing writings, and I want you to read the first one. You can listen to it. It's not like you have to sit there and read it. In the meantime, I'm going to use the restroom, deal with trolls and things like that. I want you to read it, and I'll be back in like a few minutes after you read it. And I want you to get an idea of what I discussed. 'Cause I think it's really interesting. Can you go to go to the website? Absolutely. No, I don't know at all. Rabbi Rothschild, RabbiRothschild.medium, MEDI, and you should see like 4 articles I've had the opportunity to publish this week. And the first one says something about the ad hominem attack.
Yeah, I see one
It's the first one. Or the bottom. Yes. Excellent. And then there's, if you want, you can just listen to it. There's a little listen button as well. Thank you so much.
can't sit my Gentile neighbor. All top time, will be again covering my face to the ruler. And I said, in the same case, it's a tax, right? This all top time, I love to run the answer. Because it's been common, the happy as has showed yet, she knows the answer. So the idea of years, I once again, I owe the local ruler money, $1,000 in taxes for the local guy. I can't say to the apple, stand in my place to pay my debt, and I'll pay you back. Again, this is presupposing, of course, he's going to use Yain Nessa to go and pay this off. So ultimately, again, I can't do that. Unless it's not really good. So the part is Rab said, I can't ask my apple neighbor to pay off my tax bill, even though I was going to use Yain Nessa. So why is this case different? To which the Gemara says, this is different. Also, why is this different? Look at the corruption that's being used. All have what is called Tiny stand in my place. So this is literally when the Jew is saying to the apple, I need you to be my Shabbat. So if the Jew is creating shlit business with the apple, he's creating an agency, and the apple is going to use Yain Nessa, then indeed that is problematic. Then it's problematic versus hot. This is only regretful to the case of about overall not paying it out. So this is not just interesting enough going ahead and making a distinction. Ultimately, again, if I'm rushing of like, do me a favor, help me out, and stand in my place. When I ask the apple for a favor, he's not acting as my agent. He's taking care of something for me, but agency has not been created. Because agency has been created. And therefore, again, whatever the apple uses for payment, whether it's Yain Nessa or money or weed, doesn't matter. When I use that shall all time, stand in my place, that's creation of agency. With this creation of agency, then if the apple actually uses Yain Nessa, it's viewed as if I am actually carrying this out. And of course, that's going to be problematic. Okay, interesting. Let's finish the next. I'm not being in every province. So interesting is you know, like I'm selling wine to an apple. Selling wine to an apple. So what happens? Hassan Ashalo Mother. So what's I say? If I'm not the nice, we came to agreement on price. We went ahead and we came to agreement on price, right? About a low mother, Ashalo Mother. This was before the apple poured out the wine for himself. So for example, let's say I have a barrel of wine, I'm selling it to the apple. The apple wants to buy 3 gallons. So go ahead and we agree on a price. After we agree on a price, then the apple pulls up the wine into this container. So look at that, actually just a moment. I'm not the end of all the coming. Hasak Imam knows, so we agree on a price. Actually, not that. Before the apple, before anything is poured off into the utensils, we'll see if the utensils is poured off into. I'm not too tired. Ultimately, again, so the proceeds are with it. I'm allowed to keep, like I said, that remember what law do the problem with, right? So the assumption here is that remember wine that belongs to becomes Yain Nessa. So the idea over here is I'm transacting business, this is my wine. But it's ultimately again going to an apple. So what's the concern? The concern over here is the wine becoming Yain Nessa before the transaction is finalized. Because then I have a potential problem of getting benefit from Yain Nessa. So therefore, again, the Mishnah says, if we agree on price before any wine is poured off, then the proceeds ultimately become his. Just look at that last Rashi Mishnah. I just want to show you this. If I should be Gemara, kind of really get the Mitzvah when you should be Shiva or the Bocham and Pana. Therefore, Shemot Deit When you Shiva, וקניה עובד חכמים דהבי לוי יסוד זוזיגס לגבי חכמים בעבר the נסח will have so that's essentially there are multiple parts in this process, right? In this transaction, ultimately, again, first you have to agree on price. Second, burns upon and then the company lifts up, let's say, the barrel, and goes ahead and but the essential idea is that he's lifting it up and that's going to be the sheep of Hadar, right?
BP, are you there, my man?
Yeah, welcome back.
Have you had the chance to read that article?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did read through it.
What are your thoughts?
I mean, I agree with everything. I agree with everything that is especially
Absolutely.
the idea of discrediting the speaker rather than discrediting the argument. I think the strongest point in this study that I do like the way you present it is when the argument is anti-insult
Exactly.
I think you see this the most, especially on Twitter these days, Reddit, any forum really when it comes to the actual conversation logically. Again, whether they agree or disagree, it's decided hearing people that
Yes.
insulting people. I think this also a little bit of a sign of what's right. Rather than actually having an actual conversation about it. And I think it is the weakest way in my way to tell someone I don't have the ability to actually add anything to the debate or actually in using insults, right? Because they're going to present yourself and articulate yourself.
Well said. Absolutely. I completely agree. And that's why I wrote it. And like you said, you see this often in online debate. You see it in real life debate as well. But I got sick of it, and I thought, okay, well, if I can start to make people recognize they want to call me whatever, or anybody, just point to that article and be like, you're not attacking the person, you're attacking, you are attacking the person, you're not attacking the argument. Read this. When you're done and you have the opportunity to reevaluate your argument, come back to me and let's debate. But until then, if you want to say whatever the phrase is, I've already got it covered basically. And on top of that, it gives me the upper hand in the debate already because I've recognized that you are calling me a whatever, and that shows that you are afraid to debate the actual topic. I feel that it's a power move. So anyway, I have had the opportunity to publish some articles recently, and I'm going to continue to publish and basically just draft different ideas that I have. Like that's more of a philosophical idea, but I think it's important and is not really discussed in society that everybody uses these terms, whatever they may be, especially in political discussions, and I don't like that. I don't like these labels. So we're going to move away from the labels and start focusing discussions on or debates on the topics at hand. And for anyone who wants to use those labels, look at my RabbiRothschild.medium.com. Go to the first article at the bottom and read from there. And like basically, I've already got them beat. I feel.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you, and I think it does show, that closed-mindedness to it. So, is willing to respond in good faith, and again, whether you disagree with whatever, I think besides the point, not only challenge yourself, I think also present new ideas, because life's all about evolving, growing as a person. We know that there's a lot of times things are going to get change the way our thought process works as well. New ideas and new avenues of life.
I'm in agreement. 100%. You're a smart individual. I hope you're told that often.
I've been told it many times. I don't think of myself that way, but at the end of the day, in my opinion, it's what others say about you that matters rather than what we think of ourselves.
That's what smart people say. Excellent. Well, good on you, Meepy. Do you have any other questions or any other topics you want to discuss?
I was actually, you brought up documentaries.
Yeah.
Have you ever, I guess, kind of thought of the idea of trying to get a documentary made about yourself, or is that it comes when it comes and get bigger?
Yeah, so my whole life is a documentary, funnily enough. There was a documentary that was being made about the cryptocurrency, of which I'm a part, but then the crypto market, not just for this cryptocurrency, but just in general, the cryptocurrency that sponsors me is still worth tens of millions of dollars, but the crypto market in general dropped severely it tanked in the last year, and it'll come back, and we'll get that documentary made, but in the meantime, I have held off on that. And the documentary, I was talking about this earlier, the documentary industry was once much bigger, I feel, in terms of from like 2005 to 2015, where it was the hot time for documentaries and documentarians. But now, especially because documentarians have switched, many of them, to just being content creators. The documentaries are shorter. Now, do I think that I could get one done? Absolutely. It's just the right person. It's difficult to reach out to anyone on YouTube because there's not a really great way to contact people. Yes, you can go to their account and click their email, but like you've said, what are the odds that they're going to answer you regarding that? And I'm kind of a key individual for people on YouTube because I've been banned on YouTube. Just had accounts banned for, whatever, like, because it listened to 3 copyrighted songs in a row and I got 3 strikes or whatever. So there are people who don't necessarily want to risk their, they're making money on their accounts, and they don't necessarily want to have anything that could risk them, risk their account. So I do the podcast route, where someone might have a podcast, and they want to go to a location and spend time with the person, and I would invite that. If somebody wanted to come to me and live with me and what I do, they absolutely can. Well, so have I had any documentarians reach out and say they wanted to document what I do? Yes, in this cryptocurrency documentary, but that kind of got put on hold because of the industry or the market. And so I've just been doing my thing, reaching out to people. There's a strategy that isn't really discussed, but I think it's really smart for people to be able to market themselves. Okay, so there are 2 versions of this. One I call ambush podcasting. So I would do this. I have my own podcast. Don't listen to it. You can, but it's not super interesting. What I would do is I would go into someone's Kick channel and say, hey, you want to be on my podcast? And they would say yes. Believe it or not, when you ask someone to be on a podcast, podcast, like 95% of the time they say yes if they're a creator, because they recognize that this might be their big break, or they recognize that this might increase their visibility. They don't really say no. That was a big surprise to me. So I would just go into their chat and they would just be chilling. And I'd be like, "You want to be on my podcast?" And they'd be like, "Yeah." So we would do a podcast, and I would ask all of them the same 73 questions. These 73 questions were from Vogue magazine, and they're not for big pressure questions. They're like, what are your go-to items when you leave the house? What's your favorite book? It's not like, what is your opinion on the bloodshed of XYZ? There's nothing like that. And I would ask the people the questions, which was great, but that I found, I only have a limited audience, but it would combine my audiences. People would be like, "Oh, I saw that you interviewed so and so." So then I thought of recently the flip side of this, which is what I call ambush guesting. So I just go on Twitter and I'll just type in the search, "want to be on my podcast," or like usually I just use like quotation, "be on my podcast," and quotation. And I'll see anybody on there. And the first guy that I saw was this guy in Australia, and I emailed him, and we connected, and we've already met twice, and we're going to publish the next 5 sessions that we have, and we put out a press release for it, and that's what I do, basically, just get these things lined up. And I said to myself, if I do a podcast a week for the next year, I'll be famous by the end of that. Somebody will listen to what I'm doing, saying, "I can make you wealthier than you ever dreamed. I have more data online than any person ever. All you have to do is look at it. I'm talking about world peace. I'm talking about futurology. I'm talking about betterment of the world and the universe. All you have to do is take a look." And I know somebody's going to hear that message and say, "You know what, there's something really interesting in that." And they're going to find that it's a treasure trove of data and funny stuff and cool, interesting aspects of the world. And so the documentary is, I love it. I love the idea. No one's doing one on me right now, but I do have people who do interviews, and so that's the route that I've gone. But if you know any documentarians, let them know about me. I'd love to do one.
Definitely will be a documentary about you.
I agree.
I think it's one of those, like it's just like think, just can't watch the dog. You know what I mean? Again, I just ask the questions. Who are you? What do you like? Why do you do this? And I think it's a very eccentric avenue. That's people that have no idea that someone exists. It's actually. It works perfect for that kind of documentary, whether it's Netflix, Amazon. You make a good point too. Documentarians, especially nowadays, kind of independent blog posts rather than the standard 90-minute or 90-minute documentaries. See everywhere about literally everything.
Isn't that interesting that those went away?
It is. I'm like school, coffee, CRTs, VHS, play documentaries and everything. I don't know if kids are still watching the dogs like that,
Well,
it's definitely it's fine. I don't think about
people's attention spans aren't what they once were, especially with the phone. I mean, I've watched documentaries recently, and if I'm just watching it, I'm pretty bored. I want to be looking at my phone. I want to be doing something else, and I'll watch and listen. That to me is as good as it gets. I love doing multitasking like that. And originally, when many of these documentaries were created, there were no phones. They knew that they were going to have your full attention, but now creators recognize that you need to be really quick and fast, and thus basically like a 20-minute longer YouTube video is about the best you're going to get, unless somebody wants to put a series together. And they recognize that things have to work well with the YouTube algorithm, that like a 90-minute or 120-minute breakdown of something, or even just following someone's life, is better cut up into 5 or 10 different episodes, just based on people's attention and how it's best going to work in the algorithm. And I kind of feel like that's what I'm doing with this upcoming podcast series. It's on video. The person with whom I'm doing it is a radio host in Australia. They live in Brisbane, but they are a radio host in Melbourne. They have millions of listeners on the radio. They have thousands of listeners on their podcast. And, we're breaking it up basically in 20-minute segments. Under normal conditions, 10 years ago, we might have just done one really long form podcast, but it works better nowadays for the algorithms to break them up, and then they're not overpressured and such. So we'll see how that goes, but I'm going to continue going to people on Twitter saying, hey, basically, like I have like a normal Twitter account. It's not like verified or anything. I've had verified, but so I'm not saying that I haven't had one. But what ends up happening is it's very easy to randomly lose your Twitter account for whatever reason. They consider it spam or whatever. They don't say, "Hey, you're you're getting a spam warning." Just one day you log in and it's your account has been suspended. It's like, what did I do wrong? So I've had verified accounts that have been suspended. So I was an early user of Twitter Blue back when it was Twitter Blue. It used to be $1 a month when they first started, and the only thing that you could do was basically edit a post or undo it, or like undo send of a post or something like that. Now they have all kinds of other things, and Twitter's basically become pay to play. But with the 240 characters that they give me or whatever, I can say, hi, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. More 4 years of 24/7, 365 coverage from 20 plus streams. I would love to be on your podcast. Just that little message. I just go through, and anybody who has a podcast, I put that underneath their comments, and you'd be surprised how many people reach out to him or whatever. Like I said, this guy recently, and I got another person who mentioned to me that, hey, send me a DM. I get people who say, send me a DM. I get I had one podcaster in Australia with whom I spoke to this week. A friend of mine was on his podcast. A friend of mine, a different friend of mine from Australia, and but this podcaster only does in-person podcasts. He's tried to do he runs into, and I understand, you run into technical issues when he's tried to do it twice, and he just recognized that he didn't really connect. Podcast guy in Australia, he only does them on Zoom, and so that works really well for me. It's just a matter of time. I give the metaphor or the analogy. The Grand Canyon had to be formed at the start by one drop of water. And eventually one drop turned into 2 drops and 3 drops and 4 drops and 5 drops and 6 drops and 7 drops, which eventually became a small stream, which eventually started to cut through the rock. And over years and years of erosion, basically water melting from the Rocky Mountains into the Colorado River, that stream became the Colorado River, and the Colorado River cut through the sedimentary. And in the same way, if I just keep pushing on the internet, little by little, keeping more and more content, we'll have our river of content, basically a fountain of endless, or as close to endless content as anybody's ever created. No, it's just going to take somebody to retweet something that I do that they find is interesting or whatever, and then a small group of people sees it and they start talking about it, and then they jump into the Discord and they all want to talk to me, and I'm doing my best to talk with them or whatever, and then everybody knows about it. That's what's going to happen. I anticipate that. I think it's sooner rather than later. This isn't when I first started, and it's just like, 4 years ago, I didn't know anybody on the internet. I didn't have any friends in the Discord or anything like that. I think that we are moving closer and closer to hitting the diamond or so, the diamond mine, and then when that happens, that's when we're going to be able to get out these really great messages, be able to tour not just the United States but the world, be able to invoke uh, a lot of really interesting conversations. And at the heart of this, I'm about teaching and learning. And so we'll watch documentaries. Thousands of people watching documentaries because I'm watching it. They're going to watch it side by side. It'll be incredibly exciting for the world to have somebody. And what I'm different than any other streamer out there, any other influencer, anybody else you have out there, they say to themselves, I'm going to stream for 3 hours tonight. And then they're done. No, you will be done before I'm done. I don't stop. So you'll have to go to work, or you have to go to sleep, or you have to go to school, or whatever it is. I still go. That's an incredibly exciting opportunity for the world that we've never had. We've never had a streamer who just doesn't stop. We do have people live stream. I'm not putting that down. But you can watch my life in 360 degrees, and I have a huge amount of content that we can go back and watch as well. That's incredibly exciting.
Oh, it definitely is. Like you said earlier as well, it's easy for people to just, think whether they're getting home or whatever they're doing. They can literally just think, oh yeah, ROTHSCHILD, that guy was speaking on everything all the time. They can just check out what they're doing, send a message on it, or whatever they decide. Again, it's like you said, there's that level of consistency because you're always going to be there for as long as you possibly can. And if you weren't there, you disappeared for a while, you instantly know something's wrong, and there's probably a handful of 1 person, 2, 3, whatever, they're probably trying to find out to get you back there.
100%. We have the opportunity, especially when I'm able to inject. Like I have a pretty good IRL setup, but even since I've done IRL a lot, the setups have really improved with people who do IRL streaming. You basically get 4 SIM cards in a system, and it's like basically sending traffic back to like a production studio. What you see when iShow Speed goes to like Thailand or China or something like that, and we'll be able to get the best of the best equipment. Be able to have bodyguards if needed. I still want to meet people, but I'm sure we're going to get people like the guy who was in here earlier, just weren't sure or whatever, and then spread the good vibes to everybody. And then, like you said, if I'm ever down for whatever reason, there will certainly be people who know about it. But then they have enough content to go back and watch. Literally, like you could watch all of Mr. Beast's content if you took 5 months. You'd watch everything. You'd have no more content. And with mine, it would literally take you an entire lifetime, 120 years probably, just on YouTube alone. That's an incredible amount of data. We're talking 24/7. You could, of conscious data, even more than maybe 160 years, maybe 200 years. Who knows what it's at now? That's really cool. I think it's really cool that this is like an oil derrick or a gold mine. That once the world finds out about it, people are just going to go wild. And, so with that said, when I talk to my other friends, and they're living lives, but they're changing dirty diapers and they're dealing with bosses at work and all the other things, I don't mind not having to do that so much right now, though I would like to do that someday certainly. It's really exciting to me, and again, this is like a lottery ticket that it's not even a lottery ticket that might not ever hit. Well, that's true, it might not ever hit, but the more and more I do this, if somebody was like, hey, did you know that somebody's been live streaming for 35 years straight? That'd make a big deal. It's not going to take that long. I'm closing it on 5 years, and I don't think it's going to be much longer than that, especially with the strategy that I use. Keep getting on people's podcasts. Keep getting my name out there as much as possible. Somebody's going to find out about it, and it's going to take over the world.
Oh yeah, and even word of mouth, like word of mouth here practically everywhere. I mean, there's always going to be those that maybe ignored a few times, or your name comes up a few more times, and then they're just consciously going to think, who the heck is this guy? Why does he keep coming up? Why is he talking about it? And it's probably out of curiosity, hear themselves, and do the same thing I've been doing, and ask all these questions out of curiosity, and find out you're actually the real deal, and you're actually a very social person.
Thank you. And that's exactly what happened with Paul. Paul saw me in enough discords. He got curious. He told you about me. He came in here. He fell asleep or something happened to him. But that's how we met. Word of mouth. And that will continue. So spread the word. If you know any documentarians, just make them aware that we've got the biggest documentary in the world. If you were to ask me how do I want my life portrayed in media in the future, of course, I want all the compilations available for free, never behind a paywall, always available to the public. I don't want it. I would care less. I could care less if it's monetized. Like I'll be able to make money through other ways. But the big aspect of, I think, probably somebody like Amazon or Netflix or Hulu or somebody's going to come to me and say, we want to make a movie about you or a series about you, probably because you have so much data. How do you want it done? And I would say I want a series where each year of my life is like an episode or, like an hour-long thing. I have that much content that we could be able to cover. And I think I would be of interest to enough people that would be really exciting to them. So there may be some kind of series in the future, perhaps of 40 episodes or whatever of my life, or perhaps as I get older, 50, 60 episodes. And I think that'd be a really cool way to do it. Like you get to see my entire life within 1 year, and then perhaps really dramatic aspects of my life, whatever it may be, when I go viral or whatever, that might be its own episode in itself.
So once you go viral and get all those funds and sponsorships, I guess your end game, the dream kind of be to run those charitable organizations and actually get hands-on or to influence other people as well.
So I think there's a way to convince the world. I'll just convince you. You're a open-minded individual, and I could say, all right, these corporations have become so large. Apple's worth $1 trillion, 2-3 trillion. Facebook's worth 2-3 trillion, 2-3 trillion. Nvidia, 3-4 trillion. Microsoft, 2-3 trillion. How much money is in this? And the people will say, there's really no amount. It just becomes relative. And I say, exactly. These are for-profit organizations. And I want to convince them to be not-for-profit organizations. And the way that I want them to do that, and a very easy way that they could do that, is they could say, we bring in, let's say, $1 trillion in profit a year, whatever it is. That's just if we give 51% of this to not-for-profit organizations, we ourselves become a not-for-profit organization. So we give back to whatever it may be, orphanages or food banks or children's hospitals, whatever it is. We get the label as a not-for-profit business, basically a charity. And on top of that, we get really great publicity. And we're no longer seen as these big corporatocracy entities. And I think I can convince at least some businesses, perhaps not those immediately, but even just some smaller businesses, and show them how we could do it from a tax perspective, that it's in their own benefit to give away 51% of their profits so that they become a tax-exempt, they have tax-exempt status, and they pay no corporate taxes. A lot of them already pay very close to no corporate taxes anyway. But on top of that, the people who hear this will recognize that, hey, I could either do business with a quote-unquote charity or a quote-unquote capitalist organization that is basically going to enslave me and my children eventually if it gets big enough. Which one do you want? And I say to you, essentially, there's a strategy here to convince many of these organizations to do good in the world, as opposed to just creating as much profit as possible. How does that sound to you?
Yeah, no, I think it's a good mindset to have. And I think it also relates back to how you said earlier that everything does always start right with, an individual and people. And even in terms, parts of almost every part of history where change happened. I mean, the group that manages to make change happen despite the idea of people's minds, you're always going to be in the minority to right? And that's why it perseverance to try to not say get out of the minority, but actually get recognized as the minority. At least equal footing, I think,
Agreed. And at least from my own perspective, all the money that we make in this, we're just going to put in a big 501c3, basically a not-for-profit. It'll be a big trust. All of that money will grow because of interest. And we'll actually, if you recognize, if you get enough money in any entity, you can live off the interest, or the entity can continue off of the interest and still give away a lot of money. And when I say a lot of money, I mean millions and billions and perhaps trillions of dollars. There are already giant funds out there, especially like I think Warren Buffett has given like 99% of his wealth to some of these organizations, though 60% I think was to the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, without going down that road. But some of these mega corporations or mega charities, you can create one. And then basically, every single year, it gets bigger, but it does more good in the world. And here's what makes our charity different than all these other charities. Everything with our charity, from the parking lot to the biggest boardroom, is live streamed. They'll just always have live streams. And so you'll be able to literally hear what's going on. And I would also start a bank, more likely a credit union, because that can have more not-for-profit aspects. And everyone would want to join this because everything in our financial organization is streamed on camera. So you won't ever have backroom deals. There are no backrooms that are not live streamed. And let me just ask you this. You can be a member of any bank or financial institution in the world. Wouldn't you want to be a part of the one that you can literally go on the internet and watch every single thing that it does?
Yeah, that is true. It removes every single doubt, pretty much. Freedom of exposure and shadiness. It definitely gives you confidence in, the people who are actually behind the scenes. I mean, most of these big corporations, right? Who even knows, like, by heart, right? The presidents, people who credit unions are, at the end of the day, they're not really in the public eye most of the time anyway, so it's really know why you're made to know rather than actually
Exactly. So if you want to know who our president is of our bank, you just have to go into the YouTube channel that's whatever this bank says president, and you can watch him in his office 8 hours a day if you want, or whatever it is. You get what I'm saying? Like basically every branch of every bank anywhere in the world will be live streamed. That's a guarantee that we'll make. I mean, we'll say that we'll have backup and redundant systems so that there's no shadiness. Everyone would want to bank at that bank. Everyone would. It's like the best advantage that you could have on any of your competition.
Oh, no, 100%. I mean, especially when, all these major corporations, they have clear disdain for the idea of morality here in Texas, right? They'd sell out anyway.
Exactly. And so I recognize that there are some advantages of just full candidness with the people, and our organizations would be no different. And there's going to be a point where, I mean, let's say this happens, then in my own way, I'll be the most famous person on earth and the most eligible bachelor on earth. And I eventually want to settle down and have a family, but before I do that, there are gonna be some hot chicks on this stream. But in all honesty, I'd have to find a woman who recognized that I was passionate about live streaming my life, and I wanted to live stream our family's life. However, we don't have to let those streams necessarily always be on. Perhaps in the bedroom, we could not, like there could be some areas of privacy if she wanted, or she may say, I don't want that live stream, but we can still record it for the benefit of future generations or children's birth or whatever, or just our own home movies or whatever it would be. That aspect of a relationship would be important to me. But she will see that this is the biggest event in global history. It'd be like saying, I love you, but I don't want to continue the writing of the Bible or the writing of the Epic of Gilgamesh or the Sumerian scrolls, whatever it would be. Um, she's going to say, I found out about you because of your live streams. I want those to continue as long as your life does, God willing, as long as possible. And I'm going to be a part of that. So I think that's not too hard to convince someone of, especially when you recognize that if you know anything about the Edward Snowden leaks of 2012, he said that our phones are transmitting 24 hours a day to the National Security Agency, essentially, and that even when your camera is off, it still has back doors to be on. We're already streaming ourselves anyway. I just recognize it and lean into it. I'm going to use it to my advantage.
Yeah, no, I think that's what reminds me of that. And again, there's always someone for everyone. Definitely someone out there who find it extremely actually have their lives, their general life, or share their role. A lot of people kind of already do it as it is anyway. In their life streaming on Twitch, obviously there's fewer levels, more selective. You feel like more selective on Instagram. They're definitely selective about what they show. They're trying to keep the highlights. There's definitely some that find the spotlight when they get spotlight.
Absolutely. Questions that you have?
There are actually more questions I could ask, but it is actually getting late for me. I am gonna head to bed.
Absolutely. Come back whenever you want. You can ask those questions. I did as well. You're very smart. I mean that. So anyone out there, please remember that I said Miki's smart because he is. You all hear it yourselves. And Miki, when you come back, I might not remember you immediately. Just tell me that you like the Blues Brothers, and that'll stick out in my mind. Okay?
Thanks. Sounds good, man. I fully understand, and I wish you the best of the night. And I'm sure I'll be back.
Excellent.
I
Excellent. We're perhaps
have a good sleep.
you as well. We're perhaps on a mission from God. Take care.
Right? What else? You find the statement to the Baptist. So what's the status of the water? Holding it, having these on shovels. Any battles that you can see, like obviously people in the door, open it again, because of course there's a lot of since the Apple knows
the most talented goddamn young bucks there are anywhere in the world, Tristan. It's incredible. You're another one of these. You're another one of the few comedians that translates online. Even though you're incredible on stage, you use the stage, you stop the stage. You're incredibly physical and colorful, and translates online as well. A very rare comedian to be able to do both. So you're amazing, Tristan. We absolutely love you. One of our favorites of all time. Tristan.
I love you guys so much.
The Jew looked at the story.
We love you, Tristan Holland. We'll see you soon. Tristan is a comedian on Instagram. He's on TikTok too. And Tristan does comedy. Such a hip soldier. He's on TikTok. So for all you kids on TikTok, he's also on Instagram. Tristan is a comedian. Keep that music going as I bring up the legend killer. The Stone Cold Bill Tony, the Michael Jordan of Kill Tony. Ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only, Michael Ware. Everybody where are you? Hi, Michael.
After this thing outside, goes back.
Yeah, you sound great. Everything's great.
It closes his door behind you. So I wants to shut it down.
I said you look great.
The shutter is never always effective. We can shut it down with a closed door. That's the Jewish one. So what's the status for that? I mean, this kind of show runs in with the one.
I love it.
And they say, you need to. Again, I said, oh no, talking about us and strong mixing on the I'll tell you exactly what's like this. The same way that I came into the house, closed the door behind me. So the gosh, this my upstairs little bit of Jew also, right? Back inside, and he's able to see me from his upper story. So looking out, he's like, so it's like, I don't know, we're seeing the same thing. Which is because of the risks and how can you do something to the why did you away from it? He's been discovered out
yeah, actually, it's funny you mentioned that. I actually was emailed some sites from you, and you offered us two lines together.
but how can you also only get the right? Really, he has a legitimate excuse for being in the proximity of the wall. In other words, if there's no excuse for being next to the wall, then the next thing is that no temple for righteous and be accused of that. If this stuff things to be held liable. So that's why he was saying.
Absolutely. It's a new series called Dr. Silence Powers.
Access. So that's the legitimate access, and then it's maybe a time frame in which you feel you can
it says Tony. It says Tony plays a criminal. The criminal is definitely a white person. Okay, here we go. Okay, Dr. Silence Powers, give me your money. I said, give me your money, Mr. Dr. Silence Powers. I don't want to have to shoot you, Dr. Silence Powers. Jeez, silence really is power. Take my gun. I'm out of here. This is like take the condom off porn.
So the guy that has no legitimate reason to be there. If he's found that he could be accused of being a thief, they won't look at him and why he's what does this mean? They could actually show you a short line. Like you see the short lines back 4 lines here. Show you, call show you to help you show you out. The other way. Also the help also not for that. Also that's just inside. Everything about it says committed. Committed means committed.
So this next one says that this is a post audition for you. It is called Microphone Mechanics.
We know that at the end of the day, there is no fear of being accused of being a thief. But also, you're going to want to also because you We'll say 7 years ago. In other words, in order for us to have a GUINNESS, concern number one, there has to be a legitimate reason why the album would be present by the one, and number two, no fear of discovery. No fear of discovery. Next, the day 7, in which Jewish one is kept, the Shtacha Obin Rabbi Kaidu. Okay, on the other side it says, you just say the Shtanuke essentially, if you could find an excuse for why he is there.
Absolutely. Let's do the last one's a commercial, right?
He's awesome. He wants to be low, but if he doesn't have a good excuse.
Yeah, absolutely.
Otherwise, he wants to
If you want to spend a lifetime in your home, but not a lifetime paying for it, then with Capital Mortgage and $8 haircuts, best rates, no down payment.
He said he has no legitimate reason to be accused of ultimately again that he goes to the money.
No haircut, no upgrades.
Explain away why he's there.
Oh, you are cancer. Try our $8 haircut.
There's a reason for why he's there, so we really have to go ahead and assume that why. Since he has a good reason, essentially it's an alibi. He has a story, right? He has an explanation as to why he's there. So because he has an explanation, he has a cover story. Because he has a cover story. But we have to be concerned that really, he may have made this one inconvenient piece.
Hey, you're the one that's mean. You said donuts and you made his stomach rumble.
I'm a little shovel, so let's say it's very interesting case. So let's say, an apple goes into a baby and closes the door behind him. And there's Jewish wine inside of the or in that matter again, a Jew said to an apple, watch my wine. Guard my wine. In both of these cases, the Gemara says, also, the wine is going to be us. Rashi says, Hashem dim all, even though the Shua something like that in the there's this interesting nuance of both these cases. The wine is us. Or why is the wine us? So the Ashtos, so in these cases, the apple has the ability to be aware of all these methods that are just going to pop up. So the Lord says, now 1 second, my love, Abadak, the listener, again. And we're not dealing with the case. Where the apple doesn't have a good cover story for why he's there. Which means no. He distinguished them. It's talking about a case over there, where I'm not going to say again, the apple. Let's have a good explanation why he's there. Right, so because he does have an explanation why he's there, that wasn't
Michael Ayer is also responsible for making me laugh 4 or 5 minutes straight yesterday as I watched his new Beyond the Mat, the upcoming fight with It is an incredible piece put together by Ryan, the fighter of the show. Recently has a big fight coming up in May. And Michael Ayer has vicariously through him as a diehard fan and trains in his own way alongside him. You gotta look up this video on Michael Ayer's YouTube. Everything Michael Ayer is hilarious. This guy doesn't take breaks to get fucking serious or to tell you shit to watch or that he likes or anything. He's not like any of us. He doesn't take a fucking break from comedy for a goddamn second. This guy is
non-Jewish city and drinking wine together. So that's what's fascinating about this guy is that a lot of nice wine. This is like against everything that we spoke about. Right? So all of the samples that we have is exactly like the event by drinking sitting down and having a glass of wine. Alright, man, says they're sitting and drinking together. What happened? It's actually beautiful. Shama Yitzhak called Salu, taking a shot. So they're sitting opposite the shore. Opposite the shore. And what happens? What is the Jew? Yeah. Asher Yitzhak, it's not a Mincha. So what happens? Come, Basel. What's that? What does he need to do when he hears the sound of God? What does he do? He runs towards it. How can you not run towards such a sweeping like so he gets up and he says, what's the problem? He left his wife on the table. He left his wife on the table.
Oh, I love you so much, Michael Lair. You're a goddamn saint. And you are my favorite things to happen in history.
So this is really just the aqua. She doesn't know how long it means. Right, so that way, also wives also sometimes don't know how long. And then kids, right? Especially when you have little kids, you somehow you come out as like an hour and a half. Kind of how that was, right? So ultimately again, so it says the Adam doesn't know. He doesn't know how long.
You have something else?
So listen, so once again, so therefore, because he doesn't know.
Now, if you have anything you want to say,
just keep remembering that word.
Like a scene.
But the Jew is just going to read it here.
Yeah.
So because he's going to read here, then the Akum ultimate level. That's that great temple with the wall. Very interesting. This is it. Fascinating to listen to this.
Every type of merch is there, and you edit all those videos yourself, correct? Yeah, it really shows. I mean, when you guys, if you go Tony fans get a chance to watch that UFC video that he made, take note of the editing. It is incredible. I mean, this video genuinely made me laugh out loud for 5 minutes. So
the chauffeur glass sorry. There was an she goes out the video.
Yeah.
That she says, she could do she Shabbos show you token incredible Shabbos is that side. Just it's like let moment that you understand what it means to be in the Jewish.
It's incredible what he does because he has one of those voices that is almost exactly like the actual guy that does the voiceovers for the UFC on ESPN. And it's just an incredible production. Everything you do is amazing. We love you. There goes Michael Lair, everybody. Legend Michael Lair. He's Steve Martian 69 on Twitter. He's Michael Lair Comedy on Instagram. MichaelLairComedy.com for his website. Fun fact about the UFC while we're talking about it, did you happen to watch this massive pay-per-view that just was the Which was the main event? Did you see the part where Rogan almost called Tony Ferguson shit? Lots of fun. Almost got a shout out. I mean, we did. Shooty Hitch Club, Tony Ferguson. So, this is the moment that a lot of people have been waiting an entire week for. We have been sent in a minute from the Manila who we talked to last week, and I guaranteed him a spot on the show this week because he said that he was able to get bookers in Tijuana. And I said, if you can get a booker to do a minute on the show next week, then I guarantee you a spot. So here we go. For the first time in Kill Tony history, it is a Mexican booker, at least we hope so. Frost. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the minute sent in by the Manolo. We've been waiting for this all night long. So this is him hunting for Tijuana prostitute. Here it is.
So how is he coming back? Opening up the again for his Rashi says, being Jew shops, and in Tomer, the son of Hadaiti, the only one published doing a little hustling shop Shabbos. So what's happening? This one said, in this case, the one should for sure be us. Why should it be upset? Because the one said, first of all, the Jew right now, the shop, second of all, he can't come back for his one. Shabbos can't carry that one on Shabbos. It's outside. He's not allowed to do that. So what about Shabbos? This is pretty wild. Ha'amar, you Isser Gira. You're Isser the Ger. Isser the Ger.
Alright, here's the Manolo.
When I was in Gentile, I realized the very limited shops.
This is history.
Gentiles used to joke. The Jews don't really observe Shabbos. Why don't the Jews really observe Shabbos? You need to be Shabbos up because if the Jews really observe Shabbos,
here we are. Here's the Manolo. Hello, the Manolo. How are you?
How many persons?
How's it going there? You're still in Tijuana, correct?
By the evening, Saturday morning in the show. What's never really happened?
You know what? Let's wait a second. I'm not giving up on this. I believe that his internet will improve. Shabbos gets better. There we go. Okay. Hello, you're Manolo. Hello.
Put your money back there. It's just sad.
All right. It's okay. It's okay.
We Gentiles used to joke. The Jews that we
Whatever we do, let's not stop. Hello, Manolo.
reject Shabbos. We should be finding money.
Hey, how's it going, buddy?
The Shabbos day, every Shabbos day, and the Jews who were positive their money back was a lawyer matter, but what the Gentiles did not this feeling of mitzvah, the house of mitzvah, amongst the kiss the Shabbos day.
Turn the screen sideways, Manolo. Is your lock on? Your lock on. Now that girl doesn't seem very Mexican at all. Is that a girl born in Texas that made it down to Tijuana? What's going on there? You don't sound like it either. Sponsored by Blood Chew. Use the promo code KILLTONY. I absolutely love it, definitely. If she can bring it, let's do it.
My wallet is on my pocket. Technically speaking, and carry that on Shabbos, technically speaking, I'm not taxing my hand is being carried on my body. So the point is, it's history of myself. I've been checked out these things, and I'm going to do covers. Even if we're not finding good money, we should be finding money. And finding nice and stuff. I don't know. Money, I think that she was also the check out video. And I can open that up. I'm going to be something we're going to do something. We're going to do something. But these thieves came to me and said, you know what happened? Because we have these situations, opened up a lot. Sorry, hold on, thank you. Where are you? I was learning the non-stop. There was a long that was learning in the wine place. Learning in the wine place. Come over here, Passion, anybody that happens to that baseball,
That's great.
is there.
Dude,
And
you're
the red line,
fucking, that's hilarious. You're fucking writing.
in the
I love
barracks.
it. Bikinis are allowed on this show. Absolutely. Oh,
Questa è
goodness.
Why is maker? Why? Nema ama keyifli bir taşı yapana içinden icra koyulması.
Goodness gracious. That other one in the back might be the laziest hooker I've ever seen in my life. Look at that one. All tits, no personality, huh? She has no idea what I'm saying right now, right?
What
is señorita la muchacha? Yeah, see that other one gets it. It's alright. It was okay. It was a little bit choppy there. That's what went wrong. This is the only prostitute I've seen that gets her name's Joe on her current job.
So they might be developing, but at least they're not idolaters. How about you give an outbreak? So what's the sin of happening at least the truth? They open up Bowers blood. So the Gemara says, "Love is strong." I'm Rashad. Shmuel said, "I'm beginning to ask him why his mother loved tonight." To Rabbi Eliezer, to Amar, something beyond Tahar. So let's say, so I'll keep it Eliezer. And then Eliezer says,
oh, it's like a spirit
something beyond his Tahar. What is it? Something beyond his Tahar.
They charge you for baggage and issues and everything.
About
that one there is a flat rate and a flat check. It's incredible.
Ultimately, again, the suffering is Tahar. What's the case?
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. That one's got a spot.
I'll give you the big of you what's at the show. So it's a person walks into that and plane is actually.
How do you speak such perfect English?
A plane, remember, the airplane is a large area made up of one. So
I used to live in San Diego, even if I'm Mexican.
During the rainy season, the two of us said that. That was like,
I just have time to be able to actually get to spoke English and well, I had to learn it. And I live in Boulder, so I have to speak better. And I am. Sesame Street is the only street these girls know about. Everything that we have involved
Maybe something that makes you get out something your time. Something my says, if you're not sure
Fuck yeah, Manila, what's your plan for the rest of the night with these ladies?
Something that touched ultimately again that was very
yeah, that's the interesting thing, I guess, with your job is you can pay for girls like that probably to come over and end up making money by the end of the night if you go online yourself. Yeah, she seems like a lot of fun.
The other thing is
Oh yeah, she seems like the kind of girl that would marry you, take a life insurance policy out on you, and you're dead 2 days later. I've seen her on Can't Swim on YouTube. She's on the Mexican version, Jim Can't Swim.
Something number one again. Something is also like something number one is noisy. She wasn't in that. That's something number one. And then something number two was in that. She was opposite. Wasn't just the one that was that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but again, that's sleep and let rock up the same. Ultimately, the one is incredible. What's that higher days? 70 he saw the start of the hardest game just in case.
I gotta tell you, man, a lot of people had high expectations for this, and you knocked it out of the fucking park. I cannot believe how great this was. This is the most legendary of all of your performances. And let me tell you something, anytime you want to do this, you just hit me up and you have the green light, man. This is an amazing segment. Meeting with Manolo for the first time ever.
Nice to meet you, ladies. Nice to meet you, ladies.
Whatever. So you notice that it's so she has
I love it. And you made up for all the Mexican that we missed out on without having Joel here tonight. Hey, I love it. Let's fucking do it. Let's do it. Meeting with the Novo. Perhaps a new perfect segment of Tony Who Knows. Fuck yes. This is unbelievable. Perhaps you can get a chihuahua. She touched the contents of the barrel. We have another new segment that we added last week to the show called Bad Art from Fans. Look at those fucking Mexican villains. Oh my god, she doesn't need to say anything. She doesn't have to speak English. She just comes around with those things. Okay, let's keep it going. This is a new segment called Bad Art Kill Tony. This week was sent in by Batman Seymour on social media. This is Bad Art. It was sent in by one of the fans. Let's see what we got here. Oh, it's a red man on a postcard. It does look like Christ. For the beaches, stay for the beefcakes. Greetings from California, red man postcard. That is real art right there. Batman Seymour. So thank you for the bad art, but let's check out some good art. Everybody. Yeah, I think anybody knows how to use fucking Photoshop. Yeah, that's true. Bad drawings. Perhaps we should change the segment to instead of bad art, bad drawings. Bad drawings. That's what we call it. It's more bad drawings right now as well, not a live audience. Anyway, so let's check in with our great artists. We go to good art now with Greg Wright, J.E. Oh my goodness, look at this. Incredible, right? Jay, how you doing over there?
What happened?
You're messing with us this time, right?
Sure. This happened before, right? This happened before.
I like that. That's nice. That drawing is absolutely fucking incredible. I mean, Michael Ware is an ace. That skull looks really just like me. I know a lot about my face, and that is what my skull looks like. You got the amazing Jet Ski Johnson, Jeremiah Watkins, you even have Charlie Rufino's Pizza in there. Charlie, you made it to the drawing. You got Gino over there, am I correct? That is Gino.
One was permitted.
Go up a little bit here.
Now, the demon said, I don't know. Issue the seven of
And that is Dean Lucas, William Montgomery, Red Man. incredible. That is
Is it
mind-boggling.
because you kind of look like what you just said before? That if there's a something more than not the given
Yeah,
as an encounter with
I do.
the something
Brian James, what do you think about tonight's episode? Here's some highlights from you.
usually summer, you know the Asli
One of the greatest highlights is that today would pretty much be my 5-year anniversary of the drawing.
Wow, look at that. 5 years.
We're just supposed to come in. I think we're supposed to come into the studio.
You can come anytime you want now, Ryan. We have opened up the floodgates for cast members.
Okay.
Yeah, Anthony Fauci said we don't have to wear a mask anymore, so stop wearing masks like we do. Today.
Maybe I'll try next week.
Heck yeah, absolutely. There he is, Ryan J. Evil. Everything's available at RyanJEvil.com. Every print of the show, every road poster, every everything. Jeremiah Watkins is here. Take it over, Jeremiah. Yes, Jeremiah wonders. He's on Venmo at Jeremiah-Watkins. He needs you to know that. Jeremiah wonders is his podcast. Do you plug your Venmo on your podcast?
Yes. That's Jeremiah stand-up on social media, Christina Hutchinson.
More battles than necessary. So when the army comes in, they're probably thinking more battles than would be needed to sustain the troops. What does that tell
So I
us?
guess this week.
Well, perhaps this is not about what is it about?
We're always happy to have you, Jeremiah.
It's about money that
There you go.
So because of that,
Venmo at Jeremiah-Watkins.
we have multiple statements over here, right?
Now we're gonna talk about your band name for a second. You're gonna keep doing that, Jerry?
An uncle when they opened it up because ultimately they
Time to.
wanted the water, and because they're looking for riches, they put together all of these statements, and what's the result? What's the result?
Love it. I highly doubt that, but I love it. Jesse Johnson, ladies and gentlemen.
So, you must relate but it's what happens was listen to this case. It was a Mitsubishi. What's a Mitsubishi? This was a wine merchant. This was a woman. She's a wine seller, a wine merchant, and she has a store and she sells wine. So I said, what did she do? She gave the key to her gender, her aqua friend. Right? To her aqua friend. Rashi says, you're aqua. Yeah, she was like, first of all, so I got the recurrence. I was saying, this is Rashi says, you know, about this, but what's the case? So on this piece up, a Jewish woman, not wine merchant, the leading her store. She locks it up, she gives the key to her aqua friend. Now, what's the job of the aqua friend? What's the job? Watch the key. Don't go into the night. So it's absolutely no feasible reason why the aqua should be going into the store. Like it Lisa told her friend, watch my key. She didn't say watch my store. She didn't say what. So she said, just watch my key. So that's not a holiday spelling. So over the holiday drasha. So this key was covered his head. ומספרה על שמירת מלכת בנה. Asking the wine in the store is good wine because remember again, there's no legitimate reason for the applicant to enter into the store. That's the legitimate reason. For what? This process, there will be fear of discovery. If there's fear of discovery, will come with activities. Remember, because the woman gave her friend just the key to watch, but no access to the store, therefore the law this weekend. Incredible. Rabbi says, I've also my papers, I'm haaretz, Taro subtitle, so it's very interesting. He's actually a big case, but the same because, so listen to this, right? Let's say again, I have cups, like I have produce that I produce for ritual purity, and she was my source of my possession as well. Yes. I love my storehouse. I give the Taro subtitles, my parents remain tar, until the soon that the Amharites were in a traditional Masallah Al-Shbif Mahiat. Remember, in this case, what am I giving over to the Amharites? I'm telling him, box my keys. I'm not telling him going to the stores. I'm interested, I'm not even giving him the responsibility to guard my produce. That's not what I'm doing. I'm telling him, watch my keys. That's all I'm telling him to do. Therefore, you may say that most interesting enough hashtag, Taro Sapon, gross, Yain as right? So this is going to be about Taras. Is really Shiloh by one. That was interesting enough. You know, in the main rock, the top. I was telling you Yain as are you telling me that Taras are stricter? There was here the argument was making, and when I give my key to the Amoritz, my Paris remained tar, then on the more so, if I give my key to the Akku, my water is going to remain water. Now that argument presupposes that Paris are treated more stringently than wine. Is that true? Because says, is that true? If that is true, I'll tell you what I did in my interesting case here. That's a chiffon doesn't really see folks. And if let's say I share a flutter with an Amorites, or what happened? So we're saying we put a very low divider. But the property was divided between us. You see, that's the only things that we don't eat. That's what Rashi said. The pizza we move up, Amorites inside, the publisher cartels inside. So I share property, and we don't share with two adjacent properties. And we have a very low fence that goes between our property. Goes very low. A fence can easily reach over one side to the other. Okay? Then let's say now remember, on my side, I have cows. Right? I have mutually pure produce. The Amorites is generally someone who is not careful with the leftovers of Tumah. So what's the other part? So it says, Amirav, Taros of Tios. Ultimately, Rav says that we have to assume that at some point in time, Yamaros kind of reached over the low divider, touched my Taros, and if my Taros ultimately will become covered. So we already compounded, and also Yaines. The interesting that in Akku, we don't assume that the Akku reached over and touched any of my wine and into Yain. Therefore, the onus is very severe. Ours are the most stringent in Yainess, which is very interesting. Rabbi Yochanan says, now by the way, what's the logic behind that? The logic behind that is, remember, there's an earsus. An aqua is only going to touch wine when number one, when there's legit reason for it to be there, number two, it doesn't do anything, right? Yes. In this case, there's absolutely no legitimate reason why the aqua's head should be extending over my property line. About the Hana aqua. That's what I'm saying about the Hana, right? No Jews. No Jews, right? So in other words, his hand can be extended over my property line and touching my stuff. Right? So the next, so interesting enough, you see that in this case we are concerned that the Paris became away, but yet the wine we're not concerned. Yochanan says, I'm Paris subtotal. So Yochanan says, no, even the Paris ultimately again is a tar. So Yochanan is not concerned about that. We're looking at things that have up on again. There's no concern, and even the tires ultimately again will remain tires. So stop on there for today. Then we'll pick up, we're not finishing this case yet, so we'll pick up the rest of the see you tomorrow. It was like tremendous. But everyone, have a wonderful, wonderful day. Have a good day. Everyone. Let's throw it over. We'll say good morning, let us begin. We give our thank you all of our sponsors for this morning show to thank our annual commentator sponsor. This is our right to serve. We're dedicating all the children churches this year as this book. This episode is from us all about Israel. Our commentator sponsors for the month of Elul, very, very good. For now, we have to do Shem's at this father, let him go over. Then Usher came us to support Rafa. His father had to take the Israel's last seven to go to Rafa in the hopes that all the students of our time, we learned that Usher will be answering the comment. Shmuel Riva, special issue this month of Elul, Uri, Mishmas, David, Combs, Father of our Alpha, Yitzchak, Aryeh, and a couple of Yaakov, Sikon, Rafa. Remember that comes for all the Shamus Lavnani, the families of the family, all those through the four, she had this remarriage, she made woman has the Jits, the Shalom and the Karavala, where you saw this to be successful. But the Torah man say you lay and truly usher in a month of Yacha and Hatzlacha for all the clubs. So listen to that. Let us begin an exciting back to the actually going to hopefully close off some Suggest today's back to Simon Class 69. Are we up with the answer Hashem on Simon Class on base 68B, and we left off 4 lines up from the bottom. Lines on the bottom. Rabbi says to us, he says a couple of people items we have on the list of general mathematics. It's about no income with gum. When you have a mixture and there is a infusion of a fluid, an item that is inherently detrimental, what is the status of the mixture? Remember again, we also have the open case of the mouse that fell into the beer, right? And again, what the status of that is. Rabbi says as follows, so what's up? Notice that will come after Rabbi says Halacha, and Rabbi said this is indeed Halacha L'Maisa. Noticing how you've come. Whenever you have a mixture, but kind of an item contributes detrimental taste. Detrimental taste in infusion. Ultimately, the result in mixture is going to be mutter. The Shifra, well, you got my time to I think it's interesting. I remember Rab asked me that when the male started the beer, the result of the mixture of the beer is awesome. So now here's the problem. We're making, so Rabbi says, how about this no income of time is awesome? But then Rabbi says, I don't know why Rab said the beer was awesome. I don't know why it's superior is us. אם ישום לקצר, לא עושים כאן מפגם, I'm sorry, אם ישום לקצר, לא עושים כאן מפגם אסר, ולעשות לא תסגר אסר, so maybe it's because Rav holds no עושים כאן מפגם is also, whereas maybe he just fundamentally disagrees with what I just said. He knows that generally it's a mixture. Even if there's a detrimental taste confusion, the resulting mixture is going to be us. So maybe Rav holds that way, but we obviously don't constantly that way. If you shouldn't have cassava, noticing how much gum mutter, the akhira shifra ashpute mushma. Or maybe Rav knows something that we don't, which is although we all pass in noticing how much gum also, maybe announcing the fear is actually beneficial. I don't know, I'm just saying Adam's whatever. I don't know, whatever. So maybe we just maybe somehow, some way, it is beneficial. So again, so let's say it's a very important topic. So essentially, Rabbi says, let's say this is halacha l'maisa. Noticing the time of the gam mutter. When you have a mixture of a prohibited item getting mixed into a positive item, to a prohibited item, and the resulting mixture ultimately again is a detrimental taste confusion, the mixture is mutter. Again, if it's not some kind of shvat, positive taste confusion, the resulting mixture is asr. If it's not some kind of shvat, and then becomes the remember again our classic case of that is vinegar on cold greasing that's then heated up. Resulting mixture is also going to be awesome. Okay, if I know, let me ask the follow-up question. Have some success. So what's the interesting thing? So what happens if it goes into vinegar? So now what do we ask into vinegar? So we can actually have 69 ways. There's a near on Hapomet's time of Kasha, and then Sheret's Maki. So what says, but obviously, vinegar is a sharper taste than oil. So maybe the sharpness of the vinegar itself, ultimately again, prevents any type of negative impact on that.
Hey, this is Rabbi coming live from Fenderbox Studios for another episode of Kill Tony here.
Hey, what's up? Another fun episode of Kill Tony. We are here. Exciting stuff. How you doing, Brian? Great.
Looks like I'm going to throw it out this week.
Yes, I told bro. Yes. Smoker for the first time in my life at my brand new Traeger grill. Traeger, Traeger, and it is unbelievable. Started off with a steak on Saturday and smoked some Joe Rogan sausages yesterday. That's unbelievable. The difference in flavor is incredible. I now see what, I made friends with some of Joe's friends from touring with them and his hunting buddies who follow him. Comes to show sometimes. Really cool. Go to dinner afterwards, drinks, smoke, look at stuff. And I've always wondered what their obsession with the Traeger grill is, and that just isn't a whole different type of flavor when you cook it yourself. And I smelled like the smoke, like I was like fucking, in the shower last night, and I could just smell the smoke on me, and I fucking loved it. And I smelled it the night before too, and I'm like, fuck, it's like the type of smell that I like. Which reminds me, there's a brand new Hinge Dreaming candles available at dangoodco.com. You can get the official candles of Kill Tony with the literally on this spa-like adventure for your nose. With the great Ryan J. Eagle is back in studio, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time since I played the Ice House. Yeah, this is your first time drawing at Kill Tony in a non-comedy club or theater or arena or football stadium. This is your first studio. You got a camera on Ryan J by any chance? Okay, there he is. Goddamn Ryan J knows hair. He's got his hair. He looks good, dude. Where'd you get the new drawing board from?
This nice custom coffee board.
That is awesome. He has started drawing tonight's episode. As always, we're going to check in with him at the end of tonight's episode. That's Charlie next to him. Get Charlie and Gino. Get everybody in this motherfucker. We got Charlie from the Great Vito's Pizza in studio. He's been in studio with us the whole quarantine, keeping us fed at the Comedy Store, at the Ice House, and at all the Better Box shows. And a better box isn't a better box without the great Gino back there from Speedweed. And some amazing products over at speedweed.com. A true top-notch comedy connoisseur. Gino supports a lot of the best shows, a lot of the best podcasts, a lot of them are done here at Better Box. It's also sponsored a lot of great live shows out of the Comedy Store. He's got his sticky fingers and everything that's going on in him in comedy. Yeah, because there's weed all over the place. By that sweet sticky icky. It's not like he's a thief or a wide receiver in the NFL. Shows coming up, supposedly. Pretty excited about this. As people have started to dabble in the live comedy space over this weekend in places like Salt Lake City and Texas. And we're going to both of those places coming up. It starts off in Miami, July 31st, August 1st, or 31st. Those are the rescheduled Miami shows. So this whole weekend started. Another set of rescheduled shows is two Kill Tonys in Boston, August 13th and 14th. And Children in Line stand-up shows on the 14th and 15th. Also going back to the Secret Room on August 20th. Kill Tonys August 20th and 21st. 2 nights. 2 Kill Tonys each night. And a week after that, we go back to Texas. We go to beautiful Dallas, Texas for a Kill Tony or 2 there. And then stand-up shows in Fort Worth. I love that club. One of my just moved to Texas. I know. I've been saying that. I love Texas. I've always said that it's one of the few states I would move to. I fucking shotgun. Start chasing down fucking joggers in the neighborhood. Salt Lake City, September 11th, 9/11 at South State, Utah. Wise guys. That's exciting. Moon Tower, September 17th, Toronto just got added this week by Queen Elizabeth Theatre. JFL Toronto, 9/29. October 13th is Temple Movie Company in Bakersfield as we head to the Tony Mania show. The 13th in Bakersfield, the 14th in Sacramento, the 15th in Sacramento, the 16th, 2 shows in San Francisco, the 17th, 2 shows in San Francisco, and the 18th, 1 show in San Francisco. Monday to Monday, that's 10 Kill Tonys, 1 week, and then at the end of October. And October 30th and 31st, it looks like we're going to be in Tacoma, Washington. And D.C. in November. Washington, D.C., the capital of the greatest country on the planet, undisputed, undefeated, all-time in fourth unless you count Vietnam, the United States of America, the greatest country on the planet, 4 months ago had its best economy of all time, and nobody wanted to talk about it, except for me, sometimes sporadically on the show. Now look at us, bunch of peasants. You're welcome, Mr. President. And, you know, that reminds me, people are home, they're losing their minds, they're all quarantined out, they're letting their cubes get out of control, right? Pubes are crazy right now, and nobody's talking about it. Pubes are out of control. Support for Kill Tony is brought to you by Manscaped, who is the best in men's all about grooming. Manscaped offers precision engineering tools for your family jewels. They obsess over their technology developments to provide you the best grooming experience. Yeah, I tend to keep things trimmed up down there. I am I'm a scary boy.
You do strings, or do you put it like a little mustache?
I shave it a lot like I shave my own facial hair. I trim the sides down and see how long I can get it in the middle. Short of a happy trail, I have the Oregon Trail. You can get diphtheria from Manscaped redesigned the electric trimmer. The Manscaped engineering team spent 18 months perfecting the greatest ball hair trimmer ever created. We just released the new Lawnmower 3.0.
I can't believe I gotta try this out. The third generation trimmer features a cutting-edge ceramic plate to reduce manscaping accidents, spills, and balls. Thanks to Manscaped's advanced skin-safe technology, manscaping accidents are finally a thing of the past. But this is a preview. The battery will last up to 9 minutes, so you can really spend it on there. So you don't have to like hurry up and just shave and wait for the battery back. You know, you got 90 minutes. This is water-resistant technology also, so it lets you do it in the shower, which is great. Way better than one of the coolest features is the LED light, which illuminates the grooming periods for closer and more precise. They also upgraded to a 7,000 RPM oh my gosh, with quiet stroke level shadow technology.
That's right. No stroke is better than their quiet stroke. It's the only kind of stroke people get away with. Grandma upstairs. And let's not forget about the charging stand. Show off your mower loud and proud because this intelligently designed stand is a convenient charging dock powered by a USB. If you're listening to me speak right now, I want you to experience it firsthand for yourself. So trim that junk of yours. Get 20% off and free shipping with the code Tony at manscaped.com. Your balls will thank you. We've all had a nick on our balls. I've had a nick. It should be a Bobby.
I've lived in a herpes, but I nicked myself once.
Whoa. Funny thing is that's probably true. Get 20% off and free shipping with the code Tony at manscaped.com. That's 20% off with free shipping at manscaped.com. Use the code Tony. And now that you have fresh shaved, clean balls, the clean shaft, maybe even the spot between your balls and your butthole, your cage. Well, then with sheath underwear, sheath is the reason why today's episode is happening. It's brought to you by sheath underwear. They use voice-wicking technology to create underwear that keeps everything breathable. Incredibly comfortable for you downstairs. Sheets is smooth and pouch to make your balls feel like they're floating on clouds while you work out or just walking around somewhere hot. It's like an inverted kangaroo pouch for your Joey to keep your junk from sticking to your legs.
Yeah, sheath underwear is created by a soldier while serving in Iraq. Maybe your balls tend to get very hot. He developed the prototype in Iraq and raised money on Kickstarter to launch the sheath. And now they're right here supporting our show. Please support our sponsors because our sponsors keep this show going. Support sheath and they'll support you where it counts downstairs. Online, sheath creates amazing underwear, and if you don't love them, they have a 100% money-back guarantee for your first pair. And I think you're gonna love them. We got some, and I've been using them. I didn't understand.
Right now.
Don't address the stuff that is in the state of disrepair, even if it isn't
Jesus, give me some front wedding, right? That's good. Oh, man, I'm great. I just went right there. You can't break it.
But honestly, I didn't understand it. But once you put your babies in that little second pocket, oh my god, you don't understand how sweaty those things get and how swampy they get. Now they're dry as a whistle.
Okay. Absolutely. And I'll be honest with you, when I first got them, I didn't read the instructions because they come with a little instruction thing. And I'm like, who the fuck needs instructions for underwear? So I didn't even know that there was anything special about them. I wore them just normal for the first few days. And then someone told me, dude, those are sheath underwear. They have a separator. And I'm like, alright, I thought they were just great underwear. So even if you don't like, for some reason, keeping your balls separated, you know, and then you can also have your shafts separated. It's a three-pronged adventure, you know. And what better time in the summertime, keep your balls unstuck from your legs. It's absolutely true. If you can start a tiny ball sack, I guess you don't really have to worry. But if you have balls, then you should totally buy a pair of these underwear and then separate and kiss your balls goodbye with sheath underwear. And they have an amazing line of underwear for women too. So get your new favorite pair of underwear by going to sheathunderwear.com. Use the code Tony for 20% off your order. They ship anywhere in the world. support at sheathunderwear.com. Use the code Tony for 20% off.
Extended ideas and everything.
Yeah, I guess so. You have to strap on dildo in another area. So it's not stuck to your leg. Lesbians are wild.
I love our sponsors, by the way. Like, these are actually products that, are great. And
We love our sponsors. Absolutely. We're happy with our sponsors. Most shows, especially comedy shows, podcasts, they don't freaking pick their sponsors. They don't always love that stuff. But my Manscaped, this is for the 2.0. I had the 2.0. I did this stuff. It was great. And the sheep underwear was a game changer for me. They're absolutely my favorites. And,
my boss separated me.
and you know what? I'm not kidding, and I'm not saying this just because they're a sponsor. But, once these sheets underwear got into my rotation a couple weeks ago, and they went through, so now sometimes there'll be regular underwear there, unlike the stat, and I'm like, nope, they don't notice a sheet. It's not exactly, I don't even know what, I don't want to know. Those are my new regular underwear or my new backup underwear. I'm going to keep them separated. Kiss your balls goodbye.
Used to brush your teeth.
Oh, yeah, I love that line so much. Kiss your balls goodbye. Everybody, why is that so funny? Alright, so there's a band on the show. We all know this. You know them, you love them. They are two of my favorite heroes in all of comedy. They're absolutely great. We have so much fun every single week. The great Joel Jimenez is still out of service this week, unfortunately. I believe he might be back next week. Tonight, two of the best in the world, being character. We don't know what to be. Took them about 8 minutes to get ready backstage tonight. No seats, I'll find out what they are this week. Ladies and gentlemen, I present you the best damn band in the land. It's the Kiltony Band, Jeremiah Watkins and Jesse Johnson. Yes, without a doubt. One of the great presidents of all time, the great Donald J. Trump, Mr. President, and I am so excited as a fellow Italian to be here with the great Dr. Anthony Fauci is joining us. How are you, Dr. Fauci? Hey, that's us. And the President of the United States of America, Donald Trump. How are you, my friend?
A lot of people are knocking it. Not through my workers are actually taking it. A lot of people out there.
I agree. This might be, that's one more, that is definitely the most wild thing of all the things that you're wondering. I thought myself today. Well, I'm able to defend almost everything Donald Trump's ever said in a great way. Like, oh, they just took this out of context, they took that out of context. Today was the whole time. I'm literally like, what the fuck is he thinking? Like, this one, I mean, just like, even a week ago, they went absolutely berserk when you said that they should come up with something that cleans the inside. Everything you were saying. Yes, you were suggesting that maybe they look at that in front of the cameras. You were making it look like you were helping with the idea. That I understood completely. But saying that you're taking an anti-malaria, anti-lupus drug that they only give to people that have already been diagnosed with COVID for the last week and a half. But it's only given to people that are seriously sick. Are there other drugs that you're on? Dr. Fauci, you are an actual doctor. You have studied drugs for almost half a century. What do you think about the president taking hydroxychloroquine without being diagnosed?
Let's stop trying. I tell them all the time. I say, you know, don't want to take my jokes. You know, and then I told her I want to show you. So Brinsley, let's just jump right into it. Joining us right now, live via the feed, the wonderfully Joel Berg, Joel Minutes. Joel, how are you? Oh, goodness, dude. You're drinking bleach again.
Speaking of underwear, nice shirt.
Yeah, that is the official logo of Sheath, who actually is sponsoring tonight's episode. It's unbelievable that you have that t-shirt on.
Also, as Dr. Fauci here, I've never seen a virus as strong as what's in women's underpants.
Jesus Christ.
I'm 90 years old.
Joel, have you tried your Sheath underwear? Have you kissed your boss goodbye?
Actually, yeah, it's amazing. I love it. You know, I really like the balance. I've been in a few classes myself, you know, about being in the life. These underwear really make this about lifestyle.
Yeah, definitely. I like that. So what else is going on, Joel? You weren't here this week. You weren't here last week. Explain yourself to the fans of the show.
You know, just kind of keep myself quarantined to see my parents. I did take a COVID test just to make sure I was good. Turns out I'm negative. So, you know, dodge that.
Jeez. Oh, yeah. So, how's your girlfriend? Alright, how's your girlfriend, Joel?
She's doing good, you know, we're just chilling, fucking just hanging out.
Nitro, Big Coffee. That's great. What ethnicity is your girlfriend again? She's Mexican too? I agree, President Trump. You guys have protected sex or unprotected sex?
Protected. I'm not trying to be a certain other statistic.
That's very good.
I heard you say that we have a short
Yes.
wow, as if the flights were in cheap enough for COVID. We had to open COVID flight on 9/11.
That's true.
From India to
It's 11 November. Okay, I'm bringing everybody. Bringing Gage. I'm bringing Anthony. It's going to be great. By the way, Gage, T-Arena, and Anthony are on social media at Gage T-Arena and @_strange taste _. But not the first underscore, only the last underscore. Strange taste underscore.
I saw you were working for Vito's shirt. I didn't know if you worked at Vito's and also Trader Joe's. Well, there's a lot less alcohol this week than I am.
Well, we're just getting started here. Don't count those dog horns. We're just here.
Once again, a man on landscape to get, you know, pretty risque. Just shit on the cover. It's like just, you know, a landscape would just briefly help me to stay clean. We have property things for drawbacks that I have, you know, landscape pipeline and stuff like this.
That is the full-size sheep bodysuit, for those of you wondering. Kiss your friends goodbye with the new sheep bodysuit.
which makes sense.
It's pretty scary without a live audience. John is just literally a background.
I'm not just sitting on my paper. So the point is, she's very touchable.
We are your only
That's
fans.
on the paper. And therefore, again, the mindset, the mindset,
I love it. So, what are you gonna do if your girlfriend or roommate walks in right now? Play it off like
Essentially was not designated for use.
Actually closed up for you guys. I've been walking around this one.
The suspenders on you look like a foreign exchange. It's true.
it is true. It looks like if Louis J. Gomez was paralyzed, he might have
Louis J. Gomez.
Before I leave the house, I said, I'll be mostly the show stuff. Help yourself. Help yourself. Help yourself.
Joel, we need you back in the studio. Will you come back on Monday?
Give me a the performance does not change things functionally.
There you go, Joelbert with the news
That
from
from a
things are weird.
real state, quasi quantum physics state, that nothing will. The use of a computer is not guaranteed. Like, you can maybe have the intent, but the person may not move, or the button may not move, certain that you're going to make the change.
I feel like he's gonna hate what he did on tonight's show, but it was great. We're just getting it started. You guys don't know Joel as well as we do, but that's what he tends to do.
Listen, I know if I am impressed, and I know I've never used a talent. Tonight is on
Contemporary touchless topics.
Wow, special episode.
We have a restaurant. Let's see if a restaurant right here in Canada.
Things that I think are so resonating. I just want to let you know that I actually got the LA Times winning the presidency. Every
well, there's going to be 4 more years of articles to get ready.
Let's keep it moving here. We have our first stranger of the night submission. Watch a minute of this supposed comedy as people send in. Sometimes it's hilarious, sometimes it's depressing. We sort of analyze what they wrote and find out more about their lives. Our first comedian tonight goes by the name of Josh Jones. Here he is. There's Josh.
Someone's not pretty. The answer is, the answer is that there's a near sus. There's a general, I'm just going to feel, right? Fear of being taught. What is that based on? It's based on the answer to me. And it's fear. I need to pop up, and you can show up, and you can be present, you know, and everyone. So because of that, because of the narrative that there is going to be that keeps everyone on your toes and ensures that ultimately, again, no danger of mistakes. Again, take it more about this piece.
Wait, before you do that, let's talk about the stuff not working. Maybe you may think that the odds of this stuff failing is small, but in combination it is not. If you think about on the internet, there's packet loss, and you think on keys that, like, sometimes you have to reclick stuff, or even just the moving of a mouse on a cursor is not exact. You have to move it back around sometimes. Everything is not perfect. Additionally, what you're looking for, So there isn't
talking about
a
tattooing
real
goals, which ultimately
function
remains
that you're
the same.
complete. Maybe you're searching the internet, but it's not like you are completing code for work that you know is completely done. You're just doing so without a real intent.
That would be a great time to use sheath underwear. You can keep the shaft in another department, so you don't have to hold it the whole time. So just let the balls hang out of chamber number 2 in the old blogger, or whatever you would call it. And so here you are. Hi, Josh. How are you? Fucking great, dude. Where are you at?
I'll catch up with you later.
Oh shit! Hell yeah, dude. How far is that from Ukraine? That's in the middle of
something happened.
middle of nowhere, Washington, right in Navy Western. Anyway,
Case number 2,
what
I'm
made you
not
go
with
up
my
there?
workers, I'm with Palace House to become common. What's the distinction between the two? Some of these talk about
Yeah.
Isha bin Kharif
I
Kambala,
like deserts and warm weather.
ultimately racist talking about Israel's embrace into this. For my workers come to work as
Well, that's cool. So you just picked Olympia out of nowhere.
we are going into the next episode. We want it right
And it is, isn't it? That's
my
what's weird
workers.
now.
So because of that,
This guy's smart. He got a position.
multiple amendments again,
Uh-oh. You can join the president's cabinet.
which the demise. That's exactly
So, Josh, how long you been doing tattoos for?
that's the case. I don't fit in the same stress with the whole
6 years professional.
What was the tattoo that the guy got on his balls?
But add some more as well. There's an argument of a palace of Shabbat,
That sounds horrible. Was that the
or a palace in time.
or something like that?
The issue is you're right. We're
I actually get 2 of those tattoos the same day. It's like a Frankfurt kind of tattoo.
And make the argument that Shabbat is supposed to be a palace in time, and this could override the spirit of Shabbat. There's a direct conflict between the spirit of Shabbat and the palace in time. The palace in time might overtake everything. And we should say that this isn't in line with the spirit of Shabbat. That you're still following the Malachah, at least borderline. And if you're searching the internet and you don't have a direct end result, then you function. Like starting a fire on Shabbat, you've got to get the wood, and you've got to light the match, and then you light the wood, and it's completely over when the fire is done. That's full function. But with a computer, it's almost limitless. There's no end result. Maybe you send a text message, maybe you surf the internet, but it's still incomplete. You didn't have every single conversation ever with that text message, or you didn't play every single game in the world. There's still some incompleteness. It's almost like an argument that you can't complete anything using a computer because there's so much to do. So every single action on the computer is incomplete. I think this makes sense.
Is anybody trying to get black market tattoos at all? Is it like haircuts?
Yeah, they're trying to. Get this, in Arizona, you don't have to pay for a license to tattoo up here. You do. So I have to pay for a license to do my job for the first time ever. And you can't do that. If I do it around, I'll fucking take it.
Wow. Have you had any social life at all? What have you been doing to stay busy without working?
My family been shit posting on Facebook. Do you tattoo yourself ever? Like, yeah. Can I see some of your tattoos that you've done? Do you have any? Sure.
Just the black bars in the testimony.
He was me all along. I love teenage girls. Who is
that?
It's James Franco. That's
Yeah. Oh yeah, that does look like Chris Murphy. I see it. Absolutely.
somebody wants that. Like the longest.
That's how this is.
Absolutely. That's David Lucas's haircut.
That's not one more than your
I love it. Josh, do you have any other hobbies or things that you like to do other than posting on Facebook and giving tattoos? Anything else interesting about you?
Just like weird shit. Wire strings kind of stuff. There's another.
Can you do some quick
Well, I'm saying the Palace in Time is actually an argument for the use of electronics. A king is free to use anything within their palace. And whether that means
I'll tell you
a
what's
ball
not juggling my balls anymore because they're in cheap underwear, special compartment.
they might eat something or whatever, they want to search the internet, they should be able to do so. This isn't public. Even if they were live streaming on camera, that's not public. That's different than going outside and live streaming. And even that, there's an argument whether you should be able to do that. Because you're not working, you're not getting paid to do that.
That was great. There goes Josh Jones. I love it, Josh. There he goes. Josh Jones. Everybody, he's a Josh Jones.
Much more constantly. Again, I'm going to see what he's doing.
I love that he's talking about stuff that he can talk about. He's a tattoo artist. I was a tattoo artist. And like Santa Baby doing that and he's stretching out all that material. All the silly tattoos that have been to get mentioned at tattoo convention where you or something like that.
Change the argument. I think you can live stream in public if you're not getting paid for it, and people know that you're not getting paid for it.
Lately, I've been thinking about getting a
That
face
should be
tattoo right underneath my eyebrows. Something that just says faggot or something like that. And I'm thinking of real self-deprecation here. No, not a tattoo. Not really. How about you? You have tattoos, right? I've seen them. I wish you didn't know. Right, Jay, you have any tattoos? Yeah, what do you have? I get like you have like your one tattoo you got on like your 18th birthday or something. Like a butterfly on your Okay, let's keep it moving along. This is only our second stranger of the night, and it is Alexis Chainsaw Massacre. Alexis Chainsaw Massacre.
Hey guys, so my husband and I are kind of on the outs during this self-quarantine business. I guess it all started when we went to the food bank a couple weeks ago, and I started on myself. We got really pissed off, like it's unfucking necessary, the food's free, but I think I was gonna have to do a little bit more to get that game spaghetti. But kick us out of the game. The other thing I'm doing to piss him off is using his frozen closest to which I keep going to. We can cut the fucking middleman by not having to use an air fryer. Fuck a move. Fuck. You know what? Too big up, too late. I got a full athletic scholarship at the University of Phoenix. Went on. We can't debate the stuff.
Everybody stop what you're doing. Zoot's here. Are you going to speak English?
Yeah, Rabbi.
What up, pimp? So you don't even know what you're going to say. You're just talking literally and then trying to think of something to say. I'm here. What do you want?
What's the best planet to live on? Things like that.
Does it have to be a planet or can it be a planetoid? Planetoid, I believe, is a more all-encompassing argument for like a moon, an asteroid, or a planet. But let's look it up. That's a good.
Let's go with that.
Hold on though. I want to make sure I've got that correct. Hold on. What is a planetoid?
Let's just go.
An asteroid of any size, an asteroid-like body of an orbit beyond the asteroid belt, a larger planetary body in orbit around the sun, such as Vesta or dwarf planets. So it's like a minor planet. Okay, so well, can you terraform it?
Yeah.
Okay. There's an argument to be made. Venus is the same size, almost exactly as Earth. And so yeah. You said you could. Doug, stop. I know all of this. You wouldn't burn. You would be destroyed by the atmosphere. The atmosphere of Venus, I believe, is the most dense of all. What's the thing about Venus? Isn't it the hottest planet or something? Or it's the most dense atmosphere or something? It's the hottest planet in the solar system. So, but it also has the most dense atmosphere, so I'm correct. Oh, so what did you say, Sue? Well, you said it could be a planetoid. Perhaps Europa. It has perhaps. It is a moon, Saturn, I believe, and it beneath a frozen crust, apparently, perhaps.
Yeah, I don't think any planets outside.
Okay.
And Mars would be a terrible planet.
Okay.
We would have to literally destroy Mars. We'd have to build global warming to make it livable. You would have to build no ice cap. Yeah. The planets
focus is just in the case of
I don't really, I'm not really too familiar with many planets outside the solar system. I'm not familiar with too many planets outside the solar system, so I can't really comment.
Will we ever live to say black on the planet?
Yeah, I think so. Alright, dude, let's just get down to brass tacks. You want to fucking play, I'll play. And, I mean, like, I'm like a hooker you come to. I don't want to fucking make small talk. Let's just get down to brass tacks. I'm going to tell you what I'm going to hold on. I'm going to tell you what we're going to do. I'm going to beat you in 1 game of carom. I'm going to beat you in 3 games of pool. I'm going to beat you in dice party, and then you're going to go about your day. Does that make sense?
Rabbi.
What up, pimp?
We have access to them.
It's a good question. I mean, usually distance or inhospitable conditions.
Yeah, but I don't know. It's a shitty.
Okay. I don't know what you want me to do about it.
So if you're talking about a root that is made out of plastic,
What would make alphabetical?
then ultimately against C2
If you were happy on it. Raise their serotonin levels.
So just give everyone
as well as from the underside of the we shall sit down and say,
May not be a bad idea.
talking about the pastor, and ultimately again, the although discoverable from the top, right? Because of plaster, the coloration will be this. So we go to a muscle, because I remember way behind
What'd you say?
So that's a good idea. Give everyone a little
Thanks, big man.
The best of it is discoverable.
Dude, that's a really big one that you're missing. Oh.
What'd you say?
Perhaps. Oh, look at this. I just got 2 in, dude.
You gotta bet me
Dog, look at that shot. That was sick as fuck. Dog, I've never played this well in my life. But if I miss, there's a very good chance you could win. Like, it's pretty easy. Oh, Zoot. Oh, no way. Zoot, that was so big for you. You could make the easiest comeback. You just, oh, you fucked up though.
that is
take off 30.
Yeah, Rabbi, this is the evil struggle.
No.
But it's not enough time. It's not talking about that.
Yeah, this is it. Break that shut out. Break the shut out.
Thank you. You just put mine in.
That's it, Rabbi.
It's over, baby.
When did you get on the red list?
Well, I got it really early. All right, so I beat you once in that. Now, no trick shot. Trick shots, like, what do you want to play for pool? Okay, 9-ball.
I suck at it. Rabbi, you didn't ask me to do
We went to the comedy club Wednesday night. Did was Chelsea there? What's she doing? She going on a little tour?
She'll be there in 2 weeks.
All right.
Chelsea will be there in 2 weeks.
Once I says interesting, right? I have to go through this whole process. It ends up only showing over state says that the local foundation will be officially says shoot done. Okay, that's obvious. Now, what would you have thought?
Are you proud of that shot?
So, Bill Aiken was my name. Got banged with his shot, but he's going to come, so he had to do his face shot. So, every game, it's like everyone was killed, pulled Bill up, and Bill spoke every listen right on his set.
Dog, that was an amazing shot. Was it funny?
Yeah, he made him say that he's only got one long he said the rest of the Pakistani people might be cool, but he didn't like that Pakistani guy.
Okay.
The focus kind of comes in real is mentioned. So in case where the opera knows that I'm not returning immediately, knows that I'm not. If I retained alone for a significant amount of time, the wine becomes hustle. What the definition of significant?
Oh, what a shot. Dude, did you see that shot? Zoo, you didn't even see my shot. No, you didn't. Okay. Where do you want No, because it's on the other fucking side of the world. There are like... No, there are, but you don't live in a really big Australian city for Jews. Melbourne, Sydney, we're there. And you're in a big enough city that we're there too. You just may not know it. Oh, what a shot! So, did you see that shot?
I bet that synagogue comes around like they call this the city of churches.
Dude, are you seeing this?
I met a few Scientologists, but
Okay. But are you seeing this performance, dude? Do you think it's? Do you think? Dude, do you think it's possible for you to win?
Church of Scientology across the world from the dumbass.
Tight. What's a lorry? A train? What's a lorry? Is that a train?
I said that.
Didn't you say the whatever Scientology is across the lorry?
It's across the world.
Oh. Isn't a lorry in British like a? It's an elevator, right?
I didn't say
Okay, I think in British English it is a elevator. So do you think you can win? Give me this, dude.
Do you have a public
No. No, the public holidays are because it's always on Sunday. So like people already have it off. In what year was Easter not on Sunday? I'll wait.
In Australia, we have a 4-day public holiday.
So
Good Friday. And Easter Monday. Good Friday day.
yeah, we don't, at least there's bank holidays, and those are New Year's Day, generally Martin Luther King Day, Memorial Day, sometimes President's Day, I should say, Memorial Day, 4th of July, Labor Day, Thanksgiving, and then December 25th.
Do you do Christmas or public holiday that you don't do Easter?
Yeah. Bank holidays, yeah. If you're talking federal holidays, same thing. But, I mean, what do you want me to do about it? People already have Sunday. People already have it off. It's already a holiday, or it's already a day off.
Is Easter celebrated over there?
By Christians, yeah. It's like super big. It's like their biggest, their second biggest holiday. Hundreds of millions.
And cold beans, and cold split lentils, cold greasy, that was subsequently heated up. Right? Because again,
Rabbi, do you want to, you know what I want?
What do you want, Zoo?
want to meet aliens and see if their religions make more sense than ours.
Okay. Dude, how did I miss that shot?
I'd be very shocked if I met a Christian aliens that had the same, who told me the exact same stories.
Okay.
There's an alien out there that has the same views as Jewish people or Christians.
Probably 0%. Like less than 1%.
What are the chances that's an alien out there that's enough to have their own religion?
With the whole universe, like 99.9%. Oh, does that count as a break, a legal break? Oh no, it didn't. I don't know why it didn't count as a legal break. You're up, Zoot, and everybody's waiting on you. Zoot, go. That was amazing. Dude, that's a terrible shot. You have a really hard shot.
Did you get in a spaceship with alien?
Word, dog. Dude, you recognize that when we play trick shot, it's just basically taking flying shots. Like, there's no real. Maybe there's a little art to it. Like when I do that. Come on, baby. I just won. Dog. Best shot. Dog. I'm recording that. I definitely. Thank you. I definitely post them on Rumble. So your name is all over Rumble. What up, pimp?
Who's the cutest alien?
I mean, I don't know any. Some of them are cute, though. From like, probably like from the species, the ones that I would like the most are called the Nordics. Zoot, this is our last pool game, and then we play Dice Party. And then you do whatever you need to do. Zoot, are you going to accept my invitation? Because you have 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Zoot. Hit the ball, dog. Zoot, you gotta hit the ball, man. Nobody wants to play with anybody who takes forever. Oh, make that.
I didn't realize it was my show.
Oh, yeah. Well, what do you want me to do about it? Make this. I'm ready for it, dog.
That was the worst show ever.
Are you ready for the best shot you've ever seen?
What's the matter, guys? I think this is something it's no secret Shiva.
Kiss shot. Now this would be the best shot of my life. Ugh. You're up, Zoo. Zoo, are you gonna go? Zoo, you just won.
Yeah, DOS party. That was just lost over the truck.
I know. All right, Zoo, you're up. 10, 9, 8, 7. All right, Zoo.
That is not good.
It's fine. I haven't beaten you in so long.
Fuck. That's not good. That is
Just chance it. Chance it. Or do the two.
I'm going to give you a plan. Just go straight. Right, my game.
Which one is it? Which one is it? Take it. We're not sure.
Are you kidding me?
Give me this. Give me this. Dog, that's garbage.
Rabbi, if I get first 6 6s, 5 6s, will you love me?
I love you anyways, dude. 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. Give me 6s. Give me 6s. That's really bad.
You're right. You're going to. We're going to win. Rabbi,
What's up, baby?
is this the bad bro?
Got 3 of a kind.
Oh, it gets free.
What a phrase. By the way, that's a mantra. Nothing without stop.
Rabbi,
What up, big dog?
that was a good play.
I don't think it was, but maybe.
Yes!
F you, dog.
No, it was part of getting 5 6s. The 6 is the highest number. It just doesn't do anything. Now, when you get the 6 on the second one,
Dog, I don't have a good roll here.
that's mine.
Yes,
So you're
sir.
worried about the chance.
Yes, sir.
Papa, I have a shit earlier, dude. This is bad.
It's okay. You did what I would have done.
The left side of the field was shit.
He searches for the answer.
I don't know why you looked in the box.
I already played the 3. I didn't realize it.
We pose problems, and we expect other people
6 feet.
to solve them.
6 feet.
So how do you want to do life?
Don't kid.
Obviously, there are times I can't solve it. But actually, we have to reach out to other people.
Rabbi, can I get
So instead of just wasting effort and waiting for someone
Give me a.
else to deliver the solution, whatever the problem is, don't figure it out. Go out. Not about that extra. Lesson 1. Lesson 2, if you're willing to put in the effort, you will see results. But again, not about you have to be willing to move yourself. You have to be willing to put in effort and willing to move yourself.
What are you doing? Oh, you got so fortunate, Zoo. You got so fortunate. I didn't want to hear this game was great.
It's only the first day ever, and we're good.
I'm not really bad at this. I'm sorry.
It's all like literally the game tomorrow. We need to get it. We need to relax. That's all. You're really focused. So we need to start.
Alright, we gotta get a phrase on for the next row.
Dafyomi merch. Why do we have no Dafyomi merch?
Phrase on for the next row.
How is this not like, I don't know, like a bumper?
Rabbi, this is no good.
Okay, Pip.
Oh, yes.
No way.
No way.
I'm mad that that wasn't a fun gun.
This is a very interesting case. You have never seen a SAR number again. SAR means like
Give me a 2.
Give me a 2. Like this 11 agent. So you have 11 agent of you. But ultimately, again, falls into
I just fucked up.
the agent. You don't give it a half minutes. Get rid of. And then what happens? That 11 agent is strong enough to go ahead and move.
Hey, Rabbi.
What up, Pimp?
Have you watched any of other YouTube's other podcasts or any other people?
He keeps getting suggested to me.
You watch Justin?
Yeah, I think I did. Or what? Some?
All of them?
No, not all of it, but some of them, maybe. Something. Oh, get another 5. That'd be big. What are you doing? Devastatingly bad play. You let me back in the game, son. 6s. Give me 6s. Give me 6s. I got nothing.
Like that.
Why? Because by the time
You need a straight. No way you get this. You need a 2. Let's see it. Show me 2.
Do I play the fours?
You play whatever you want, big dog. Look at this move. No 6s, Zoot. 2 6s, Zoot. Give me a 6. Devastating. No, I'm not.
What do you need to win?
4. 4 straight. Just 4 in a row.
I need 1, 5, or 5 and 6.
You need a
So I need
5.
5.
If you, I need 4 of the same. 1, 2. Oh wait. Oh, devastating. It's over, Zoot. Great job.
Did you know that I'm like in the like very high ranking last morning?
But you said it's like 50-50.
Tony Shibin says, it's such a
I'm not more than 50% James.
somewhere in the shade of red cell literature.
I've won 35 games, played 69 games.
He says, I gotta find something. He finds it. Here it is.
I lose my next game. About 51% of cards.
Caller.
Cafe. You know, I'm technically better as a top person or party, or past party, because I got more in past. My ratio is better.
Okay.
Rabbi,
What's that?
what do you think the best investment is right now?
Crypto.
I bought her bonus on a 10 years. It's $80 million market cap. Sorry, $16 million market cap.
Yeah, that's okay. Everything's down.
Dogecoin is the best investment.
You may be right.
Elon Musk is not liked by many people at the
Lost its usability. Rashi says,
Do you like Elon Musk?
It's kind of creepy in my mind.
Be used as a starter for other loaves. Only what kind of loaves? True loaves, right? Because remember, you do have leaven of true that has now been mixed in. So if you limit the usage nevertheless. So therefore, what the Gemara says, so the Gemara says this might not be the best case, because this is not a typical case of no same kind of gut. That's not what usually means. It's really unusable. Here it's not unusable. It's inedible, but certainly usable. Which is also another profound result in life. That sometimes just because something is not usable for one thing doesn't mean that it doesn't have a different purpose. We encounter this all the time in life, where I view myself as a person who does certain things, and now for whatever reason, those goals are close to me. Sometimes it happens because of age. As we get older, we cannot do the things that we when we were younger. And sometimes it's frustrating, it's upsetting, it's disillusioned. Or sometimes it's not just the lack of physical abilities, it's just that life has a way of just kind of shifting. And things that I wanted to grab no longer do, we always speak about. Life is about the power of the pivot. It's all about the pivot. And even if you can't do the same thing when you're older that you did young, or even if certain doors have closed, so things that I wanted to do are now not. Life is about finding maximum in front of you. So this loaf of bread is no longer edible. But just because they're not edible doesn't mean not usable. Usability is always there. It's just a function of figuring out the best way to maximize the concept of opportunities. Tremendous. So remember, like, Tashma. So you have now in this case, so we were in the previous case, the leavening agents, like the leaven, we call these, and the leaven fell in successively. First you add salt, shafrulim, making the bread edible, and then afterwards salt, shuma, learn with this bread inedible. This case is a little bit different. So tashma, salt, shuma, shafrulim, shnafru so ha'isa. So I say in this case over here, they are falling in together. Right? So you have again the leavening agent of shuma and the frulim that both fall into the dough together. So what the first one I was saying about it, but second and a half minutes, but the second 3.5 minutes, both of them are powerful enough to make the loaf chametz. So what's the hot? So you must say, but second and a half minutes, asur. So ultimately again, Tanakama, who again from the engineer said that it is asur. Ultimately again, it's going to be asur. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Shimon not there, Rabbi Shimon ultimately says that it is mutter. That was there, what Rabbi Shimon watching. Rabbi Shimon will say, this is no same time of God. No same time of God. Ultimately, again, obviously, it is clearly that when you put 2 leavening agents into a loaf, the loaf is no longer edible. Therefore, this is no same time
You
of
make
God.
the argument that
A couple more variations in this case.
this is in the spirit of Shabbat. That
If the true one falls in first,
nothing is being completed. So that's in the spirit of Shabbat. Shabbat is about enjoyment.
to go ahead and make the loaf into bread. So this seems to go back to our previous case. What happens if the Tefillin one fell in first and the Truma one fell in second? Oh, carrot. But by the way, it doesn't really matter what's a second lick.
Put the footnote in parentheses next to the point, not at the bottom, please.
It's also there's 2. It's also and the second one also
Not phone, footnote.
the idea is having a negative impact on the loaf. So what's that loaf? Also, Rabbi Shimon matter, and Rabbi Shimon says that it's mutter. So we're saying now, especially in this last case, the this is no saying down with God, right? The first agent falls in, first
Remove the thing about the phone. I never meant to say phone, I meant to say footnote. You don't have to remove it, but just make it logically coherent.
Now the loaf is over-leavened, no longer edible. And yet, Rabbi Shimon says that it's mutter. Rabbi Shimon says that it's mutter. But once again, this is a case of no same time with God. And yet, Rabbi Shimon says that it's mutter. Right? Rabbi Shimon saying that it's mutter, and obviously Rabbi Shimon saying that it's awesome. So this is tricky. I'm arguing. So again, you might just say, you see what they have over here in Raya. This is from a place so that there really isn't a whole case about no sin. And with God, whether or not again it is mutter or asur, I would think maybe you'll say half an hour, you'll say half an hour. You can go see. But one second, maybe you don't have to see it. This is not a typical case of no sin come with God. What did Rabbi Zeri say? Rabbi Zeri said that this case is even though the wolf is inedible, but it's still usable. It's still usable. What is it usable for? As a starter for other loaves. So maybe this is just not a typical case. So most of the time, which the most attachment is safer. We could give so there you go. Hayayin shemna for the sofa dashim. The chomet shem. So look at the end of the rice. Always end of the rice up. 1 degrees you can net. gain from this case. And Chometz falls into Geussei Aser. Ultimately, again, it is Aser. Rabbi Shimon says that it's Mutter. Again, once again, as I said, the Gemara is assuming that what's the status of the Geussei in this case, not making an assumption, hot. And therefore, again, it's no saying how with God. So we'll say once again, this will seem to be the case of Moses and God, because everyone knows you're going to get with the hot Geussei is going to be much better than God, and yet they're still having enough focus, right? Where it says Aser, and Shimon says Mutter. If he came a Hakana Mikidush Shani Ula, Rabbi Chag, well, Kishishbiatu, that's all Pala. But maybe let's go back before. When we were saying no, this was a case of where what? The vinegar actually fell into cold Geussei, and then it was subsequently heated up. So this was no same kam l'shvach that then it can be done. That's how it's Kishishbiatu Sapada. When we include Kishishbiatu Sapada, there was anybody really arguing that case. Somebody arguing the case of the again. First, the mixture was beneficial, and then became detrimental. But ultimately, again, it's been a made answer. The Hakatani, Nafon Shakshuva Tila, Divya Kalase. Wasn't. We have this case. We have the very good Shuma loving region started. And then the Kudu one fell in. Everyone agrees that the life was awesome. What do you see from that? And let's go back to yesterday's life. Let me again say what about it. Yes, what's it that? What do you establish that nothing I can't believe on it? Straight, remember the Chazara, when you establish it, at the moment it's created. So therefore, again, if you have a mixture and it's Shlach is beneficial, even if subsequently it becomes detrimental, the mixture is still beneficial. Right? So when we see this case over and over and over, so therefore again, I use the starter. Okay, so, so the starter is the leaven of Truma falls in, and then afterwards the leaven item of food falls in. What it means that mixture is also, even though again it is why, because it started the shot, and that's what we look at the moment the mixture. It was made. So therefore everyone will also agree that if you have vinegar that falls into cold greasing and then it is heated up, the mixture is going to be awesome. Because it started out ultimately again awesome. I would like Ashman Rafido, the Pagam and the Karamako Ishman. We must have up on myself. There's a way. There can be a conclusive conclusion now that this kind of the showing everywhere about nursing on the gap or what you're talking about. The mixture is detrimental for you. That's why there's probably the other thing. But there's something that I don't know or the better opposite of beneficial is the mixture is thing. But ultimately, again,
a distinct change in society from analog to digital. And this happened in like 2003 and cite the paper that it happened where there was more digital data in the world than analog. And see if this strengthens the argument at all. Strengthens.
What does everyone agree on? When agree on, let's go along that we have functionality. So, noticing how the Shema is going to be us. Everyone certainly agrees that when there's a mixture and the prohibited item provides a beneficial taste inclusion, that of course that is going to be us. What else is everybody agree on? That there is no sin of the Shema. And then afterwards became withdrawn. When it began as a positive taste confusion, like beneficial, and then becomes detrimental, everyone also agrees that that is also. So good news is, out of 2 of the 3 cases, everyone agreed. So, right, noising calm, mishvat, beneficial taste confusion, awesome. Noising calm, mishvat, and afterwards became Rifgan, everyone agrees is awesome. Machoke's case, noising calm, Rifgan. When the initial taste confusion was awesome, Rabbi Meir Squatch is detrimental, Rabbi Meir says awesome, Rabbi Shimon says mutter. Good. That's it. Except for the one. Now, honey. I see Bobby kind of on the so listen, I mean, not just work here is why the right. So, right? The right set had a whole bunch of cases that seem to be saying the same thing. Why do I need all of these cases? I need price up Bobby keep telling me nothing. So the right is here. Look for some good. Actually, Rashi says plus up Bobby 3 lines after the top. Reisha, ain't good enough. With the Akos, Ashwin the Purpose. When I go to Reisha, was going to do the revenue. Just fell in at the same time. That was case 1, right? So the Gemara says, I'm going to go through everything. Vishlama followed this. Actually, just look at the action. Let's see outside. Not also true zero. So again, looks like first case is where both revenue agents fall at the same time. Middle case is where the true revenue agent falls in first, and then proven second. Safer, the last case in the right side, was only looking at then. Wine falling into the lentils or to the grease. Or it's going to go into the grease. Like wine into lentils, it's going to go into grease. So much. Plus, the bubble is plenty long. So we show up over the same time. Because it's then ultimately when the safer, and then the safer is the vinegar onto the grease. That's what's all right for me. Otherwise, the Colgate and the Parma progress. Old Brooklyn. Project that open power found open original progress. Nixie outside. One of the case. Now you can speak up with us up. Did that. Oh, awesome. Left the teacher's game website, but it is no some kind of shvach. And then ultimately again becomes the Rifgan, just mentioned before. And he agrees awesome. Adoration Rabbi. Why don't we do the first case? Now, in the first case, we're both confronting at the same time. Hashta, Omar Sefer, Kilo Kamash Bach. As we have on, if it's a safer case, ultimately, and there is no benefit, the Rabbanon we get made of. Still saying it's also, Reisha the Kamash Bach, right? The Reisha is an objective benefit, is what we need to say. On Rabbi is, Reisha the Shimon is the first case that so it's needed according to Shimon. Why? Because how many Rabbi of Shimon? If the Rabbi of Shimon, Jesus, so this is the difference of Rabbi from Vines of Shimon. He says to this dog, you're going to have to be straight shots. Really, normally we're taking 2 hours to become hummus. God, Allah, shekhates the shot. What caused the graduate accelerated learning classes? Apparently, we introduced 2 level agents into a level today. The questions went bad immediately. What ends up happening is it goes to bad the time when somebody makes sense. So what caused this done to learn level 2? Well, it's to level exposure. The condition. And therefore, again, the language is the opponent is level 1
I feel like I remember you've been on the show before, correct? Yes, something like that. How did that happen? How did
Put
you show us
the
your
footnotes in parentheses next to the point, not below.
You're talking about on stage? Right. What were the tattoos, if you remember? Now it's coming back to me, yes. I never forget a good show. So now you live in Cleveland, you're originally from Akron. Have you done stand-up anywhere other than on Kill Tony before? Wow. That's pretty cool. What did you win semifinals? I have no idea. That didn't happen because of Corona, obviously. I think we're supposed to have it today. Destiny. I love that. So is that a basement that you're in right now? No, there's stairs.
What up, Chase? Doug, what's up with you changing your name again? What's up with you changing your name? Okay, well, I don't know if it's Trey or Trey's Way. Did you realize that Trey's Way sucks because it only results in losing pool? Okay, you let me know. You let me know when you're ready, okay? Apologies. Are you speaking into a pillow? What did you say? Oh, you got a cold. Okay, so I'll let you get your rest. Oh, sounds good. It's your world. We just live in it, baby. Oh, definitely. I've got 61 pieces of meat. Let me throw a piece of cleanser on each machine. I'm smart with the system. Right? 2,000 years, who's a wondering thousand? We're figuring it out. I'm figuring it out. Right? Okay. Obviously, that doesn't work. Right? Why doesn't it work? Because it's ultimately a very built on that potentially work, right? If you lose track of a piece of cotton, you potentially put it in there, it doesn't work. That was it.
But in general, mental doesn't work if the issue itself is actually going to sitting there. So therefore, again, what we're worried about over here is, in this case, the assumption is the mouse falls in, and then what do I do? What do I do? Take it out, listen, but I should be right. That's what it's here, we're going to take it out. The shame of that is confusion, and if there was confusion, it's not the Shema, or it's done. So interesting enough, in this case, a real ask. It's really not, but we should run. Rob said,
How long have you two been together?
5 years this year.
Rob said it was which is fascinating.
He's a supervisor in this
Sounds like a drug that President Trump's been taking. What do you do for Alexis Chainsaw Massacre?
So now, we're trying to take some yes to start the day out. Lots of this, trying to make this happen. By the way, Tony, these chat teams, I think I see Facebook.
Okay, yeah, I like that. Maybe that's new. You drink Vega?
I'll just shake it up.
Tell us more about what you do for fun.
You know what? What talent I have tonight? Got me things interesting.
Who'd you dress up as?
Tiger.
Oh, wow. Yeah. You just dress up like them and walk around the house like Dog Antle.
We're dogs in your house. We're dogs in my house. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Have you ever played Animal Crossing Dr. Couch?
It's clear the content analysis of what creates a person.
I love it. Alexis, have you ever been arrested before? You have arrested energies. It seems like you've had some wild nights in your life, started a cat fight with a little girl, not quite in your weight class, maybe accidentally cracked your head open. Like what? Give us a good example. Tell us about one of your misadventures.
Out of all the things, Tony, that I've heard tonight, not surprised. To foods.
That's what it is. That's what I've been picking up on. It's fair and
We see one of the parents.
Yeah, can you juggle your ferrets for us? Yeah, what else is going on over there? What else is so chaotic about your household? You have 2 ferrets. What else? How do the pit bulls not attack the ferrets? You have to keep them separated, right? Like sheep underground.
Yeah, that's right. The dogs are the ferrets and cats.
That's right. Kiss your bulls. One compartment for your ferret, one for your pit bulls.
Yeah, they also stay warm, right? Actually, someone just asked me to talk to
Yeah, that's not what you're into. I know what you're into just by looking at that picture you got over your shoulder. David Lucas in a cowboy hat. I know what's going on right there. Alright, well, Alexis Chainsaw Massacre, it was fun to have you on the show again. Fun stuff. You know, it's hard to judge or talk about anybody's jokes at this time. But, you know, I would just say always try to be as original as you possibly can be. You know, there's something about there's almost no University of Phoenix online joke that I would like. It's almost impossible to write a University of Phoenix online joke that I would like, just because it's so sort of like a punchline that's sort of beaten up. And like almost anything, you know, it's better to fail doing something that's never been talked about than it is to succeed with something that, you know, it's like we have a couple old school comedians at the Comedy School, for example, like really old school, that have been doing it for 50 years, and they each have University of Phoenix online jokes. Maybe, I guess, people like me that are around stand-up a lot are sort of like ruined by that, sort of jaded by that. So, you know, I guess people that don't know a lot about stand-up wouldn't mind it, but you know, you can get these weird habits out of the way now and keep writing and, you know, always, like I said, just fail original rather than try to get a little base net. Awesome. Alexis Chainsaw Massacre, everyone. She's on Instagram and Facebook at Corona Comedy Blog. Have fun. Moving it along. Thank you, Alexis. Beautiful northeast of us. Great rivers. Most presidents in the history of the United States of America. Fun fact, Ohio has decided every president in the history of presidential elections. Saying so goes Ohio, so goes presidency of the United States. Also, football, the football count.
Which makes sense.
Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, it is that time. Here he is, the king of eyebrows, William Montgomery is joining us, everyone. Brand new eyebrows.
Wow, and Danny painted his eyebrows in.
We're going to talk about that. William, go ahead and tell us what your thoughts have been this week.
We haven't figured out yet what to do with the mouse figured down in a few case. And it's to do it tomorrow and hopefully with your day. You don't say money.
Definitely got that moment of silence you wanted.
Still got 20 seconds.
Anything else? Now's the time. If not, we can just start the interview process.
Let's start. What are you talking about?
Are those Amazon Prime?
What are y'all talking about? You mentioned something in the beginning.
Yeah, you didn't have eyebrows the last few months, and now all of a sudden you became very full.
You're looking very Latinas, Miss Tracy.
Can you zoom in on those a little bit? Can you hold the phone closer to those eyebrows? Closer? Yeah, that looks like a drawing.
Yeah, it's actually a lot of makeup right below the eyebrows. No, these are real.
I think
Are you scratching your face like that?
seriously, William, how'd you grow those this week?
It's oh my god, it's such a lot of aloe vera. Am I cutting up bruises? Some true now, yeah, it's aloe vera. They put that on and they're really coming in. How'd you like them?
Yeah, no, it's great. I like your bandana too. What's going on in there? That's new.
I can't figure out how to do this without that.
You're doing a good job. Move the bandana back a little bit. Perfect. Now I can see it. This is great. Yeah. Good. We're doing great.
This seems like a lot of good lately. If you look at it right now, you can imagine you have no hair, like hair or face, or you can see what it would look like.
Him at the end of his Man on the Moon movie.
Looks like Joe Pesci and Champ.
I don't really see the Joe Pesci or the JFK so much.
Joe Pesci doesn't look like JFK.
Oh, Joe Pesci and JFK. I thought you said Joe Pesci and JFK.
Simultaneous naps.
Like, wow, it definitely doesn't look like either one of those guys. That's pretty interesting. Oh, these I got real eyebrows. Oh my goodness. Are you serious? I wonder how long they'll last. Can you rub one for a little bit? We can see how sturdy they are.
Actually touch it.
Rub it up and down.
Yeah, rubbing it really hard right now.
You're rubbing it side to side. Can you rub?
Touch it.
No, you're not even touching it. Rub it up and down. Come on.
That's a grandma's drag race that I put the first day on your knees, and then I did it looks like there's a month stuff to it.
Yeah, you have some dirt. My room's pretty dirty right now. Can we see it? Can you take us in? Show us your room. please.
There's a lot of great
That would
collectible
actually be
stuff
super
that we have
entertaining
in
to
these
get some
studios.
insight on what your actual life is. Like, come on, take us on a little fucking adventure, William. Do something outside of the box. Come on. Don't overthink it. Come on, William. It would be fun.
So I think maybe because you may have some, we'll spend a little bit of time maybe with an extra sheet.
Why?
Just in some of these collectibles, because there's a lot.
You can't go into your own
That comes out of these cities. Okay. So anyway,
Yeah, you are. We can tell. This is where you've been all month.
the mission of Henry offers a principle. And the principle is as follows.
Take us inside.
Whenever something prohibited
Just do it.
something
You're overthinking it. I've never seen you this scared
how
to
do
do
you know
anything.
if the prohibited item is
No, he is.
but I know from what the item
Go.
comes out. So that's what you're going to say.
Why is it a bad idea?
Prohibited item is no safe. This excuses.
I think it's
So remember
I
again,
think it's a good idea.
for example, I'm going to use the example you will show.
I want you to do it. Come on. I never ask you for anything. I want to see what your dirty bedroom looks like.
You know,
It's not my
forms on
It's not a dirty one.
so again,
Oh, so you've been lying this whole time. Were those even real eyebrows? You said you had a dirty bedroom. You don't even have a bedroom, and it's not dirty.
I do have one, but I'm not in my place right now. Find out his mistake. Okay, well, fair enough.
Now again, the actual laws of consciousness are obviously a bit more involved in just that simple speech. That's something that is clear. So just
To a different person.
to the English, because of that, culture, but also the same time, also, also the same transition. Whatever the political item refuses case,
Hard to say.
the mixture is prohibited. Whenever the political item does not
Are you in the Michael
case,
Myers
then
house?
also again, the mixture is permitted. But it says keep going. Hormones should not go
I
on
gotta figure out how to use your phone, man. How long have you had that?
so just for the English says, what's an example of prohibited item that does
Yeah, that was
not
great stuff,
increase
William.
taste? That falls
William, the president has been taking me home for 3 weeks.
falls on the levels, the mixture is permitted. Why?
And how about you? What drugs have you been on lately? Anything interesting?
So they were really sending trouble. What we call what's
How about you? What drugs have you been taking?
cold, shibbolethine, and a mixture of prohibited item infuses tip.
Seems like you've been getting that a lot lately.
Is awesome. If the prohibited item, the resulting mixture is permitted. Now, the other side, so you just issue like I said,
Everything I'm feeling strong. You're my best set.
Do you ever go parties anymore, or you just strictly stay with your girlfriend who doesn't inspire you at all drugs you did?
She's great. No, kidding.
Right, let's do that. Have you been getting a lot of work done? Have you been productive? Making content, writing, or creating?
For example,
Yes, back.
and what happens? Someone says the chicken soup, what's the status?
Take that down into his computer and I run jokes. Some of the time, that's really big in.
Confident.
Okie dokie. Well, we love you because, what's on Canada for you? So it's got William Montgomery, William Montgomery 1 on Instagram. I believe that's also his Gmail password for those of you interested in breaking in on his email.
The answer is yes. And ultimately, again, there's like the which is also. Ultimately, again, the answer is no.
Our next comedian goes by the name of Gabriel Homer. Keep rolling straight into Gabriel. See what happens here. Gabriel Homer.
The reason I said conflict with the Shishin, like someone in 60 times more. Again, solid versus liquid. Way back yesterday, min amino, min bishop. Like items, dissimilar items. So like I said, principle-wise, this is the says, now the verse everyone is sure. Let's talk about that. Now we are going to get into the specific case. What is this going to do? Any bird falls into these split levels. What is going to show that our snapper is looks about that. So this is solely so that we're thinking about when we see the clinical ultimately again on increasing that she says it.
Wow, you changed since your submission.
You know, so come up
Yes, Columbia now.
so apparently it is
Wow, I hate. How did you end up there? That's fun.
Do you have a connection to get cocoa leaves? It's real,
This is the President of the United States Donald J. Trump. The J does not stand for Jeremiah. Alright. So how much cocaine have you done in your life, Gabriel? Living in Colombia. Looks like water. You definitely
Athletic and Yiddish in parentheses, and also for stuff like sui genesis.
So let's say it falls into London when it's cold. So I can look again. That's beneficial. Now you heat up the mixture. So now, when I have my items,
You're not putting Hebrew and English and transliterations or whatever it's called. Any word that is not English, in parentheses, put the Hebrew, comma, Ashkenazi transliteration, comma, Sephardic transliteration, semicolon, the Yiddish text, the Yiddish transliteration, semicolon, and English translation. You want to do this for everything that is not an English word. But don't do it for anything that is an English word that a regular English speaker would understand. And you don't have to do this for people's names. Thank you. Yeah, that's fine, but you can put Ashkenazi colon, Sephardic colon, and you don't have to shorten it.
I'm surprised they were rock climbing shit there, because like I said, in Syracuse, everywhere is rock bottom.
Don't have to shorten Ashkenazi and Sephardic. You can put the whole word. We're not paying for paper here. And you can put Yiddish and you can put English. It's fine.
Were you thinking about hitting Buffalo? Upstate New York, east of Buffalo, right? Yeah, Buffalo's like 10 miles. You ever take me down to the city? I always wonder that about people who live in upstate New York, because I would be taking this route.
Parentheses. Hebrew text, comma, Ashkenazi transliteration, comma, Sephardic transliteration, semicolon, Yiddish text, comma, Yiddish transliteration, semicolon, English definition, close semicolon. And within each of these, you can write out the whole word Ashkenazi colon. It shouldn't be assumed.
Yeah, because you're a doctor. That's very highly spoken thing amongst the Anthony's. First of all, the Anthony's are very rare, but all Tonys are actually Anthony. A lot of people are surprised with it.
Pretend that someone who reads this has never read any other languages other than English. You have to put Hebrew colon and then the Hebrew text, or else they won't know what that means.
What's your love life like, Gabe? See, you have a couple laptops behind you. There's a lot of fucking doggy porn going on there. Pickup porn. What is that? Sex with a pickup truck?
Culinary piece of information, which
Kettle corn.
vinegar and cold greasing with
Go ahead.
vinegar and hot greasing bath. Okay, so you use the pocket that is that you use. That is a halakhic which is the steps. Any mixture is judged at the time that the mixture is created. The subsequent things that happen.
It's funny to me because, like, that's all it's fake, because, like, all of it's, you know, all I feel like it comes at my producers, nobody that's just, like, really hooking up and filming it, uploading it.
Put the sources next to the point in the body of the paragraph, not at the bottom, please.
So let's just give an example.
Anything else we should know about you before we move forward?
And we're mixing hot greasy. Hot greasy. Everyone agrees. What's the status of the mixture? What's the status? Water. Why? That's the local taste confusion. Because the vinegar, this is like this. There's no sexual onion. When we speak about this, what's the onion?
Go ahead.
Right, the negative taste confusion. So the man says, no sheep tend to give you fasera mela, fasera, or mela, fasera. Sorry, no, I'll say it again. No sheep will give you fasera mela, fasera mela, fasera ka, fasera ka.
So yes, we definitely know that. Thank you, Gabe, with some great news. Gabe Overt, everyone. He's on Instagram at Obey There it was.
When you say that someone will go see how much that it's on the website, it's seen that all the other videos. Let's say, for example,
All right, we're going to
really edible, but because it's not enough salt, or there's not enough other additives. So it's something shows like this. The question is whether or not this confusion is detrimental or beneficial. We look at the actual primary ingredients themselves, or we don't take into account the additives. In other words, we assume if all the additives were fine, all the additives were there, would this taste confusion be or negative? But let's say again, the vinegar falls in, and it's fine. It just happens to be there's not enough salt, there's not enough pepper, there's not enough ingredients. Which says that does not factor into the equation. So this is fascinating. Actually, it is. Or actually, it's really bad. There's all the there's other plugins. Any onion could be resumed. Fasera mela, fisera mela, fasera kabu, fisera kabu. Hashtag
President Trump.
which language says, when we decide whether or not the face confusion is positive or negative, we simply look at the final dish.
Remove the translators and everything from the dates. It just has to say the Hebrew year with Hebrew year code.
We got word, Whitney, that your boyfriend also sent in a minute, and we are going to play that minute right now. Here's the minute from Jesse Kendrick. Same backdrop as the minute from Jesse.
Doesn't have enough salt, so it's not really considered to be an edible dish because it doesn't have salt.
For any person, like a rabbi, put the years approximately that they lived in common era.
So do we say that that's not because at the end of the day, the now the mixture is not edible, but it's not inedible because of the formats, because the greasy, right? It's inedible why? It's inedible why? Because of the additives. Seasoning. So is that called, so now, I wouldn't eat this. I wouldn't eat this because it doesn't have the salt and pepper and the seasoning. So do you say that that's no same kind of gum?
Absolutely surprisingly, these people probably aren't from upstate New York, but they look like people that would live in upstate New York. Where are you at?
That means we assume if all the seasoning was perfect, wouldn't this be
You're also in upstate New York?
beneficial? Wouldn't this be beneficial?
Awesome. I love that. And is the 9-month-old baby his?
Right, so everyone the seasoning was good. So the answer to that, let's say the case of vinegar.
That's good. That's a good thing. That'd be crazy if you move forward that fast into a serious relationship. It's such a young baby.
And the second version of the is
So that's cool. Did you guys obviously knew that each of you submitted tonight?
So the vinegar is cold juice.
I love that. And have either of you done actual stand-up comedy before?
Fascinating. So essentially,
You guys look like you have a Mountain Dew Baja Blast.
actually a mixture as it is, and based on what it is right now, is that the Shiva? By the
Hell
way,
yeah, do you hunt?
it's going to be something more in the same thing. No, I don't greasy and vinegar. I don't know.
Do you have a bow?
What is this? So the name sauce.
Yeah, the fuck is that? Oh, you have a bow and arrow. Have you ever hunted anything with your bow and arrow?
It's passing Shiva. So
We have a hog right next to you. You could hunt if, just kidding. Sorry, Wendy. I hate being mean to people over the internet. The stakes are so low. It's only fun for me in real life. I feel bad over the internet. It's like, oh, I'm sorry. It's not going to be easier. It's totally backwards for me. I know.
Good mixture, bad mixture.
I'm sorry, you're beautiful, Wendy. You're beautiful.
That's the term is on through the status. Really fascinating.
Hell yeah. How'd you guys
What
meet?
would you do with essay
What trap house bar did you
to
guys
make
meet?
it 10 out of 10, but still allow for the use of electronics on Shabbat? I understand that that's not mainstream, but how would you make this essay logically sound? Or is it already a 10 out of 10 under those terms?
How soon after you guys met did you guys get knocked out? You guys definitely got those fucking Rapovich energies over there about 1, 2, 3 times. Wow. 7 years. That's very impressive. Goodness. Only one baby, 1 9-month-old.
Yeah. And also, it's electrical. Did you know we could hear the baby on the recording? Itself is extant. Like the prohibited item is still in existence. So, Zion's picked out the less pass.
This sounds too bad. We just gotta keep moving on. I'm sorry, guys. But I love that you submitted your first humble submission in the history of the quarantine episodes of Kill Tony. Adorable stuff. Hopefully we'll see you at Comedy Works in Denver real soon. There they go. Wendy Lee and Jesse Hendrick, everyone. Here he is.
So if you
Another regular
mixture
show.
in the amount of
We can wait on that. We're gonna keep moving along. We know this young lady. This Wi-Fi's completely out. Well, David Lucas not paying his Wi-Fi bills or get bills. Oh my goodness. David Lucas taking a week off. We're gonna move forward to Erin Lipsky. We've seen her before, and here she is. Erin, Erin Lipsky.
One of the things I think is really important for us to focus on Zion's min ha'isr. Design is what's a good example. Let's say, for example, you have different series of artists. You have, I don't know,
I went to see my mom, and she's a complete undercut. I know some you don't like that word, but I want to know.
no. So let's say you have shoot
All of the other ones,
that gets mixed in with college. Right, but when I saw it, so what happens? So you have the derivative element, the figure, that gets mixed in college. So now, the feeling itself, the fat itself, is actually in existence. And it's mixed in with the college. But over the course of eating the volume of the half a loaf of the college, you end up consuming a desirous figure. So that is how emotions feel. You don't feel like you get more focus for that. You get off Respect. Lashes broken enough Shane Kizayis Johnson. Yeah, how about that?
I'm sure I understood any of that. Aaron, how stoned were you when you wrote whatever the hell that was? Welcome to the show, Aaron. What episode were you on? Was that Cleveland or Milwaukee? That's right. Another one of our least favorite places was upstate New York and Milwaukee. Dude, and that's where you live, right? Is that where you were born and raised?
As long as it is not longer than what it calls
Do you know the hotel that Tony went off on? Have you ever been there?
So if you eat a pizza's of prohibited item over a span of roughly the twice the time that it takes to eat that loaf, ultimately, that act of prohibited eating condenses, consolidates, forms a chain
Anytime that happens, that means there was something else going on in that city where there's like, if it was Milwaukee, then it was certainly some trash. He's party or something like that. Yes, that's right. The new kids on the block performed across the street from us, and everybody's like, it's the biggest thing that's happened in our city in a long time. Yeah, sold out. New kids on the block, still fucking unbelievably famous in Milwaukee. And upstate New York. All the novels, really, those new kids on the block are still the new kids on the block. Like nothing, just time stopped there. So Aaron, tell us more about you. What do you do for work?
Ultimately, the act of eating is considered to be one cohesive act of eating and your body. If the act of eating goes on for longer, and the other acts of eating do not talk to each other, and they will share publishing. So what's that? It's a big deal. So by the way, what is the after that? What is the share to the after that class? What is the share? Is anywhere essentially from 3 minutes
what do you do exactly at the dye shop? Other than eventually slowly
if you were to eat the pizza founder, let's say again, within 6 minutes, again, you're taking your time with that pizza. For myself, that is considered to be one act of appeal, and there's liability. For example,
there you live by yourself.
Pizza is possible over 20 minutes. Everyone will agree it's possible. Not ideal, but you will not receive that. Because why? What's the logic behind that? Because since you're spending it over such a long amount of time, does not go ahead and essentially count as one cohesive act of consumption. Okay, so those are the one shot. So if you guys don't do that class, because every days, hold on, So very well the interesting is that you have a mixture of content. All you have is flavor, but you have no actual substance of this. Now what's that basically? You'll actually come over the show. You don't feel it enough on the flavor, or feel it enough on the nuance, shipping the emotion. So let's say, for example,
Actually, I went there with Rogan and Nick Swartzen a long time ago, and there's a video that made of Joe and Nick on stage from the item. It's a critical place.
The culture changes, so what's going to happen? It dissolves. So what you belong to that common different. How it's actual substance. What's that? Acid, that is acid, very looking at that. Ultimately, they don't get on this week. In Reba calm down. But ultimately, also is very interesting. In Reba calm down. Like if I look at the nice again, the initial infusion, for example, if there's a thing like there's something else, provide it is a negative taste infusion. Ultimately, again, it is more.
Aaron, do you get hit up by a lot of black guys there in Milwaukee? Hey, yo, what up, man? Get over here. They made you sign with what their bed on.
Why do you say
What do the signs say that they are?
why don't you just say, if it provides no institution, then the resulting mixture is working?
What if the sign says five guys have held up? My goodness, and the spelling was proper on all those words. Can I GIT that? Have you been with a black man before, Eric? What do you prefer? White or black?
That's still called North bus regulation. This is ridiculous. As you also say on Blackness, what is that show? Now look at the second reservation package. What is the reservation package?
What is it about the white guy you prefer?
Oh, no, I'm asking Aaron, Mr. President.
What
is that based on? That is based on the totality of the resulting mixture. So,
how about you, Aaron? What do you prefer about white men over black men?
If the answer is bad, even if the reason it's bad is wrong. Why? No one put in the seasoning. No one put in the seasoning. So the mice again, what does it say? Is it?
That is such a correct answer. I would expect that from the president himself.
We judge the mixture based on what it is right in front of us now. And if at the end of the day the resulting mixture is not objectively good,
just kidding, Aaron.
Welcome to another episode of Hawaii.
Also, their confidence is in their behind me. And
second version of the show.
Hundreds of people that go insane when I make jokes like that. It's hilarious.
Which also makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that's just not
What is essentially saying is, when you look at the mixture, how do you judge it? What's in front of you right now? You can't start with hash brown syrup. Less pepper would be good. Right now, here's the mixture. It's right in front of us. Look at what it is and all things. You can jump to things on the other side. There's a tremendous piece of possibilities. In life, how to operate with the circumstances you have in front of you. I was going to say, how often do we go through life with the present? If only my life was like this, like, if only I had more money, less money, still has less money, like, some more stuff, less stuff, I had better health, I had a someone by his side.
I love that. Keep writing and keep going to those open mics when everything opens back up again. And thanks for your submission, Aaron. Let's see everybody. She's this is 0HNOHNOERIN. Thanks, Aaron. Just keep rolling right along, ladies and gentlemen. That spotting is your next Canadian.
Isn't less important as God, isn't less important as shit. Now, in life, take the mixture you got, take the life you got, take the circumstances you have. Don't spend your time wondering what if or what could have or what should have. Take the mixture you have and ultimately maximize it. Take the life mixture you have and utilize it to accomplish great things. Incredible. That's what I think. Something is that. We're doing pretty good, but from all of them, you don't say no, but that wasn't. I don't say that. Elvis has skilled the movies, not a lawyer. Right? And it seems to be everyone agrees with the principle, but doesn't come with God's birthday. Right? Whenever you have a political that gets mixed in with the there is something mixed so heavy that the idea is going to, and again, the taste confusion is detrimental. The detrimental taste confusion, and what it means to the resulting mixture is what a Rabbi,
This is easily for Shabbat and Yom Tov. But it doesn't consider with those days. Meaning that I'm going to have a tithe of it somehow. I want it to be Shabbat and Yom Tov, but that's a long phrase. So what is a word that's good?
Hello, Matt Scotty.
It's interesting, you know, a little less serious.
How's it going?
Where are you?
I'm in Hanoi, in and out.
That's interesting.
Oh my goodness, how'd you end up in Vietnam? What do you do there?
Now I teach like religions to like it's I do like world-related issues and like to solve problems.
Originally from London, England. How long have you been in Vietnam?
But then so I was curious, I was to do it in Manchester. I was like, oh my god, that's insane. And then you guys were like,
It really was. I thought about that when I watched that last night. I was definitely looking Yeah, we were really close to death there. It was pretty exciting. So that's fun. What do you do for fun there in Vietnam? What were they doing under this quarantine? So people there just really don't have it at all, so there's no spread at all. Right. So the curve is flat there and everything's 100% normal. I do spend a lot of my spare time in the closet. It's very exciting. So what is your love life like there in Vietnam? Have you been experimenting with any lady boys perhaps? Boy boys or lady ladies? What type of sheath underwear is your partner wearing?
Every time I just like fast swipe by, so I just like to see what comes out and get some photos. And at least twice a day you get, hi lady. So they just kind of respect that. They just kind of flap to it. They're not going to play it. They're just like boy to this.
So what's the wildest thing that you've met up with out there? Anyone that looks like you?
I actually did think something because so are you super consistent or are you dating? Like, I don't know why you from someone says
Yeah, that is weird. That's weird.
Larry's an explanation. Like if they're in the front row.
The part about the just define that
You're together, are you really?
and planning
Any advice? Professional comedians like Tony.
I don't know if you know this about
I really on the spot here. I'm sorry, but this is something I've been thinking about for a long time. He calls it the Chinese virus, right? Yeah, I would call it the definitely not made in a lab virus.
Fauci jokes. You have a Spurs jersey behind you. Are you a fan of American basketball?
yeah, I my friends 6 foot so I was instantly gravitated.
I didn't get 6 foot until I was 13. That's crazy.
Gotta catch up.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, I put on so much muscle when I was 14, and then I weighed down my spinal cord. Shot down 5 pounds.
I really got another one.
Yeah.
Where would you grow the coronavirus? The big farm. Stop your life. Love that funny joke.
Jesse looks like a Dutch boy.
Thank you. I mean,
Or an American Dr. Fauci. That's Dr. Fauci that looks like that. Alright, man. Fun times. Thanks for chatting with us all the way from Vietnam, which I
Let's look
visited
up some
earlier. It is the only country to technically ever be
times, meaning like Shabbat and Yom Tov.
Thank you so much, man. There he is, Matt Scotting, everyone. He's on Instagram. It's It's that time, everybody. The one, the only, the GOAT, ladies and gentlemen, Michael is here. Here he is. Hello, Michael.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Word and White. I'm Chris Condren. Give it up to your host, Michael Laird. Fuck with Securities, nation's #1 provider. Wear t-shirts that say security. Our employees are the industry's best at one thing and one thing only. Staying in place for long periods of time. We provide people and t-shirts. Just tell us where to stay. Security.
I don't mean it metaphorically for the concept of time, I mean it for electrical current. Can it mean electrical current?
Action. They have been ordered by Jimmy Alpha, but his dishes are all in a word this week. Monster assassin. Oh, guys, we may never know. But
Divide
years
the
of
mind
service,
and
three on
humanity
this.
at the
You'll
beginning.
never have better garlic gas potato. Daggett says the action sounds like a stage name, and these dishes are moving stage. These space members gunned down Lee Harvey Oswald. What did Oswald know? Something about candy. The recipe just tremendous bagels. We'll never know, so judge for yourself. Monsters just like me and you. Violent foodies, so you know who's going to be the best sauce. Alright, great job. Now you know we have a beam on this show, and we've been finding you.
And if you see the Torah still cares about it, that it shouldn't? No. So they was concerned about the pot that we used in the last 24 hours. I have shit. So we shouldn't watch them. I said, like that. So we shouldn't hope. And there was a pattern of God. It's what we went on. What's it? It's just like I was saying that. It's so controlled that you know, you can't have so the person says, would you shut the fuck up over there? In the race, any animal which dies without shooting. So what do you do with this? So what do you do with it? Your team jumped on there. I love my school. And I love kids. There's such great spread is touching everything with this. It can't forget him. So give it to you. Give it to you. Anything that is fit for consumption by the Gentile is called a type of sacrifice, 68 days.
Hey, are you on? We're live right now. We're just going show to show. I love this. I love it. I like your version a lot more. I like your table a lot more. I prefer the shotgun to the sword. I like the extra tiny buckets. For sure. Yeah, the man is much more attractive. Yeah, way better. Definitely. Yeah. The quality of media you have on the show better. Can I give Fred a piece of advice that you know, I sometimes give people advice? Rudy, you should hold the microphone down to your forehead. You should hold it lower, like and to the closer to the open part where the sound comes out.
she said, well, let's say you have animal, there's numerous shapes. That's why she says, like, government is sick
No,
animal.
it's gonna be great. Corona has a tough sensing, thick skin. This will wash right over.
Yeah, it won't really hang for about 14 days.
Covered with usually it's covered water if you wouldn't touch it. So I don't know
We're doing good. We're strong here. I'm here with the President of the United States, Donald Trump, and Dr. Anthony Fauci, government's health program.
Put the sources in the body of the paragraph, not at the bottom.
We're going to open up, Mr. President.
So again, we'll have to see how much more is out but now we have the statute so ultimately, everybody there is saying, that even no sin crime is going to be offset.
The president is currently on more medications than you, Michael Laird.
Texas. Even if the absorption that someone's with detrimental, but we shouldn't say no sin crime with gun is going to be.
He might be taking ALS, Mr. President.
At the beginning, you don't have to put the actual website. That's
Those are the big ones.
You could maybe put.
So let's talk about this Wicked Witch of the West Coast.
Like Chabad references if you wanted. But like exploring Judaism.org, no one knows what that website is.
What's a server?
Strawberry.
Yeah, well, I guess I do know what it is.
You don't have to say Chabad.org, you can say Chabad website.
And tell us, where'd you get this incredible podcast producer to your left there? Shaggy.
We're dedicating all these new Joshua's this year as a Swiss.
So what else is shaking, Mike? One last question. Why do you keep your fan in the refrigerator?
It's crazy, whatever. It's so crazy. Even crazy. And he loves this wine, and you Stanley loves this wine. Very sponsors that we have information on the website. His father's science was Sean Bennett. It's Hirsch. Unique thing that's kind of really memory of his father. Then you have the other part of Mordecai and really Russell is all those years with Sharon, they were cold for me, so I was not pushing them. I shouldn't become one of our passengers, Sharon and Carl. So it's successful. With all that. So with that, we're going to be really incredible year ahead of us today. We are up to today's death. Today's death is Sunday, 65. And we are picking up the nearest session right at the bottom of 65 is 64B. Literally last
one more question for your witch. Is she interested in, does she ever ride a Houston?
Top of Sunday, la vida eterna
I don't see the rabbis' years of life next to their name. It needs to be there next to their name before the transliterations and stuff. Please.
sent to the gift on the day of the idolatrous Yom
Boy, George. How long is this lady gonna live? Watch, she's like 19 years old.
That you're not really supposed to do anything, not to give, not transact business, not really do anything with the young people. Fear that this will cause them to run things to their enemy. The sending a gift to this guy
Ariel
every time on
Hubbard
his
on
fucking
Instagram.
on his
How about
fucking
your producer there?
What?
Is there
She
anything
said
he
it's
wants
not a
to plug?
problem. He's not a big
Check
boy.
the Yiddish
I know
for
he's
the
not a
unintended or
he's not Jewish.
whatever
He's just a
outcome. Its transliteration doesn't seem like it's long enough.
sent him gift on his on this
How about you, Michael Laird?
Yes.
King Mike.
I know. He's so what's that? Harkening back to yesterday's hour, you saw the University of Cleveland focus out what the definition is of the first show. Ultimately, the mayor said that in order for a person to be a guarantor shop, they have to kind of have a treaty and a treaty.
When are you on America's Got Talent?
So again, what the real estate is raising is this guy out in Canada is the new didn't do this. So how can you show what he's done? So the United States can get a huge deals. That's just that's a big source. What does it mean to be a which means that the community has an obligation to act constantly. So when is someone considered to be categorically their person?
I tell you this every week, and I'll say it again. I love you so much. We love you. We miss you. We can't wait to have you in the studio.
That's so.
You were here with us. And on this episode, I think we wish we were actually there with you. Closing joke. Here we go. Hold that microphone a little bit lower. Talk loud. Thank you very much. The great coronavirus on an episode of Murder Mike, everybody, with Michael Laird, Mariah Trickery. That's my next album. Will be back. Your final comedian of the night goes by the name of Kyle Malcha. Right into that right now. Here is Kyle Malcha, everybody. Kyle Malcha. Here we go.
Someone who is a then he promised to convert if he does not come through on that promise within a year. He's not doing it. He's not doing it. The chances are that he relapsed to his previous promise. So listen, so really, first off, just I really prefer something if you commit to do something and you don't do it, this happens to us all this fun. Right? Say I'm going to do something, I don't do it. Right? You come up with all the excuses in the world as to what bottom line, it doesn't get done. The chances are sometimes the hardest thing in research.
How are you doing?
Confusing Middle Eastern OU.
Wow, what kind of Middle Eastern are you? So that's what you have to be to look like the dad from the team. Can you guys pull up a picture of that? Maybe we can go side by side.
Next
Yeah. Yeah, this is very special. Very rarely do we have anyone that looks like the dad from Team Wolf on here.
Also releasing Tony Hawk 1 and 2.
Yeah, so it says, really don't. You really can send this to them on the go.
really got put into 20 minutes while my friends were all Teen Wolf has now gone up on the screen next to you, and it is pretty mind-boggling the resemblance to before the backwards Dom I have like you have right now. It would be incredible. Yeah, for the people at home station. You can just lean back. No, lean back. It's all good. Yeah, just like that. Yeah, there you go. Exactly. Oh, that's impressive. The guys here at Better Boxing, unbelievable. So where are you in Iowa?
I live in Poconos, I'm in Pennsylvania. Still on lockdown. I'm quarantined, so
What part of
all
PA?
the first things. Right on the streets where it goes sort of like New Jersey and PA, right?
Oh, okay. How far of a drive is that to New York City?
About an hour and a half or so. It's easier to take over to a bus or a train in Jersey. This is
You have a lot of cool shit behind you. Tell us the story.
I run a trivia night. This whole thing is going on. I used to do trivia night before I worked at. And I run a podcast, maybe a YouTube channel that instead of just being bored, I decided I would do trivia. And this is the background for my trivia set of friends, but all the coolest shit I had. Like Charlie Chaplin, Oregon Trail, Carnegie, Scully, Chiefs, Alien, just a bunch of random people shit. I know that my demographic is different than some ladies that are recording, so I know that.
Yeah, how many parents do you own?
I've never actually owned a parent. I'm able to parents at one point.
Oh, there we go. You just ran your parents.
And I didn't actually have to find them myself to get that.
Any animals there?
My roommate's got a cat. I used to have a bunch of animals find me by accident. Like 9 animals. She was a psychopath. Just had to adopt a kid. That came on Facebook. And now I just have a roommate with a cat. Just what are you going to bed? Just way back.
Absolutely. And how long did you two break up?
Almost it might be like we anniversary today. If we were to look at Saturday or something.
Absolutely. Are you happy now that you guys are separated?
Oh, my dad. Well, she is currently about to have a baby with the next guy. So,
Yeah.
Dodge right there for sure.
Absolutely. You don't have to worry about any babies breaking into your Terminator dolls or anything like that.
That's a puzzle in a box. On top of shoes. Maybe fucking with shit up.
President Trump is very close to Jeremiah Watkins, who has a whole new puzzle But man, how long have you been dating? It only has been a year since the big breakup. What are you doing for dating?
Tinder's been allowing her to do something important. So I figured out my fat Irish guy, I just put myself in the virtually.
Wow. Just standing a lot of women up in Tigerland. Yeah.
Almost like
I'll be the corner, don't mind in McGregor.
I don't know, she went to play with Mexico. She's such a she said, I really again, that wants to see people before he's going to rock. She's like, I want to see people before rock.
Very interesting. What kind of trivia do you do? Is there any specific brand of trivia?
Really, I started just to kind of entertain my. I got 17 nieces that I do, so they're all parents right now. And the joke that I do is I got 4 brothers, I also have 5 sisters. And all of them are making babies, and I'm cooking for Jesus for their whole things.
There's a footnote in the body of the textbook.
Yeah, they're always the cool uncle until always the cool uncle until you touch them inappropriately. Remember that line? Yeah.
I just don't believe it until they
So if you're right, I'm wrong.
Yeah, go ahead, ask us a trivia question.
What do you realize? Sometimes this maybe is a spoiler or something.
So that would be the easiest, quickest thing.
The producers of doing the warming up of the hands thing over there. They're not dancing.
This is the final question of that round. We've all been there. You're trying to sign into an account online and you have to prove the website that you're actually a human being. Sometimes it's streamliners and numbers you have to type, and other times it's just certain pictures to prove you're not AI. What did the CAPTCHA stand for? CAPTCHA has a lot more letters involved in the actual acronym, but CAPTCHA is the short version.
Just give us a question and answer. I'm confused.
So I have 2 multiple choice if you want. If you need Computer's assessment of a possible threat or confirmation of human activity. B. Completely automated electronic test to tell
Who I am, what I am, and how I'm living my life. So
That's the first one.
they are not here on how they are living. If they need to lash out every one like them, if they need ultimately again to establish the lifestyle that is bound,
But the people you're in for the rabbis as well.
secure people to get along with insecure people, ultimately again get along with
Smells like dildos and booty boys.
ultimately again be love to
Teach me a dreaming damn good. Oh, no. Yeah, guys, thank you so much. This was fun talking.
You're messing up the dates. The primary date should be the Gregorian date. Hebrew dates are secondary. reevaluate everything because, well,
The show is called Go Show. And we're at Gmail.tv. There's a bunch of other podcasts and shit on there. Check it out.
Mocha is spelled M-O-U-C-H-A, and he's on Instagram at Kyle Mocha. And yes, also Tommy Lee Jones is the YouTube channel. Also is all one.
Yes, sir.
There he is, Kyle Mocha. Thank you, Kyle. There goes Kyle. Everybody. Yeah, almost there. Before we go to good art, let's check out bad art. We got bad art sent to us this front row.
It's not drawn, guys.
It's alright. I like it. Look at that. Digital painting of Jeremiah with the saxophone from my body.
I think you guys are missing the point of the whole drawing.
No, I like it. What's your look?
It's Photoshop, though.
Is that Photoshop?
It's Photoshop with a filter.
That's it. Producers are saying digital drawing.
No, it's
That is a digital drawing.
it's a filter. It's not
Well, yeah, Jeremiah's, yeah, I think it body's not real.
What do you mean, guys?
Redman is furious.
I think it's a great idea for a segment of its drawings. Like this is, this is not typical.
Keep doing it. Send in bad art of any Kill Tony character, and we'll speak with those bad art. Bad art, and now we follow it up with good art. Ryan G about the house artist, who's unbelievable at what he does. Here we are. Zooming in there. Look at that. Oh my goodness. Can you zoom even closer and sort of scan it? Is that a Vietnam War? Oh, this is great. You can actually sort of explain to us what you did. You have a microphone there. Tell us about it. Michael Lair on the airplane there. Red hands and cat ears up top. In the middle there. All drawn during this episode of Kill Tony.
He said that sale
He did that while you all sat there doing less than nothing. RyanGbuilt.com for all the posters and prints of every episode of Kill Tony. And the show goes on. Things slowly opening up. They mentioned dates are clear. We're still on Miami, Boston, Houston, Dallas, Fort Worth, Salt Lake City, Austin, Toronto, Bakersfield, Sacramento, San Francisco, Tacoma, and Washington, D.C., supposedly all in 2020. Thank you to Gage and Anthony who are taking your submissions this week at killtony14@gmail.com. So send those in. And thought a big hand for the leader of the band, everybody, Jeremiah Watkins.
He's asking to move some money in some hours. Okay, it's fine to deal with because I burned my wage. But contributions from the company to salary. Somebody asked me to do this for the person. But I should do that. That's what I mean. I still got some problem with the Hagar Father. I guess not in the welcome. Start with. And also the biggest place. So that's when the hires is as well. And after working, so towards the incredible work days. So he asks me to go out and move some young in this the wage is worth check the just from the unlimited days later.
We love you, Mr. President. Perhaps one of the greatest presidents of all time, Donald J. Trump. everybody, and one of my favorite doctors ever, and fellow Tony, Dr. Anthony Fauci, was here. I'm a big fan of Dr. Fauci.
Yes, you bring a work day that it would be also.
I want to say it's why
Out of everything I've been telling you and advising you.
I love it. Dr. Fauci is actually Jesse Johnson this entire time. He's on social media at Jetski Johnson. Oh, I didn't even believe it. I was just reading my notes. You would have the attention to Joel's back next week. Everybody's here. Everything is moving along. Shout out to the great people over at Represent Limited who made the crew a bunch of cool Tony masks just for us, not for sale. Gino, thank you so much. Ryan G. Email Charlie from Vito's Pizza. If you're ordering pizza in LA, try out Vito's. If you've already tried it, you're already hooked. I don't have to tell you again, but if you haven't tried it yet, try it out. You'll fall in love. White pizza is incredible. Everything's good there, though. Try it out. Vito's Pizza, they have locations all over Los Angeles. And yes, don't forget, trigger fucking kill 70 above it, and 20% off and free shipping with the code KillTonyAdvancedGame.com. And try out our sheet underwear. Again, we believe in these products. Sheetunderwear.com. Use the code Tony for 20% off your order. I guarantee you will love it. If you don't, you don't have to. You don't have to.
Hey guys, check out my virtual reality show, Virtual Red Band, on YouTube. And for those of you who did hear, we still recording those. You can find those at Facebook.
See you next week.
So again, you can call me, each power for a also nice, and I can't still nessa però mais difícil como ele me disse era avec falou assim quando ele era para os cabelos do curtidos então quando do lado tudo olha para mim e ele says
Hello everybody, we are back here at Better Box Studios for another episode of Kill Tony. Hi, Brian. I'm good. You know, next week or the week after that is our, I believe, 7-year anniversary of doing the show. Pizza party we're having from our good friends over at Vito's Pizza. The great Charlie is here in studio. We had 45 pizza today available everywhere in Southern California. The only pizza I eat is Vito's Pizza. I'll look at the other places because, as we all know, we're all big Postmates people here in Kill Tony. But I'm telling you, I skip through all the pizza places. They had pineapple, fried rice, chicken. We're good friends over at Postmates. Knowing I was going to have pizza for dinner. Gina's also here, the Lord of the Better Box Studios, which has been gracious enough and amazing during this crazy pandemic times. Pull up in here every Monday. Roast battle. Great Josh has been on the show. This chaos. Jake Light. That's great. And they also have Damn Good Candle Company here, which we've been getting tagged for. Yeah. Inchmeat. You get your candle at DSW.com. Tag the Kill Tony Show down here on Instagram stories and information about great so much fun stuff happening. We're getting back on the road. Headlining shows along with some of the Tonys in Miami, July 31st and August 1st, Boston, August 13th.
So that's saying, yeah.
When I say Tony, then you look at that. Stand Up, Houston, Texas, August 20th. Or Kill Tony's 21st in Houston, big record holding city of the most movies with the
let's say, hey, this kind of flex.
Dallas, Texas, the 27th. August 28th, 29th, right now.
Still, the wage, the rental wage is zero dollars. So you're telling me then why is
Toronto is because of meter just at 29th.
Vegas was? So therefore, it was rented down to 25 different community. There's a national service fund, so service funds wasn't rented. This is a so pues super maría hablar que si son y no son y si no son shoppers so
October 30th, Washington, D.C. in November. So
can't wait.
Can't wait to go back over.
Thank you very much.
Fucking lying. I just found out I'm doing it.
So, even less of his cars, he's a socialist.
In the city. He's in Texas with someone that we know.
More about
Very popular. He's been in the news as of late. Prominent media and podcasts. And he has to submit to kill Tony his bill. Tony14@gmail.com. That's what we do. My recommendation is submit a few times. Why not?
Make the videos fun too. You don't have to just do straight standing.
Have fun with it.
Sorry, we can't put more than
See him talking in every closet about the stack ship, camera down to
what is he?
Hey, let me ask you this. Did you know that 2 out of 3 guys will experience some form of male hormones by the time they're 5? The best way to prevent hair loss is to do something about it when you still have hair left. You don't just have to go to a doctor's office, get a prescription from the doctor. Now, thanks to Keeps, you can visit a doctor online, get hair loss medications delivered right to your home. They make it easy. They deliver it every 3 months. It's all on routine. So you can say goodbye to your pharmacy.
I want the reference in the bottom. Please remember those.
It's great. Actually, I got my dad on this because he lives here. So I walked him through it. It's very easy. He did it on his cell phone. He did it on his iPhone. And he had to take a couple questions, like it should look kind of and he and you just hand him prescriptions and to help your hair loss. It's great. It's really fast. It's always prescribed for the next day.
Crazy. If you're ready to take action to prevent your hair loss, go to keeps.com/kill to receive your first monthly treatment for free. That's KEEPS.com/kill. One more time, that's KEEPS.com/kill.
So fair enough. I feel like
They're great. They're getting big too. I see a lot of commercials.
Yeah. Great stuff. And another one of our favorite sponsors of all time, one that I use all the time, the Great Express VPN. They are great to protect your privacy and security, but I've been using ExpressVPN. I mean, I'm blasted through Netflix's The Last Dance. They have a deal where where it's international, so you can't watch it on Netflix in America, but you can watch it from other places. It takes 3 seconds to reset the location, and you can watch amazing things. Netflix, not a lot of people know this, but Netflix is different in every country and different areas. ExpressVPN gets you right into all these amazing things. It's so simple to do. You just fire it up, change your location, and it finds your IP address and lets you control the sites. They're going to where you see forever. There's 100 different countries. Think about all the Netflix libraries.
Yeah, so it's not just Netflix. Like it works with any streaming service like YouTube, you name it. If you like anime,
You're all the cookies. Go to the website, find the exact link and put it in the body.
The same when they're not as fast. Like you'll be strong, like by the way, using that, so there's no lag. Straight HD, no problem. It's also compatible with all your devices, phones, media consoles, smart TVs, and more. So you can watch what you want on a personal device or a big screen wherever you.
That's right. If you visit our special link right now at expressvpn.com/killtony, you get free. Support the show, watch what you want, and protect yourself with ExpressVPN. ExpressVPN.com/. There's a toilet paper shortage. Kevin hasn't asked. Everyone deserves the gift of tushy wiping your butt with dry toilet paper. Does not remove all the shit. If you got poop on any other part of your body, wipe it off with paper. Help them. Water cleans better than dry paper, my friends. Thankfully, there's now a sleep bidet that really clips onto your existing toilet and my existing toilet. And sprays your butt completely clean with fresh water. It's called Tushy, and it's the best thing you can do for your butt.
Tushy sprays directly to your ass and removes the poop completely, so you aren't sitting with bacteria that leads to nasty things like hemorrhoids or yeast infections. Trust me, I have all those things in the past. UTIs, itchy assholes, or skid marks. The days are common in the rest of the world, and the day saves you money on toilet paper. You still use it like a little toilet paper to like have yourself dry, clear the long teardrop, but it won't clog your toilets. Tushy sprays your ass with fresh water. It's not toilet water. A lot of people think it's like gross water. Tushy connects to the water supply behind your toilet to spray your dirty parts out with clean, fresh water. It's the same water you brush your teeth with. Wet wipes are worse than toilet paper. A lot of people think wet wipes are okay to flush. They're actually horrible for the environment. They cause anal fissures. You don't want your anus fissuring.
And the most amazing part is this life of luxury is only $79. Go to hellotushy.com/killtony, all one word, and get 10% off your order. That's hellotushy.com/killtony.
It takes like 6 minutes to hook up. Like, I mean, how easy was it? It's like
no-brainer. It's a no-brainer. We have the best sponsors in the world. We get to pick them. We have a list that they send to us. Hey, I like this. You want this? You want this? You want this? We believe in ourselves. Love it. And speak of the devil, speak of the fun of this show, the great Ryan J. Evans is here, ladies and gentlemen, sitting in his desk. Hard to work. He's got his own microphone. This is the life we're living here in Better Box Studios. We got clean Aston's pizza for days, privacy. We got it all.
So here, look at that.
Yeah. Ryan's been on Keeps for a while. He's actually the founder.
Or by giving them like a
Like a 70s Kenny Rogers.
Yeah. You look like the dad from T-Mobile.
That's
Oh, you did that last, I did that last week. I guess you can tell I watched T-Mobile a week and a half ago. And along with Ryan J, we're going to check in with later. He's drawing tonight's episode, of course. And all of his prints, all of the t-shirts, all of the posters, RyanJEvil.com. And look on Kill Tony, right? And that's how they find it from them. That's right. Click the shop button.
You can see people's collections of posters. Yeah, they're framed.
So much. My entire place is covered with photos. And I have another one that's one of the frames for tomorrow. With no further ado, let's get into the show. We have a band here, as always, this week. The great Jeremiah Watkins is on a little trip, taking the night off. However, the two other members are here. It is the return of one of them, who's missed a couple weeks. He's back. One thing Memorial Day, ladies and gentlemen. Always in character. We don't know what they're going to be. We're sweating bullets, getting ready for this 10 minutes before the show. I present to you the best damn band of the land. It's the Kiltony Band. Joel Virgil, and it is his jet ski Jesse Johnson. Here they come. Oh wow. Oh my goodness. Oh wow. Oh my
That's the example of something that falls onto something. Doesn't full information about what Rabbi is. Ultimately, again, like vinegar that falls onto skin.
What's your name?
Again, that does not
Are you a dog?
Nice to stop.
Oh, Parker. Welcome, Parker. How are you?
Fascinating by this.
Oh.